smiling, Hogue. Oh, here we go. Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to another day of Top Step TV. This is the opening call for Thursday, January 15th, 2026. I'm JD, the man in the middle, John the Goat Hoagland. My other bookend over there on the right, Coach Vince. Good morning, gentlemen. Hogue, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling good, ready for another day. Great to be with everybody. JD, always good to see you. Hope you're feeling well. Vince, how are you feeling today, my friend?
Feeling well, John. Good morning, JD. Good morning, John. It's getting towards the end of the week here, so looking forward to some good opportunities today in the markets. It is Thursday, right? So hopefully we'll get something good and juicy on the line at some point. So how are you guys feeling this morning?
I'm feeling it. I'm
Excellent.
feeling it. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations to all of you for making it to the right place at the right time. Let's dive right into it. We had some earnings out early this morning. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. Goldman beating on earnings and revenues. $14.01 a share, compared to $11.67. These are fourth quarter earnings. $13.45 billion in revenues. As far as Morgan Stanley goes, earnings per share $2.68 versus $2.44 expected. Revenue $17.89 billion versus $17.77 billion expected. These are fourth quarter earnings, as I said, both beating on earnings and revenues per share. Earnings per share and revenue. All right. Gold is making some moves early on. We're going to be looking at that 1 minute opening range breakout. We've got some 730 numbers, but let's get into this trade first. We took the last 2 days off because of CPI, PPI. We got retail sales and jobless claims coming up at the bottom of the hour, but we're still going to jump into this trade. 30 seconds until the gold open. Any opinions, high-level overview on gold overnight? What's it looking like?
We
We're
seem to be rejecting value from yesterday right now. I could see us getting down to the 200 session simple moving average, which is down at 45.9240 right now. Got to get through VWAP. We're sitting right on VWAP right now, 4608.20.
4608.20 overnight VWAP. All right, gold is officially open for business. Ding, ding, ding. The bell is rung. We're trading. If you're not familiar with the opening range breakout trade, if this is your first time here, we're going to look at that 1 minute opening candle, and then we'll look for a confirmation candle for direction. We'll trigger a trade either to the buy side or the sell side, based on what where that confirmation candle closes. If it closes above the opening range bar, then we buy it. If it closes below, then we sell it. Simple as that. Very mechanical trade. Predefined risk. Let's get into it.
There's arguments for either direction here, my friends.
This range is getting a little wider. About 40 ticks so far. 42 ticks.
Yeah, in the bigs, I see the low is 4608.40, the high 4612.50. Just extended, just looked above the opening range there, just by a couple of ticks.
We just tested the high, in the micros at least, trading above the high of the opening range candle right now. Got about 30 more seconds before this confirmation bar closes. I'm ready to get in or do nothing.
Looks like we'll be going long.
It certainly does look like that,
That's
doesn't
what
it?
it looks. Yeah, it does. So far.
Still got about 15 more seconds until this bar closes. This candle closes, I should say. I've got my hotkeys ready. My fingers on the button. Oh, just dipped. We just dipped. We might not get a signal. I don't know. It was real close. Do we want to take this trade? Whoa. Signaled along by a tick. A single tick. Nothing done. Get in real good right now.
Short side. Maybe a nice short here. What do you think?
You like a short?
Are we rejecting
Signal the
value?
long.
Well, I mean, maybe we're rejecting
Breakout signal the
value.
long.
Or did it? Okay.
All right, nothing done. Nothing done on this gold trade. A little bit of indecision right now.
Yeah.
Some sellers stepped in as soon as that confirmation candle closed. Again, our confirmation was only a single tick.
I mean, we opened right in the excess low from yesterday. We're sitting
Yeah.
right at the low of value as we speak, at least on the Topstep X platform. Again, there's arguments in both directions. I mean, if we reject yesterday's lows, of course, we'd like to be long. We're above VWAP right now, but we do seem to be rejecting value from yesterday. You know, which of those nuances is most important at this time is subjective. Delta is basically just flat. It's 10 right now, 10. So we're not seeing anything really important as far as iceberging or anything going on like that. Just seems like kind of a generic opening here with nuances in both directions, neither of them stacking to either side's favor, at least the way I see things right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting level here. I mean,
if we were just going to blindly take it, we would be long right now.
Yeah. Well, no trade. We'll come back to it in a few minutes. Let's take a look at the eco calendar for today. We could discuss this trade in a few minutes. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere right now.
We do have
we got some numbers coming up.
So we'll see.
Exactly. Some numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour. Jobless claims, retail sales, as Hogue just said.
Oh, there we go.
We've also got the Philly Fed Business Index and the New York Fed Manufacturing Index, import-export prices, a couple other things at the bottom of the hour. So pretty stacked as far as economic numbers coming out in about 5 minutes. Later on this morning, we got some talking Feds also. 7:35, Raphael Bostic is scheduled to speak. Barr at 8:15. Then we've got Barkin at 11:30, Schmid at 12:30, and a White House press briefing at 12 o'clock Central Time. Maybe we'll be piping that in. We'll let you know. 9 o'clock Central Time, business inventories, natural gas inventories, 9:30 Central Time, and the Treasury buyback results coming out at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So we got a full day of economic reports coming out. As always, we will keep one eye on the ditch for you, one eye on the news, one eye on the charts, and we'll be piping in anything important to keep everybody well informed on what's going on. 5 minutes until this number. Let's take a look. We've got some news. We got a little news clip to share on gold and silver prices. President Donald Trump has been golden for, well, gold. Let's run that. The precious metals prices surged 22% this year alone. It's January 15th, and gold is up 15%. It gained 6% on Tuesday and is up 29% for the year. Silver and gold are considered safe havens against things like geopolitical tensions, inflation, and general economic concerns. That means they tend to do well when investors are worried. One thing that's a little counterintuitive and unexpected is that while all this is happening, stocks have also performed well. Other metals like copper, aluminum, lithium, zinc are getting pricier as well. That could impact prices of consumer goods since these metals are used in many different products. We did see consumer prices dip just a little bit. They cooled off a little bit month over month yesterday. But with the prices of these metals surging, it could start affecting everyday consumers like us. Still nothing done on this gold trade. Are you guys cool? No trade on this?
Oh, yeah. Hey, man.
Yeah, I mean, 3 minutes, we're going to have a number come out, so maybe it'll kick in then.
Yeah. Not very convincing to me either.
What's cool, Fonzie like? He's cool.
He's cool. He's cool. Correctamundo.
Correctamundo.
We're right in the middle of that 1 minute opening range candle. We got about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes before these numbers start coming out. Hogue, real quick, let's coach the people Did everybody go over their morning checklist today? Is everybody prepared?
I hope so. I hope so, because if you don't do your homework, you don't get to play.
That's
Daily
important.
checklist, pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. Putting the markets in some sort of context that you can use to choose your strategies. Morning checklist. You got your water, got your Dunkin' Donuts, you got your coffee, you got your exercise in, you're fed, you're ready for the trading day. Mindset check. Always check your mindset. Things going on outside of trading, inside of trading can certainly affect your decision-making process and your trade entry checklist. Always have my pen and my piece of paper next to me here. And of course, at the end of the day, the post-market checklist, which should include watching At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And that post-market checklist, check your trades, check yourself, check your emotions, relive those trades, and be ready for the next trading day. There is your daily checklist.
Thank you, Mr. Hoagland. Much appreciated. Looks like we would have been on the wrong side of this gold trade if we had taken it. We just took out the low of the opening range, officially invalidating any trade for the opening range breakout. And I think it's safe to say, at this point, we would have been stopped out if we had gotten in long.
Yep, look at that.
Good no trade. Good no trade.
Good call. Good call.
1 minute till retail sales and jobless claims. 1 minute to play in the period. 1 minute. Mark down no trade.
Jobless clams, the unemployed bivalves.
Usually doesn't do a whole lot, though, the number, right? The Thursday number, but we'll see.
It was pretty market. It was moving the markets pretty well during Q4 of last year.
Okay.
Jobless claims became a very looked at number.
Yeah.
We'll see what it does today. But retail sales, they could be a market mover also. And there's a lot. There's more than just two numbers coming out. Like I said, Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, Empire State Manufacturing Index, import-export prices, and then we've got Raphael Bostic hitting the podium at about 7:35. We'll be going over chart analysis when that happens, but I will be looking for headlines or any comments coming from that speech.
And
all right, these numbers are out. Goolsby.
Wow.
What a weird name.
Philly Fed just knocked it out of the park.
Did it? How are equities reacting? Let me move over to the S&P. There's a 5-minute chart of the E-mini S&P 500 future. We got a nice knee-jerk reaction to the upside there. Dome's really thin in gold. Waiting for some reports here. New York Fed manufacturing, actual 7.7, forecasted for, oh wow. New York Fed knocked it out of the park too. Forecasted at 1, came out 7.7.
Mm-hmm. Nice little pop in the ES there, up to 7,000. Close to it.
Import prices, month over month, actual 0.4%, forecasted for minus 0.02%. A little bit of a miss on import prices.
Pump and dump.
Export prices, 0.5%, forecasted for 0.0. What was that, Hogue?
Jobless claims taking their time getting out here. There we go.
Yeah, I haven't seen the claims yet.
There we go. It's up. Initial jobless claims were expected at 215,000. Came out 198,000. Continuing jobless claims were expected to come out at 1,890,000. That came out a little bit lower than that at 1,884,000. So fewer jobless claims than expected. Fewer continuing jobless claims than expected.
That's good. We got a couple people going back to work. Or not as many people filing for claims, right? All right, guys. It is 7:31 in the a.m. Markets are moving a little bit. We got through these reports. Let's take a look at those gold and silver charts and show the people everything that they need to see.
All right. As always, we are seeking accurate context and good risk management in these in these markets. The context that I'm seeing here, at least for now in gold, is we're in a third day of balance. Even though, yeah, we keep putting up new all-time highs, just squeaking them out day over day. Overall, I'm looking at this as balance. We added another 5,600 in open interest on another up move yesterday. That is good for the auction process. But because we've kind of fallen into an area of balance here, my auction grade for gold has fallen into the B minus category. And we've got some pretty solid extremes of this 3-day balance. We'll get a closer look at those on the 30-minute chart. No moving averages in the neighborhood here. We've been seeing since the beginning of the month again, pretty decent increase in open interest of a little bit more now than 10% of the total open interest has accumulated since the first of the year. That is healthy for the upside auction. What we worry about in this case is when everybody's in, nobody left to buy it. That's when those pullbacks come in. We don't know when that's going to happen, but as for the current auction process, it is performing pretty well. Lots of open interest coming in. Volume has been pretty decent on some of these up days. It's been a little bit better than average. Vince, what are you seeing on the daily chart here? My good man.
So what I found interesting now, are we in rollover now, Hogue? Because there's been a lot of money flown over to the April contract. I've been noticing over the past couple of days. But January the 12th. So we had a build of like 25,700 in open interest on that big move up, and we're kind of balancing near the highs of that particular candle. So that's interesting to me because it hasn't even retraced 50% of that candle yet at this point. So, like you said, we're in 3 days of balance here, and the low of that one day right after the big open interest increase was 45.7670. So, I'm going to use that low, I think, as my kind of line in the sand, for the long side. I think if we take it out, maybe we'll start to, maybe adjust some positions at that point. But that 45.7670, I think is going to be a low I'm going to keep my eye on. But we are in balance. We have been building open interest though over the last 2 days. We had 5,600, 2,200. So money's been coming in. But we'll see. I think that's gonna be my line of sand on the daily right now. We do have that big candle, the 29th of December. The high on that candle was 45.8130. So that would be another area, right? So that whole zone, that 45.82, 45, up against that other low of 45.76. It's gonna be an interesting level for me, Hogue. I think on the daily, somewhere around that 80 mark, 45.80s.
Yeah, the big candle on the 29th is when they raised margins. And obviously the high of that candle has been holding as support for the last 3 sessions, if it is even approached. So I love that level because, when we're in range, when we're in balance to breakout rules apply. So your level down there, which is basically the high of that 29th bar, that what was it, 45.8130, dovetails very nicely with that low from the 13th of January that you were talking about. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. We'll get, I think, a little bit clearer view of the area of balance that we're in and where those extremes are. So this line right here, that's that high of that December 29th bar. That's when they raised rates, and we are holding above it. So when we kind of look at the last three sessions here, we've got some pretty solid extremes for this area of balance. So we're in balance to break out rules. And, this level right here, this is the low from the night before last or after the close the day before yesterday. And we've got lots of lows there. So I like that low. We're also kind of looking now at a session gap, the high of that session gap, which we kind of looked into yesterday, but the high of that session gap is 45.9510, which lines up nicely with the 200 session simple moving average here on the 30-minute chart. So when Coach Vince talks about this area being a very important zone, I couldn't be more in agreement with that. If we can't hold this area of balance up here and we start seeing price start to push lower, we've got weekly kickoff low at 45.60, and there's plenty of weaknesses in structure down below in this market that are only going to become important when they become important. We are now at the top of that session gap, and we are at the 200 session moving average. So we're getting closer to what Vince and I agree is a very important level. And a lot of that level is based off of that December 29th high overnight inventory. We got a little bit short. We kind of reconciled a lot of those shorts. So here's where we opened last night. Got a little bit short, reconciled a lot of them. We're seeing selling coming back into the market, rejecting value. Watch this, the 200 session simple moving average. Watch Vince's high here of that December 29th bar, 45.8130. Very important. Lots of buyers have been seen since we've been above there. It's going to be it's going to be a cool looking level, and a good opportunity to limit risk. Vince, I know you've got a lot to talk about on this 30-minute chart. Go for it, my friend. It might be $5 there, buddy.
$5
right
is
there
$5,
at
right?
that 200-day moving average is a very, very interesting level as well. I mean, there's opportunity maybe to take longs up against this 90 level. I mean, you have to have about a 10-point stop on it, but it's a little big stop with some micros. It might not be a bad idea. But we are, it's interesting. I mean, the bottom of this, we have a 1, 2, 3. So say a 3-day range, right? We talked about that on the daily. So if you look at it on this shorter time frame, you can see, we're in this range from say 77 to the high, which was 46.50s. So that's our range right now. So for me, I'm going to look to try to fade this range until Hogue said, we break this structure below 80s, below the 76 level. If we get like a close down there, maybe we're going to, maybe liquidate some of this long inventory, right? I'm sure there's a lot of people buying up here that might get caught. So we got to see if we respect the zone of that 45.80. So that's really my focus today, is to see how we trade around that zone. Do we hold it? Do we break it? And then we have to make our adjustments after that. But that's definitely going to be where my eyes are at today in gold.
Yeah, if everybody's already in, a pullback would be beneficial.
The markets bring everybody to pain, right? They bring to the, So
yes, we have, like we said, we've seen 10% of the open interest in the entire, all of the contracts of gold increase since the beginning of the year. We're also seeing negative delta on most days, which would indicate that these buyers haven't been just weaker hands. They've been somewhat of the longer time frame, bigger variety, if you will. And if that's the case, we don't know how much they're going to continue to buy. They can support this market, for an unknown amount of time. And we are getting a little bit low in the area of balance. So this is going to be an interesting day. The profile yesterday was a neutral day. It makes sense for the market to start seeking new levels to facilitate trade, since we've been in the same basic range for the last 3 days. If we're going to see a rally in this, we need new buyers to come in. If we're going to break this market, there are plenty of buyers probably here at these highs that would maybe light the fire to the downside if that is the case. Be careful. This has been a strong market. We've seen, all time frames, buying futures, buying physical gold. It's going to be really tough to time the pullback, but if you can get it, good on you. I would be looking for opportunities if we saw some sort of a pullback to just look for cheaper, lower levels to look to buy it. But that's just me.
And
That's our
and
context
if we
for gold.
and if we
Go
can't
ahead,
hold
Jay.
that level, I mean, we have a gap to fill all the way down to 45.26. So this
Yes.
80s, I'm highly interested in this level, because if we cannot hold it, I'm going to short it and I'm going to take a trip down. So we'll see.
There you
It's
go.
going to be an interesting trade. It's going to be an interesting trading
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, there's that session gap from the 9th to the
Yep.
12th last weekend, right? So,
Mhm.
and to close that session gap, it's 45.27 even. Let's go
Yep.
get it. Let's go get it, Vince.
Let's get it.
We'll get you some money.
Let's
Let's
do
take a
it.
quick look at silver. We've been adding silver, still working on formulating some weekly kickoff levels. I will probably do that this weekend, so we'll be able to take a look at those as well. All right, so in silver, we talked about it yesterday with Coach Ray. The exactness of this rally is indicating shorter time frame buyers. We added another 1,000 contracts in open interest yesterday, new all-time high. Of course, we're all celebrating that, and it's been a wonderful trade. Gold and silver have been just great trades. Gold since the beginning of last year, silver more since the beginning of December, I think, is where this market really started to, of course, head to the upside. So we're still seeing open interest coming in, not as strong as the gold. Gold has pretty much been increasing in open interest every day but one since the beginning of the year. We've got 3 losses in open interest since the beginning of the year in silver. And what do you say? I mean, it's a one-time framing higher. Are we going to break that today? I don't know. It certainly seems a distinct possibility. Vince, you're a friend of ours. He's a friend of ours. He's one of us. Vince, Vinny Two Ticks, Vinny Lamborghini. What do you think?
So we had a nice pullback here, right? I mean, this is a pretty significant pullback. I think it's a healthy pullback. Silver really needs it. But since the December 26th, I mean, the ranges in silver have been enormous, right? Look at the previous sessions compared to the 26 going forward. So they were nice sized ranges at that point, and now they're just extremely large. Obviously the market is bullish. We do need this big pull. We do need a pullback. I mean, it's healthy. This is like parabolic, right? When the market goes parabolic like that, a lot of people start getting into markets right when things are really, really hot, and it's a little late sometimes. So, I'm sure people piled in yesterday. They're getting pretty hurt today if they didn't have a stop in, right? We're down from almost $94 to 87. That's a $7 move. That's $35,000 on a one lot, right? If you bought one contract up there last night at the highs, or yesterday at the highs, and you didn't have a stop in, you're liquidated today, or you're very hurt. So this market is scary. I've been dabbling with it just in practice at this point, but it's an interesting market. We do have an outside bar at this point. We'll see how we close today, but we engulfed all of yesterday's candle, high to low, ran the stops on both sides. So maybe we cleaned up the house a little bit, and we're gonna see what happens here in silver today. I would like to see a pullback in silver on the longer time frame to around $81 an ounce. I would like to see that pullback there, 82 to 81, and then maybe start looking for longs at that point, maybe on a longer time hold. But other than that, we're gonna have to see how this looks on the 30-minute chart for intraday opportunities. But we do have an outside day right now.
So I'm sensing in a little bit of Vince's vocabulary there. He's sort of sounding like an agreement that, you know what, we've got all the suckers in. We need to clean some of them out before we can continue this move to the upside. Now that trend line, 1, 2, 3. I mean, this is what short time frame traders do. Very mechanical longs coming into the market at the highs. It is quite possible that we've got a whole bunch of laggards in this market. Now, we just put in another new all-time high in the extended trading hour session last night. We seem to be doing that almost nightly, and just about every day we have taken out that new all-time high that occurs in the extended trading hour session during regular trading hour session. The market does not like to leave all-time highs in the extended trading hours, though the longer time frame likes the opportunity to participate at those levels. So again, probably not looking at a lasting high here. That said, market likes to make a liar out of you sometimes. We don't know what's going to happen. Now, last night after the open, we broke this trend line. We are now trading below that trend line. If we're going to see some sort of an adjustment in inventory in shorter time frame, weaker hands, laggard buyers, today would be a good day to do it. We've broken that structure. Overnight inventory got a little bit too short. We reconciled it. Sellers came back in. It looks like we've probably opened with a little bit of a session gap. I'll take a look at that on another chart to really decide that. But we rejected value. We rejected the range from yesterday. If we did open with a gap and we weren't able to close that gap relatively early, even if we did close the gap, that gap became resistant, and the market is continuing to push to the downside. Are there visual levels down below for this market? Yes, there's 2 afternoon pullback lows. We put in the overnight low at one of those afternoon pullback lows last night. That level 86.11 and a half cents. Another afternoon pullback low 84.82 and a half. And then there's session gaps, there's naked points of control, there's weaknesses a go down below. And when the market is really that parabolic and strong to the upside, it does leave a lot of weaknesses in structure. Vinny Lamborghini, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so this is a very, very so one of the patterns that I like to trade is a reversal pattern, and on the 30 you can see it right there in silver. So we broke that upside structure, and then we came back and we retested into that area, and we rejected the value area from January the 14th. So that is a prime opportunity for me to take shorts up there at that 90.50 level. It's up against the 50-day moving average on the 30-minute chart. So when that market pulls back up, right, when you get a break of structure, you usually get a little bit of a rally retest to see if it's going to be a viable level. That would have been a beautiful opportunity to take a short there for a reversal trade. So we're going to see what happens here with this 200-day moving average is sitting at 86.04. So I do like that as a potential target here today. We do have a lot of unfinished business downside. So I do like targets of 85.60, call it 83.80s, and then potentially down to 80.45, 80.50. So those are my downside targets on this. I hate to say it. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen, but silver could get ugly fast. A lot of money came into this market. It's due for a pullback. I mean, look at what happened here in this market. I mean, I could be completely wrong though, right? But we'll see how we react if we get down here to 86.15 today up against this 200-day on the 30-minute. If we get a bounce, that would be pretty nice. But if we break through that, bombs away in my book.
Yeah, I think what we're saying here is if we're going to take care of old business is at lower pricing. If we're going to need new buying to come in and push this market higher. If we don't see that new business coming in, we're going to take care of some of that old business. And possibly, I like the way you put that, Vince, clean the house a little bit. Anyway, that's what we're looking at as far as silver is concerned. Back to you, JD.
Yeah. And upside, I see that the overnight high, sitting out there as a target if we get cooking upside.
All right. Let's take a look at what happened overnight. Oh, first of all, we've got a couple of talking feds at the podium right now. We just had Austin Goolsby up talking a little bit about inflation and some of the numbers that came out this morning. He says he wasn't surprised by that low claims number. Data points to stability in the job market. He's also talking about inflation a little bit. The most important thing facing the Fed is the need to get inflation back to 2%. Rates can still go down a fair amount, but need firm evidence of inflation retreat. I expect to see Fed rate cuts this year, but need data to affirm that outlook. We've got Bostic at the podium right now. We'll see if any headlines come out from there. All right, overnight, markets in Asia closed mostly lower last night. The Hang Seng Index closed down 0.28%. The Nikkei closed down 0.42% and the Shanghai Composite down 0.33%. Stocks in Europe trading mostly higher this morning. We've got the DAX up 0.06%, the FTSE up 0.49%, and the Stock 600 up 0.51%. US dollar index up about 0.25%, 99.422 last on the dollar. The VIX down about 5% this morning, 15.93, trading back below $16 or 16 on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury note, 4.156%, up just a couple of ticks there. All right, guys, let's get into the S&P. What do we need to know?
All right. So on the daily, we were talking late last week, early this week, about this breakout above and how it was performing. And it honestly, we were saying, this breakout is not doing very well. The upside auction, I was giving it a C minus, and turns out that was a little bit generous. We were looking for an opportunity for this market to pull back, clean out some of those longs, which we may have done to some degree yesterday. This pennant formation, whatever you want to call this formation, really disappointing breakout to the upside. We're just gonna break out of this through attrition. We're still very, very range bound. We lost 4,500 in open interest yesterday. A little bit of long liquidation, and that's what the market needs. So if everybody gets too long at the highs, there's nobody left to buy it. You got to get a pullback, even out that inventory for the next kind of ramming speed. If we're going to break out to the upside, what's today? Today is Tuesday. We put in a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session. Really just waiting for something to happen here in a bigger time frame to look for bigger opportunities. Again, we had a disappointing breakout to the upside. We saw that coming. We got our little pullback. Is that enough of a pullback? Have we evened out inventory? You got to stay tuned to as the market turns, and we'll see how this plays out. Vince, what are you seeing on the daily?
So I find the daily chart pretty interesting here. We've been putting in, higher highs, higher lows, higher high, higher low. And the last 2 days, we lost quite a bit of open interest. We lost 45, like you said, yesterday. And then on Tuesday, we lost 15,090 up at the highs, right? We put in that high on Tuesday. And, that's quite a bit of open interest. So money came flowing out of the market, right? We're rallying right now. My thing is, we're at a level where, do we run up here, run the stops, and then, see if we get continuation, right? But if we don't, I think like the institutions may try to find liquidity up there and sell it, right, where those stops are at, because there's stops sitting up there, and they'll be able to get a lot of orders done if they can. But this is tough. I mean, we're grinding higher. It's a slow grind. But that loss of open interest says that something happened. Maybe they got out, right? We ran it up there a little bit. Then maybe they started to liquidate some of their positions, and then maybe they're buying it back, right? Because right now it's kind of bullish at the moment. But we'll see on the 30 how things look here. But we're up against an excess on the daily. My range is 70.35 to 69.20.
We need new business to continue this upside rally. And the one thing that will always keep in the back of my mind is resilience. I mean, we opened with a gap yesterday. We closed the gap, but we saw some pretty decent selling come in, and that was a long liquidation. We've got a B-shaped profile, long liquidation, and the thing that always kind of rings in the back of my head is, okay, well, where do we buy it? And again, we get the BTFD, buy the freaking dip. As we even out that inventory, buyers came back in. We don't have a very strong low yesterday. That's a little bit of concern, and will be important if it becomes important. But we're still BTFD. We're overnight inventories long. We're going to be opening with a gap. We can't close that gap. I see all-time highs. We do have a couple of kind of a couple of barriers. We have the afternoon pullback lows from yesterday and the day before, 70.03 quarters, 70.16 even. and then to the all-time highs. We will see. Again, gap rules. We can't close the gap to the session high from yesterday, which is 69.79.75. We're looking for continuation to the upside. Have we evened out the inventory enough to bring those buyers back in? Certainly looks to be a distinct possibility today. Vince, what are you seeing on the 30?
Yeah, on the 30, so we have the overnight low is sitting just about at the half back of yesterday's trading day here. And we're trading in between value high from January 13th is sitting up around 7,006. And then we have yesterday's value area high sitting at 69.54, right? The overnight low is at 49.50. So for me, we're inside of this area. So I think we might try to chop around through here. But like, if we could take out the overnight high, we do have a gap at the moment, right? So if we open with the gap and we pull back to this, say, 69.80 level, I might try to take some longs up against there to see if we can hold yesterday's intraday high and close this gap, and then try to get long off of that to try to see. The only thing is I am worried about the overnight low sitting out there, right? We have an overnight high and low sitting out there. A lot of times the market likes to clean them up, but not all the time, right? Sometimes it'll leave one or the other. If we fail up here at the overnight high, 69.92 half is an interesting spot for me. There's a volume point of control sitting at 69.90. So that was the most volume traded back on the 13th of January. We're going to see what happens here when how we open. I'm interested in the open. I think if we can't close this gap, I'm definitely going to be looking to the long side.
Sure.
Right, because then that's going to show us that it's a little bit of strength coming in, and then gun for the all-time high again. But when we get up to that all-time high, that's where I'm concerned, right? What's going to happen? Are we going to continue that, or we've been getting these nice pullbacks once we put in the high? So today's a tough one.
Yeah,
today's a tough one for me. It really is.
All right, we got to move on.
Downside target for me is 69.45 on the downside.
We're just about to open crude. We got to move along a little bit here.
Ooh, yep. Let's do it.
See what it looks like.
Crude opening in just a couple of seconds. So let me pull up the March micro contract. Again, crude oil did roll to March overnight. If you weren't aware, looking at that 1 minute opening range breakout in crude also. Big movement overnight in crude.
Yeah.
Seen some buyers step in immediately. We got some overnight inventory to the short side. Maybe trying to cover some of that right now. $30 seconds till this opening bar closes, and we'll see about getting into a trade.
All right.
We had some news overnight also. We'll run this in a minute, but just to give you an update on the headline, the U.S. has started selling Venezuelan oil. We'll hit that news in just a minute. Pretty wide opening range here.
Yep.
20 tick wide opening range. I'm looking at the micro contract. A little bit of selling coming in. We're almost back to mid-range right now. All right, let's run that news clip. Like I said, the Trump administration has officially completed its first sale of Venezuelan oil. Trump administration officials said Wednesday that the U.S. completed its first sale of Venezuelan oil valued at $500 million. Additional sales of oil are expected in the coming days and weeks. This comes in the wake of the U.S. operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro earlier this month. In the days following, President Donald Trump made clear that he planned to tap into the country's vast oil reserves. Trump last week led a meeting at the White House with U.S. oil executives. The president said the industry would invest at least $100 billion to rebuild Venezuela's energy sector. Oil industry leaders did not commit to any investments yet, though. All right, the confirmation bar closed inside of the 1 minute candle, so no trade signal just yet. We did test the high of that opening range. I've got the high in crude at 59.38, low at 59.18. But let's get into these charts. If we do signal a trade, I will butt in and let you guys know. Let's hit it. And that's a mute 5.
I got you on this one, Hope. I got the donation for you.
Man, I've been on a good streak too, man. Darn. All right. So we are trading the March contract now. If you have levels that you want to adjust, move them down about 20 cents. There's about a 20-cent discount in the March contract to the Feb contract. So adjust your levels accordingly if you want to do the mathematically like that. But we had the breakout. We had some continuation of the breakout above this trend line from the February contract. We got some pretty good excess on the high yesterday, and some confusion, at least some indecision on the daily bar yesterday. But overall, I mean, even with the breakout in the short time frame, the market does remain largely in balance in the longer time frames. We have new information that came out yesterday that kind of pushed the market to the downside late in the session. And, you know, with free oil coming at us, it seems to make sense that we've come off these highs. Vince, what are you seeing on the daily?
I think the government made a nice trade. I mean, we rallied up to 61.50 a barrel, and now we're down to 59. So if they sold it, they did a good job. All right. Yeah, so we are interesting here. We're below the 200 again. We're below the 100. We're going to see how we close today. So yesterday we actually closed above all of them, the 50, the 100, the 200. So yesterday It looked like a really nice bullish day, okay, but not so much today. We're down about a buck. What are we down here? $1.90 or something like that. $1.80, something around there. And we have the 50-day sitting right down here at 58.47. So I see us maybe attempting to test that today. It's an old level I had drawn on my chart where we broke out. So if you remember last month, the last contract, the February contract, a couple weeks back when I was on here, we kept talking about that 58.80 level. Okay, so I still have it on my chart here. I think it's still an important area. It's kind of where we were selling it, and I was pretty bearish on that. So that's another level that I'm going to keep my eye on to see if we test it and see how we react around there. So we're getting close to it. We're about 40 cents away from there. So we'll see what happens today in the day session, but on the daily, we have a nice pullback here, and we are below the 100 and the 200. So we'll see.
Awesome. Take a look at the 30. So this big spike to the downside after the regular trading hour close yesterday was when Trump said he was going to back off on Iran a little bit. So that's where that big pullback came in. Adjust your weekly kickoff levels, and we'll adjust ours either later today or tomorrow. 60-60 weekly kickoff high now. 55-60 weekly kickoff low. We were holding above it in the February contract. Now we seem to be giving that up and possibly seeing that as some potential for resistance. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, the market opened last night's 5 o'clock. Pretty much the high of the overnight session, and it's been breaking ever since. So we do have some overnight inventory to the short side, as well as a little bit of a session gap to the regular trading hour low from yesterday as well. The March regular trading hour session low yesterday was 61.01. So to close the gap, that's where we would have to go. It's a pretty substantial gap. I don't necessarily see us closing that gap unless something weird happens. Vince, what are you seeing here?
Well, very interesting nuance for me, Hogue, is the island top. If we open right here, we did. We already opened with an island top, which is a a bearish indication for me. We gapped up, we gapped down, we left an island top over the last 2 days. There's going to be a lot of trap longs up there. I think we're going to try to, squeeze them. All right. I'm looking downside here. We have another gap that 57.68 would close that gap. So if we can't hold that 58.80 level, all right, I am bearish, and I'm looking for this thing to test down to, 57.86, 56.94, and 56, say 35s to the downside.
Good eye, Vince. I didn't even notice that it is.
Thank you.
It's a 2-day
Yeah.
island top. We gapped higher to Tuesday, Wednesday. We gapped lower to Thursday. That is an island top. That is a tasty burger. Way to go, Vince, man. I didn't even realize that.
Seeded
Awesome.
bun or
All right, go ahead.
non-seeded bun, Hope? Which one? Seeded or non-seeded bun?
So go ahead and finish what you were talking about here.
Yeah. So if we can't hold that, like that 58.80s, I do like the downside. If we can, hold that 58.80, even like 58.20s, right? If we can hold the 58.20s, I do like a trip back up here to test like $60 a barrel. So upside targets would be 60, 90s, and 61 half. So those are my upside levels. But we do have an island top. So if we can't close that gap, the longs might be in trouble. So it's TBD, right? To be determined. We're going to see what happens here going into this trading day. It's going to be interesting, to say the least.
Good eye, man. Good eye. Yesterday's profile was a neutral day. Makes sense that the market is seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Great eye on that island top, Vince. Thanks for pointing that out. If you have questions about island tops, ask during group coaching, and we'll get into more detail on that. But good call on that, Vince. All right, JD, back to you, my friend.
What's up? Why the Fed matters to your money? That's the question, right? The Federal Reserve has extensive power over the direction of the U.S. economy. That's why the central bank has remained insulated from politics for decades. But the latest in the back and forth between President Trump and Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell could leave American households caught in the middle. Karen Kaifa has a look why the Fed matters to your money.
We have a bad Fed chairman.
President Donald Trump at odds for months with Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who revealed on Sunday he's under criminal investigation by Trump's Justice Department.
The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president.
Trump has denied involvement in the Powell probe, but for decades, Federal Reserve chairs have insulated the central bank from politics, and economists broadly agree that's a healthy necessity.
It's really important to say that these people are not political. They really want to act in the best interest of the economy.
Because Fed policy decisions trickle down to every American household, from the price of groceries to mortgage rates.
Through monetary policy or influencing rates across the economy, the Fed helps keep inflation under control and the labor market healthy. The way that people feel this in their household is generally in the interest rates they pay on credit and loans.
And NerdWallet senior economist Elizabeth Renter says short-term economic gains from cutting rates can reverse in the long run.
More hiring, higher economic growth, and these things are especially attractive during an election year. But over time, these lower rates can overheat the economy, leading to that higher and higher inflation.
In the current climate, some Fed observers believe the central bank could pause on rate cuts to avoid the perception of political influence. In Washington, I'm Karen Kaifa.
All right, guys, let's give the people what they want. Let's rip through these NASDAQ charts. We got about 10 minutes to go.
All right. You got it, JD. So, well, we had another disappointing breakout to the upside, which we weren't impressed with the auction process once that happened, and it makes sense that we saw somewhat of a pullback yesterday, technically and everything. We're still in balance. we're breaking out of this Dorito just through attrition, not through direction. At least right now, we're seeing some good buying coming in today. Vince, how do you feel about that auction of the breakout to the upside that we saw? No new all-time high in the NASDAQ. We did see it in the S&Ps, but we just came right off of that. What do you think in the NASDAQ?
Well, we lost 4,800 in open interest yesterday, so money came out of the market. The day prior to that, on Tuesday, we had a build to the downside. So we had a little bit of liquidation. Then we had, a loss of open interest, yesterday. So we liquidated a little bit. Yesterday was an interesting trading day, though. I think Trump has good timing. He says things in a way that, keeps his market happy. Yesterday we had a nice move down. I mean, it was pretty nice move to the downside. We are in balance though, right? So my balance area right now is from say 26,000 to 25,300 ish, somewhere around there. We were in a pennant formation and we broke out. Then we pulled back into the consolidation. We tried to break out. We pulled back in. We broke out. We pulled back in, right? Then we tried to break to the downside yesterday. That failed. Now we're rallying back above it. This market is chaotic. It's got a bad case of ADD. It doesn't know which way it wants to go. It's bullish in my opinion, right? I mean, we're above the 50, the 100, the 200. So everything is pointing, higher. But this is tough up here.
Yeah. We got pretty close to that.
Really
Kickoff low, 25,400. We got within 20 points.
Yeah.
We've got to excess off that low. I do like that excess off that low.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. That was like yesterday too. Like when I was in that short, down around 25,400, there was also a point of control down there. And that's kind of what I was saying is if we get near that 25,400, that's probably where I would probably want to start buying this thing. And sure enough, it got down there and we rallied off of it. But I think Trump had a lot to do with whatever was being said. I think had a lot to do with it too yesterday.
Yeah.
So interesting stuff.
25,400 point of control down there had a lot to do with why that's the weekly kickoff low. If you reverse engineer the weekly kickoff levels, I think a lot of folks will start to kind of see a little bit more clearly at least part of the one of the tools that I use to come up with those levels. The daily, was the same thing. I mean, we had long liquidation. It's a B-shaped profile indicating long liquidation. That's supported by the loss in open interest. We had a pretty deep, pretty good pullback. We've got an afternoon pullback high. We're just basically going to call that settlement, which settlement is 25,631. Make sure that's right. Yep, 25,631. Overnight inventory is long. Again, opening with a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, what are we doing? We may see the market
trading direction
to the upside. May see it. We got the point of control from Tuesday up here at 25,866. We will probably touch that during regular trading hours with good probability. But if we open above that, I think that's the market attempting to accept higher pricing with the gap, no gap close. We're looking for opportunities for the market to continue the push to the upside. Any last comments on the NASDAQ? My good fella.
I mean, 25,805, right? That would close that gap from the previous day into yesterday. So, it looks like we're gunning for it. We're going to see here. You have that point. Is that a point of control on your chart there, Hogue? Up there? Right where we're at now. No, where we're at trade now. You have a yellow line there. Is that your point of control?
It's Tuesday's settlement price.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so we have a point of control sitting up there at 25,868, which could be an upside target here. But we came off that low hard, right? So some serious buying had come in there. Well, we lost 4,800 in open interest. How do you gauge open interest there, Hope? With a big down day, but then we kind of rallied back up. How are you gauging that? Are you gauging?
Well, Yeah, with the B-shaped profile, loss of open interest. That was long liquidation, and that long liquidation exhausted
Okay.
itself, and all of those longs that got out started coming back in. If we closed at the
Yeah.
lows yesterday, I would think we would have seen a much bigger loss in open interest. We did see some buying come in, and some of those shorts probably said, "What are we doing? We gotta get long again. What are we thinking?"
Yeah. I mean, if we get up around this 26,000 again, though, I feel like there's sellers sitting up there. It's just a round number, psychological number. We have some highs from back on December the 4th, December 10th, right? Every time we got up to around that 26,100 area, we found some sellers. So that 26,000 to 26,100 level, if I'm long, I'm going to be very cautious around there to see how we react. It's definitely an area I'm going to be worried about. If we could break through that, then I think we might get some steam behind it. But I will be cautious. So we're 200 points away at this point. That's really what I'm going to be watching today.
At 26,100, I've got up here as exactness. Got a similar area in the S&Ps. We're above that in the S&Ps. But that's all the time we've got for the NASDAQ here. Vince, thank you very much for your analysis and thoughts.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you for the context and sound analysis on those markets. All right, let's take a look at what's happening for the rest of the day. Here is your schedule. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got our regular cast of characters. Jay, Jack, and Hogue will be here. Our rotating guests, we got Dakota in from 8:30 to 11. Aaron trades from 8:30 to 9:30. And Coach Vince will be back from 9:30 to 10. Or, I'm sorry. Is that right? 9:30 to 10? Yeah, that's right. Hogue will be back for the morning recap. We did not take any opening range breakout trades today, but he will recap some of the trades that we potentially take in Fast Markets coming up next. Trade with Topstep at 11:15. I'll be here with Dolby Time and Mandy to trade it up. Shoulder Tap with Jack and Ben. They're going to roast and toast a couple of live funded traders. We'll get some live leaders too and see what's happening in the world of our live funded traders here at Topstep. Group coaching, 12:15. Gabe, Vince, and Hoop will be here. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in a little while. Grab that form, fill it out. If you got a question for Gabe, Vince, or Hoop, fill out that form. We were talking about island tops today. Maybe we could do some of that. Maybe we can look at some of those chart patterns during group coaching today. 1 o'clock trade with Topstep. Again, I'll be here with Dolby Time and Carlos P. Our old buddy Carlos is back. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Jack, Braden, and Dolby. We've got plenty of tradertainment coming your way here on this Thursday. TopstepTV is here for you, bell to bell. All right, guys. We've got 1 minute left. We've got a public service announcement. Let's run this clip real quick. High prices continue to weigh heavily on Americans' minds and wallets. The good news is that inflation continues to cool, although slowly. The latest consumer price index report released the other day shows the pace of inflation only rose 0.3% last month. The CPI measures how much prices change for items and services month to month. Here's the bad news. Food, housing, and energy costs all went up, and those are categories that impact many people's monthly budgets. Let's see how we can lower our grocery bills this month.
The more you know.
The cost of living continues to rise, and consumers are really feeling the crunch at the grocery store.
A lot of people are feeling a lot more pressure shopping for their families.
Kristen McGrath is a senior editor at The Crazy Coupon Lady, a company dedicated to finding ways to save.
Couponing can absolutely make a difference, and how much exactly you're going to save is going to depend on what you need.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture recently broke down the average amount mainland Americans spend on groceries last year. For a family of 4 with 2 kids between ages 6 to 8 and 9 to 11, on the low end, the cost was close to $1,000 in November, with liberal spending as much as $1,600 a month. Compare that spending to 5 years ago, and it's about a few $100s more each month. And food prices continue to go up. The latest Consumer Price Index report shows food prices jumped 0.7% last month. That's where couponing can help. A wide variety of apps can help you find coupons for the items you need at the stores you shop at.
If you're not paying full price, you're winning.
Another tip, memberships to warehouse retail chains like Sam's Club or Costco.
You're buying things in bulk, you're buying more upfront, so that per unit cost, that per pound or that per ounce is going to be a lot lower.
Also, sign up for store rewards programs. And McGrath says grocery stores will also discount items that are close to expiring. She recommends asking the manager about markdowns. And lastly, stick to a list. That can help deter impulse buying. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Coupons.
Start getting the paper delivered again, right? Get those coupons.
At least I know my wife's not the only crazy coupon lady.
All right, guys. Well, that's it for us here on the opening call. Coach Vince, thanks for joining us. We'll have Coach Ray back tomorrow for Friday on the opening call. That's it. We got to make room for our fast markets counterparts. Hogue, take it away, my friend.
Thank you, JD. Thank you, Vince. And as always, thanks to all of you for joining us this morning. Just watching the S&Ps continue to push higher today. So far, looking like we could be seeing higher prices in the equities as well. So make sure you clip those coupons. As always, very happy that everybody is here. Like to talk about the top of the chat list this morning. Shubham, our good friend, was the first one in the room. You win the prize, Shubham, which, as you know, the prize is just bragging rights that you were the first one in chat. Anastasios, good to see you with us today. Acoustic Immersion, Alexandre, Charles Henry, Gorillionaire, Uplex, my friend Uplex. Good to see you popping in once in a while to say hello. Tommy C, John Jones, and Trader Huib, Trader Hub. I'm just going to call you Trader Hub. It's great to have all of you with us today. Just taking one more look at what's going on. Very interested in seeing if gold is going to break out or break down below the 3-day area of balance we've been in. Let's take a quick look. We are at the lows here. Now, this is the area that Vince and I were both kind of focusing on. We've tested down to that 200 session simple moving average. We're getting close to that December 28th high of that bar. That's the day that they raised margins, and possible opportunity here. We see a lot of buying coming in over the last 3 sessions down in this area. This, of course, is not financial advice, folks, but just look at the breadcrumbs that the market has left us there. On that note, I'd just like to remind everybody, remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. We are headed into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Well, going into the open today, any overnight shorts should be asking the manager at the supermarket for the deal on expired beef, it would seem. We are pumping here in the morning. Jay, take it away.
That lady's name fit her energy very well. The crazy coupon lady, crazy with a K, but she's saving people money, and his markets
I'm all for that.
Look like they're.
I want to know anyone in chat has asked. I didn't know you could talk to the manager at a grocery store, but has anybody asked for expired meat by talking to the manager? Please let me know. That is hustling. Go ahead. Sorry.
Can't say I have, Jack. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets. Coach Dakota, welcome to Fast Markets. We got you on for the open. How are you seeing the markets right now? They are in a completely different spot from where we left off for slow markets last night. What are we seeing here?
Man, we're headed back up to 26,000 again here in the NASDAQ. I think Coach Vince was saying this market, like just consolidating. You look at this at a 4-hour chart. We are still making higher lows. Right? We had that big sell-off. It looked like it was going to break down, and we didn't. We held. We were headed right back up to 26,000, back up to some major resistance levels. And yeah, I mean, Nvidia's up almost 2%. I think this is a difficult market. This is.
Yeah.
Where lots of chop, lots of back and forth, lots of indecision. And I think all we could do is just sit here and react on this market. I think we can march up to 26,000 again, go retest these 26,000s. I mean, this is looking pretty bullish. And I said that when we come back down here. I'm like, hey, we're looking bearish when we get down to the lows. We're looking bullish when we're getting to these highs. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we get back up to these 26,000s.
We will see. We got 2 minutes to the open here. We got the S&P trading 7,008.5. Jack, what are we seeing here? We're about 25, 28 points off the all-time high here in the S&P. What are you seeing here?
Well, we got a pretty good jobless claims that came in, 198 versus 215 expected, 208 the month prior. And with that, this market's bullish, so it takes the good. It's like jobs are good, economy is good, let's go. If they've been bad, it probably would have been like interest rate cuts, let's go. There's some key levels coming up here a little bit above. We're also seeing an unwind of the rotation yesterday. So right now in the pre-market, we got the ES up, 0.6, NQ up 1.2, Russie's only up 0.2 right now. So money flowing back into the mega caps. Let's see if we get any of these levels on the open.
Awesome stuff. Right now, we got the NASDAQ up. Our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, up 1.25%. After yesterday, we saw almost a 2% down day. We ended the day down 1% in the NASDAQ, but a nice recovery here. Again, that line in the sand, 26,000, Dakota. Can we find some buyers above 26,000? I think if the S&P wants to run and make all-time highs, maybe the NASDAQ can be convinced as well. 70-10 last trade here in the S&P, 25,944 last trade in the NASDAQ. Looking at the tilt early, 58% long in the S&P, 57% long in the NASDAQ. I think we got most of the news out of the way for the day as far as planned headlines go. We do have some Fed speakers. So let's go. Got 20 seconds until the open here. I know yesterday a bunch of the exponential 8 were getting beat up yesterday. Did Broadcom recover?
Yes. We're up 3%.
There we go. 8 seconds until the open here. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. It is Thursday, 2 days left in the week, and here we go. The markets are open.
Let's watch it. It's like yesterday didn't even happen. Right back up to this level. Just watch and see.
I mean, the level that I'm looking at above in the ES is the 7,000 SPX or thereabout. I mean, well, no. I gotta adjust these real quick, but we are about, 80 points off the lows yesterday. Pretty impressive. We are selling off a little bit right off the bell.
Selling a little bit here.
Silver's hovering around 89. Last night we got some movement in silver, Jay.
Yes, we did. Made a low of the day there, 86.12.5, trading about $2 off that right now.
Yep.
Would you take some silver trades this morning, Dakota? Or are you gonna be focused on the equities or a little bit of both?
I'm gonna watch both. I'm watching both NASDAQ and silver. Watching both the equities. I'm up 567 on that one trade that we took last night. If you missed it, man, tune in. It's recorded. It's always there. It's been a good one. I mean, it's always a good one. But lately, silver's been a mover. We're seeing it again tonight or today. NASDAQ just so indecisive here.
It really is. It's up 1% on the day, but it just I don't know what it is about that 26,000 level that we cannot get above there or sustain above there. Seeing some pullback here, 25,907 last trade in the NASDAQ, 7,006.5 in the S&P here. We got 1 minute so far into the market, still in the 1 minute opening range for the S&P, 1 minute opening range in the NASDAQ as well. Pretty muted open to start so far here. I'm going to keep micro Bitcoin up on the side as well because that was an interesting market yesterday. One of our biggest percentage movers to the upside yesterday in micro Bitcoin.
Okay.
Gold right now trading 46.10.5. Pretty muted open here so far.
Yeah, Bitcoin strong, trading in the spot 96,703. We got the Mag 7 open. Google is basically flat. Everything else is in the positive. Leaders, Nvidia's up 2.2%. That moves things. That's like, $50 billion in market cap. 1.74% up Broadcom.
0.7%.
We were up almost 3% in Broadcom. We cut that in half. Now we're only up 1.6. But
Where did we finish yesterday in that? It was down like 5% yesterday at one point.
It's quite a bit. I think we finished, I don't know, 4%. Nvidia's pumping. We had good news Nvidia this morning, right? Something about semiconductors.
There's so much news around Nvidia. It's tough. I'll have to
every
scan
day.
through.
Every day. We get a $1 billion headline in Nvidia every single day of the week, it seems like. Again, I'm trying to figure out how I can have one of those billions sent my way. Somebody said I should change my name to AIJ. Maybe that could do that. It's to $500 million. But we will see here what the markets decide to do. So far, muted open 25.9. We got some buying there in the NASDAQ, 25.920 last trade there. 7,007.5 last trade in the S&P. My video is frozen.
It's that AI. It's that AIJ.
What?
Call it JI.
You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, let me figure out this camera. What's going on here?
You're already AI. Yeah. It's getting to you.
I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. Now they're already trying to replace me with the AI. What's going on here?
You're starting to get some sales pressure right here from 25,900s. Yeah, we're starting to pull back. Nvidia is still rallying though. Up 2.25. It's Google that's getting hit. Google's getting hit here.
Well, they've been a heck of a run lately. I'm flying a little bit blind right now with my options data, unfortunately, but there's still some big round numbers that I can only presume will have some action. One of them yesterday was sort of the low since the open here, the 69.65 level in the SPX. I'll let you know if this changes.
Are you looking for anything, Jack?
We talked about runners. It would have been nice. I mean, obviously we're held to trading intraday, but obviously a runner to the long side. We talked right then about fast markets of taking that 69.28, which would have been pretty sweet to still have on, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Seems some selling here coming into NASDAQ.
There you go. You're back.
25,870 last trade here in the NASDAQ. The S&P is still holding up pretty well, 7,003.5 there, but the NASDAQ selling off early. Continuing the theme of the NASDAQ being the weakest of the equity markets, to see the Dow on its highs of the day, the Russell on its highs as well. The NASDAQ made a high right before the open and of 25,951, 70 points off of that high right now.
Got down to these 870s.
Staying patient. Any levels that you like in the NASDAQ that you're looking at here, Dakota?
I'd like to see these 825s, like these 820s, maybe where we consolidate a little bit during the London session. If we get down to 820s and find some type of reversal off that, I'd say 820s down to like 808, this nice zone. We've bounced there, what is this, the 13th a couple times. It was resistance, became support again. So if we do get down this level and we start to reverse, that's where I'd look for a nice long. But we might not even get down there. If we do, that's where I'm looking.
Yes. We got settlement in the NASDAQ all the way down at 25,631. So really nice overnight trade there.
Take a look at silver.
Decent rally. Let's see if we get a little bit of a pullback.
Silver's been just so volatile lately. Yeah, this is, if you guys missed it, this is what Coach Jay and I was trading last night. That huge sell-off here in silver just happened in like that was 4% in 5 minutes. And it looks like
Crazy
last
moves.
night we held those 86.50s pretty well. Came up to looks like 81.90, consolidated for a minute, sold back down to 88, and we're right in the middle of this. Right in the middle. So silver's not looking too attractive right now. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it.
NASDAQ leaving that opening range to the downside. The S&P looks like it wants to follow here. The Dow and the Russell still in the middle of that 1 minute opening range. 7 minutes into the market open so far here. Taking a look at the tilt, 53% short in the S&P, 73% short in the NASDAQ. What are you saying, Jack?
Nothing, just looking at kind of focus on silver, Bitcoin, and the equities today because they're the most interesting bonds. Not doing much once again. 414 is the 10-year yield. Yeah, just pumping. To the downside, looking around 69.87 and near the highs of the day. Maybe if we're playing this like a range, maybe for a short.
Gotcha. Still all early so far. We've seen some pretty crazy volatility during the open. So far today, I would say it's fairly muted. The NASDAQ looks like it wants to sell off, maybe back to VWAP 25,784. Dakota, I know you were looking at those 820s here as well. S&P trading right at 7,000s right now, 7,075. On its highs. See what we get here. NASDAQ
dip.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Makes me nervous that we got overnight inventory long on low volume. We pumped a little bit more off the 730 jobless claims. So we got about 5 points to go to get to the open of that 730 candle.
5 points to the downside. 7,001 last trade here in the S&P. 25,870 in the NASDAQ. It's definitely the weakest of the four for now.
So Dakota, what are your eyes on right now? Are you looking at silver, the NQ,
I'm
or
watching
both?
Both silver and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's bouncing off those 850s. We didn't really get down to the level I wanted to see. Unfortunately, I was looking for 820s. We only got to 850s, and we're starting to see these buyers step in very strong. Nvidia's up 2.5%. Yeah, that's dang it. We didn't get down to that level yet. So there's a little bounce. That was a pullback, buying the dip move right there. Intel's up 3%.
A little bit of a pullback in the NASDAQ. Intel. Yeah. That was the one to buy. That was the one to buy.
It sure was.
I see this like we're overthinking it. If we would have bought when the administration bought, we'd be up 100%. We'd be up double. It's doubled since then.
He told us it was a good time to buy stocks, and then he told us what stock to buy. I don't know if you can consider that financial advice, but yeah, there you have it. The S&P is sitting right above yesterday's high, 7,002.5, trading 7,003 right now. So holding up so far. The NASDAQ below yesterday's high, 25,9, 25.75 is that price. Looked like some buyers were stepping in there for a second, but now we're back under the 800s. Do we fill this regular trading hour gap, the settlement gap, down at 25,631? Not seeing the convinced buying in the NASDAQ just yet.
Well, we're still in
S&P still holding up pretty well here.
That was that one trade, that little bounce back up to 900. I want to see us get to those 820s.
Looks like we're going to get there from what I'm seeing here. It's still pretty early. Still pretty early. Again, no other news that we're expecting out. Of course, we are in headline-driven markets at all times. Somebody could run into a microphone, say something. We're still the jury's still out on what we're doing with tariffs and things like that. So, unexpected headlines do have the potential to move the market. But as far as planned numbers go, we're pretty much done for the week.
It is Thursday. It is Thursday.
It is Thursday.
Yes.
25,875 last trade here in the NASDAQ. The S&P trading back below that 7,000 level now, 69.9950. It's 75% short tilt in the NASDAQ right now.
Okay.
It's pretty heavy. What's their average price? Average price 25,874. So a little underwater right now, but maybe looking for that regular trading hour gap fill, this overnight inventory adjustment. It's kind of just hanging out here.
I like this quote. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. There's good justification for lowering rates if you believe in the power of AI.
You gotta believe.
Also, if you own a bunch of real estate.
Right. That could help.
All right. Longs. I like. I'm a little slow to that one. Look,
Nvidia's up long here, Dakota.
Now. Yeah, I was just a little slow to that. Looking for a break through these 900s again. Buyers starting to step in here.
Back above these 900s in the NASDAQ. Dakota looking to potentially take a long here. You have some upside. I mean, I would think the upside target if I get in long here has to be 26,000, right?
It could be.
It could be, yeah.
Oh, there's something.
There it goes.
There's some buying stepping in.
There it goes. Speak it into existence.
Yep, 25,925 last trade there in the NASDAQ, 7,005 last trade here in the S&P. Saw a nice spike of volume there in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. About 2,500 contracts just traded in the S&P there. About 400 in the NASDAQ. What'd you see there, Jack?
A block order. I saw 2,700 ES trade in a second. So
yep,
that's just a big order
big buying there.
Someone.
Big buying there. Lifting the offer.
You ever did get to those 820s?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. It looked like we were going to go for a second there.
It did. It did. Buyers had a different idea.
So we've seen now 2 of these block orders in the NASDAQ, about 400 contracts trading in a second in the same range. That range is 25,900 up to 915s. Interesting spot there where a ton of volume trading so far. NASDAQ continuing to push here. New highs of the day incoming. 25,952.75, new high of the day in the NASDAQ. Trading about 15 points off of that right now.
26,000 seems imminent, man.
It does. Question is, what happens when we get up there? So far, it's been a rejection area, but are they done accumulating a position where we can finally try to make a run to all-time highs? We got NVIDIA up. Most of the Mag 7 is up. Exponential 8 is up. Can we get some follow-through and another pullback here?
8, huh? Exponential 8.
That's good.
I think I heard somebody else say that before. I don't know if I can take credit for that. Good artist steal, though. Good artist steal. Taking a look at gold, 46.06 last trade in gold. Metals kind of quiet right now, which is surprising. That's not usually the case. Hasn't been the case for the metals. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. Dakota, would you adjust that 820 price up if you see the market continue to push higher, or is it a no trade if we don't get a pullback?
Yeah, it's depending on how we ran. Like market wanted to buy at those 850s, and market changes. Market changes. We're traders here in the New York session. Things move fast. Market changes fast. So if I see different price structure now, then yeah, I don't mind longs.
Good artists borrow. There you go, chat. That's a better word. Good artists borrow. Let's take a look at that tilt. It did get pretty heavy short there in the NASDAQ for a little bit. It was 75% short. Still showing 75% short here.
I get PTSD from seeing those block orders because probably one of the leading contributors to the end of chapter 1 of my trading career, where it was block orders in the bonds.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell us.
They would.
You want to talk about it, Jack?
Well, basically, after the QE following the great financial crisis, after a few years, bond yields were so low and so tight that nothing ever moved, except when in a split second it would just jump because of a huge block order, and that would pick off everybody that had resting orders in the market, like spreads and stuff like that. So it made squeezed us pretty hard.
See where all the volume's trading. And we had a block order up there at the high.
Love the name. I was never on the floor. I was all computer. I was in the board of trade, and I only saw the floor one time. It was near like the end when they were closing it down, and I went and saw it.
Where is Andre these days? I think that could be a segment, right? Where in the world is Andre McHugh? He's on vacation right now. He'll be back next week for all the.
You got to make up some story with him. Same thing he does with
Andre's
us.
He's in Central America building houses.
There you go.
There you go. There
Half
you go.
Of that is correct.
Okay. Okay. It's up to you to determine which part of that is correct, chat. What are we calling Andre's fan club? Can we get a name for Andre's fan club in the chat or when he comes back?
Dre Brigade?
The Dre Brigade.
It's hard to say.
What's his last name? McHugh?
The McHugh crew.
The McCuties?
The McCuties?
It's his last name. It's his last name. I think we need a.
Yeah. I have been to Sweden. It's great.
Market's starting to sell off now. Pull back.
Little bit of a pullback here. We did get one of those block orders up at the high in the NASDAQ. 450 contracts traded in a second, right at that 950 area there. Still inside that 1 minute opening range. In the S&P and the NASDAQ, muted open so far, about 20 minutes into the open right now. But we know the way these markets move, keep your eyes out. We're already seeing some volume trade just in this range. I doubt that the NASDAQ is going to stay in a 100-point range for the rest of the day. So just keep your eyes out for your opportunities. And when you take them, remember that this is Fast Markets, hashtag Fast Markets. You can see it up in the top right of your screen there. When you take your trades, tag us in your wins, your losses, your trader setups. We're seeing some selling coming in here in the equities right now.
Okay. Starting to see them sell off. Silver's been bouncing between 90 and 89. We're right at 90 now. We're getting a sell off here. Google's down 0.5%, Microsoft down 0.2, so not as bullish as it was looking.
Not at all. I got a VWAP in the NASDAQ 25,807. That is the full session VWAP. 25,865 last trade here.
Looks like
tilt is now 60% short.
There's his flush. Okay.
Nice burst.
There we go.
Selling there. Might get these A20s, Dakota.
I know, but now if we get there, those price acts. Like I wanted that first before we start that retest of the session highs, and we just barely ticked the session high. Actually, that's those 950s. So now if we get there, I'm a little less aggressive.
Yeah.
I want to get there first thing in the morning and then get that bounce. We didn't. This is a little bit more concerning. This is looking more like a possible, double top, right? We just broke through this pivot. So when we get down to those, if we get down to those 820s, then it's just how do we react at this zone? You can see where we was, lots of price structure on the overnight. So we'll see. What's man? Where's the overnight low? Way down here, huh? Yeah, we got a ways to go.
Overnight low, I got a 25,562.5.
Yeah, that's a ways.
That's another 300 points or so from where we are right now. Settlement 25,631. We're about 200 points off of that.
Yep.
69.97 last trade in the S&P. 25,862 last trade here in the NASDAQ. The Russell and the Dow still in their 1 minute opening range. I'm looking at silver. Pretty muted open here
90.
as well.
Yeah, silver's trying to hold above 90.
So, am I looking at the wrong silver contract here? Yeah, I definitely am.
All right.
Yeah, and the SIH, we're just above 90 right now.
I'm on the February contract. Let me roll that over.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, we're above 90 now. There we go. That looks better.
Yeah, 90.05. Here come sellers stepping in again.
Another big block there in the S&P, about 1,000 contracts. I'm locked in, Wells. Here we go. 69.98 last trade in the S&P. Saw a big block come in there, and we're right back up. Yep. Russell on its highs of the day now, trying to extend to the upside.
Okay. We still didn't get to those 20s.
They like these 850s, Dakota.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Like these 850s. About 100-point range so far, 109-point range so far for the regular trading hours in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Name drop. Larry Fink's still talking. I will be spending time with Trump in Davos next week. Ooh la la.
All right.
Nice.
VIX is taking a hit too, down $1, 15.72.
Pretty muted open so far. Top of the hour coming up in about 5 minutes here. So far, this is a Dolby range type of day. And I doubt that we stay here, but who knows? Anything can happen. You know what, Jack? That it just clicked to me what you just said there. BlackRock CEO spending time with Trump in Davos. We just heard the president last week saying he was going to, take some measures to prevent companies from buying single-family homes. I wonder what that conversation is going to look like.
Well, a populist policy like that, no better place to have the meeting than in Davos.
Right. Ranges for sure here, Dolby. 25, 9, 10, right back in the middle of the range here in the NASDAQ. Right back in that opening range, that 1 minute opening range. This is where we'd be asking Hogue, what do you think? Opening range is not the dead ass high or low in any of these markets. We're kind of just chopping around here, looking at a VWAP from the New York session so far. It's a flat line, which is telling us that so far no direction, but it's still pretty early. 25 minutes into the market. Silver holding above $90 here, 90.28. Yeah, what are you seeing, Dakota?
That 5 minute, this 5 minute candle, just a complete V-shaped recovery right there, down and right back up, closing right near it open. So that's a very indecisive candle, and this is hands off for me right now with this kind of price action. Just wait until we get more clear direction.
Yeah, and practicing patience here. I know the one thing we don't do, I saw a comment in the chat, is place trades just to place them, especially not with the intent of hoping other people follow them and lose. We say it all the time, right? We share that Topstep risk disclosure. Everything we do here is for educational and entertainment purposes only, not a suggestion to take a trade. You're going to see traders on the show take trades, but those are not suggestions to follow those trades. I think the best thing that you can learn from TopstepTV or any streamer that you're watching is their process, right? And right now we're watching Dakota's process of patience, allowing these markets to determine what they're going to do and then follow from there. But you say it all the time in slow markets, Dakota. This is not a signals class.
That's a good recovery, Jay. I was about to be like, oh, I've been caught, like a Scooby-Doo episode. And I almost got away with it if it isn't the guy with salt at his YouTube handle.
He got you, Jack. Jack is the mole. He's on here to only place terrible trades, which is not the case. It hasn't been the case. Hasn't been the case all year. Jack's put on some banger trades. If you were watching yesterday, pretty much called the low of that move. The equities continued to sell off, but we were out at that point.
Last night was a good one too. House account has been some really banger trades. All last week too.
Yep.
Yeah, we're tweaking some things. We'll see what happens.
Now, if you told me that when we had the check marks going, oh
God,
different story. Different story.
Jack, that you have give Jack some PTSD.
I still think about one day where I was like chasing you around with like back when we were trading like size and stuff. We had very like weird directives as far as taking trades, and suddenly I was down like $7,000. I was like, what are we doing?
How did I get here?
How did I get here?
The process we have going now is
much better.
Pretty good. Pretty tight. Very clean.
Much better. These are some slow markets. See if we get some volatility at the top of the hour here. Don't bring slow markets into this. Slow markets haven't been slow if you're trading the metals.
No,
we got a minute to the top of the hour. The S&P is still trying to figure out what it's going to do with this opening range here. It's still testing that 1 minute opening range. The NASDAQ as well. 7,002 evens last trade in the S&P. 25,882 last trade here in the NASDAQ. So the way I'm watching this right now, we've had a ton of volume trade in this range. It feels like a big move's coming, in my opinion. I think this is where you just, like Dakota's showing, you're patient, and then the market's going to choose a direction. And whenever that direction comes in, especially as a momentum breakout trader, if you're a range trader, you're loving this right now. But as a momentum breakout trader, just wait.
Yes. I've had that feeling all week that we're going to get a big move in the NASDAQ or in these equities in either direction, and
just not happening.
Yeah, we kind of did yesterday, and then the
yesterday was
Supreme Court pulled the football away. Hopefully, we get that at some point.
Good analogy. Pulled the football away. Wish they did that in the Packers game.
From your kicker? Yeah.
Yeah. Just poor guy. They're trying to test these lows now. The 860s.
Hanging out here.
Donna, what do you mean? I followed my suggestion on silver last night, and holy cow. I don't know what my suggestion was. Just watch it? Micros?
Maybe it was trade micros. That's the best suggestion. Right now, we are seeing gold pick up a little bit here. 46.18s last trade here in gold. We got a high a day in gold, 46.3720, and an all-time high of 46.50 and a half. Seen it pick up just a little bit here. Silver as well. Dakota, we were talking about this last night for slow markets. The metals have not been able to sustain price below a prior day's low in a very long time, right? So we took a quick look below it again there in gold, 45.9430, and buyers continue to step in. These are tough markets to short.
Same with silver. We're 90.33.
Yep. Glued to 7,000 here in the S&P, 25,866 in the NASDAQ. Everything pretty calm here. Let us know in the chat. What are you guys looking at? Again, tag us on your favorite social media platform, preferably X, at TopstepTV, hashtag Fast Markets. We'll bring those to you later in the day. What are you guys seeing right now? What are you seeing in the chat? What potential trades are we looking at here? Taking a look at the tilt, 59% short in the S&P, 60% short in the NASDAQ, 67% long in crude oil, which has been an interesting market over the past couple of days, and 50-50 in gold. So I'm saying YM about to move up to the upside here. YM right below this high of the day.
Do we buy the NASDAQ here at these 880s, looking for a return to the top of this range? Maybe.
Maybe. Starting to feel middle of range.
It keeps on feeling like it's going to go somewhere interesting and then kind of lets up early. Like I
Yep.
would have to be pretty aggressive on.
I would lean to the downside right now. Ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are kind of trending down a little bit since the open.
Yeah, Google's taken a hit. Down 0.8. That's it.
Yeah, and I think Google is its own story. Microsoft has more been getting clobbered a little bit lately. Google, on the other hand, is still like, even though we're down 1% today, we're still above what would have been the all-time high at the beginning of the week. So Google's, I think it's facing some different stuff than the other. Being at its all-time high there, I think there's some maybe profit taking.
This is the most muted open we've seen this week. It can't all be great trading days, right?
No.
Well, it could still be a great trading today.
We'll see.
Today, we'll just see if it, ain't nothing wrong with a kind of tight range.
Yeah. At what point do we adjust? Yeah, we got 30 minutes. We're looking at the initial bounce. Probably going to be a pretty tight one unless we see a breakout here. At what point do we just switch and say, hey, you know what? The market's ranging. If I'm going to interact with these markets, then I'm going to trade like a range trader.
Okay, I see in the schedule at 11:30 we got Trump meeting with Venezuela's opposition leader Machado. That could be interesting.
Okay.
Big money is waiting for the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. Do they know when it's going to be? Can they let us know?
We're gonna kick the can until next year.
Do we have an inside man who knows when we're going to get that decision? Dolby says it there. If nothing happens in the morning, it'll probably happen in the afternoon. 100%. So to that point, somebody's going to look at this range and say, hey, this is the perfect price action for me. I'm going to make all my money right now. And then somebody else who's a breakout trader, like me, maybe like Dakota, is going to look at this and say, hey, you know what? There's maybe better opportunity coming up later. If these market conditions aren't favorable to your strategy, it's okay to look. It's okay to watch. But make sure you save some of your ammo for when the market does start to show your setups, right? I think one of the worst things in my trading experience is when the market makes a really clean move and I'm locked out for the day. And I don't have the ability to trade it because I hit my loss limit. So be patient here. Be patient here. If it's not looking, again, if you're a momentum breakout trader and it's not showing that, just be patient here. Or maybe it's somewhere else. And honestly, this is where I start to scan. But looking at the Russell and the Dow, they're all kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah. Silver too.
Right. Yeah. All kind of doing the same thing here, which is interesting.
Your setup will happen eventually, no matter what.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
All right. Short's looking good now. I'm going to break down.
There we go.
Do we get some movement, some follow through to the downside, maybe? Or are they going to just buy this up?
So we had a block order at the lows in the NASDAQ, about 450 contracts. That range, 25,847 up to 25,857. We just tagged those 857s and bounced a little bit there. most of that was selling. Yeah, they're just buying it right back up.
You like those 50s, man.
You really do. You really do. Let's take a look at the Delta. Delta so far in the NASDAQ I have is positive 1,500. Positive 1,500. Not really telling me too much. Maybe it's just telling me that some buyers are stepping in here, not really getting favorable price action.
Okay, I think we could.
And in the NASDAQ, positive 1,900.
Let's break down.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I think we have a good chance here. I think we can. Let's get a move.
VWAP's right below those 820s now, Dakota, 816. Here we go.
There's the flush.
And they get some traction. Can they gain some traction here? Or are we going right back up?
There is, for a moment, we look like it.
There was the flush, 10 points. 10-point flush there and right back up there in the NASDAQ. Tilt is still short. Tilt is still short, 63% short in the S&P, 65% short in the NASDAQ. I see what you guys are seeing.
New session low.
New York session low, right? Yeah.
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 25,801 is the 30-minute on the 200 Maui, man. Good eye there. Good eye.
way
200
back.
moving average. Love that name.
Moana.
25,801. That 200 moving average. I'll be watching that price for sure.
The low that were rejected so far in the ES was just the exact opening print of the 730 bar on jobless claims. We've tested that twice.
The low, right
yeah,
around
the
that
low of the
95.
last candle here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking at around 95.
Buyers are having a hard time letting this thing go.
Really are. Really are. Delta is positive in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. 1,400 in the S&P, 1,900 in the positive 1,900 in the NASDAQ. VWAP is pretty flat. Nobody is serious. I'll tell you who is serious right now. We got 3 live funded traders making the right moves this morning in the markets. Let's bring those in. We got a bin, $24,249. Hoy up $16,883, and Trend $16,199. Those are our top 3 live leaders for the day here at Topstep. Pulling some money out of these markets. I'm curious to know what they were trading. Maybe the metals overnight. Maybe they're range traders and taking advantage of this range that we're seeing here in the equities to start. Really nice numbers from our live leaders there.
Great trade.
Russell just made a new high of the day. So the Dow's popping here. We did have some good bank earnings out this morning. But 49,623 new high of the day in the Dow, 26,8590 high of the day there in the Russell. Trying to extend that range to the upside.
Oh, this is an awesome tidbit. I know we've discussed that they're making a Madden movie with Nick Cage and Christian Bale or something like that. Now I see they're making a film called Wild Things about Siegfried and Roy. They got Jude Law and Andrew Garfield playing Siegfried and Roy. That ought to be something.
It was the Siegfried and Roy, the magicians, right?
With the tigers.
With the tiger, yeah. Yeah. Should be a good one. Seen some selling coming back in here in the equities, 25,860. Like you said, Dakota, buyers are trying to push this back up, but keep getting rejected here. I'm seeing rejections right at the low of the opening range. The New York session VWAP is starting to tilt to the downside, 25,891. We just rejected at that as well in the S&P, now trading back below the prior day high. It's just going to be an inside day, and this is what this looks like.
I mean, it seems like the market wants to go down. It's just
aggressive
buyers
not
at these
doing
850s. Won't let it.
Positive
Yeah.
1,500
Bottom-
delta.
Bottom right back up again.
Positive 2,700 now in the S&P delta. So buyers are stepping in here, whether they're buying to open or close. These are market orders. 2,700 in the S&P, trying to hold it up here, while the Dow and the Russell make new all-time, not new all-time highs, new highs of the day.
I can make it go down, Jay. I'm gonna buy one
buy it?
contract. I'm gonna buy it.
Don't say that, man. Don't say that. Did you actually get in long there, or are you just joking?
No. Just teasing.
Okay.
Just teasing.
All right.
I don't want to buy it down here until we see a flush.
These 850s, though, you could have bought them a couple of times here, and the question is, how much are you expecting out of the move so far? You could have taken some nice scalps, though. Coach Hoop in the chat saying EIA nat gas number may be a mover today in about 15 minutes. Where do we have natural gas trading right now? Take a look at that quote board. Natural gas up about 0.25% right now on the day.
Okay.
Crude oil, our biggest percentage mover to the downside. Crude is down almost 5% on the day. Most of that happened overnight, but crude is trading about 20, 30 cents off its low. Really interesting moves in crude oil over the past couple of days.
We might go test those 900s again.
Yeah. Six-figure trader makes a good point here. After a crazy overnight run, the New York session can be consolidated. And we talk about that a lot, right? The daily ATR. If we spent most of the daily ATR in the overnight session, right, how much is there left for the New York session to trade, especially if you're looking for an extension to the upside? So just decision-making right now. Dakota, you're looking at maybe testing the highs of this range again?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like we're on our way there. I was gonna say go test these 900s. I don't know about the highs, but off we go. Off we
Here
go.
we go.
And right back down.
Oof.
This is not a breakout
Patience
trader's
so far.
friend.
Not at all. Good patience so far.
15-point range in the ES since the open.
What are we up on the day, though? Let's see here.
For
S&P is up 0.5% on the day, up 36 points. But yeah, pretty consolidated so far.
NASDAQ 1%, but nothing since we opened here. Silver down 1, 90.30, 90.30. Here we go back down to these 50s. Come on, NASDAQ.
Rinse and repeat. It's a 40 point range now we're talking about in the NASDAQ.
I mean, you'd make a good living buying 50s, selling
Absolutely.
80s, 70s.
Absolutely. Not
Dolby.
my style of trading, but somebody's doing it. Yeah, somebody said Dolby's going to retire after today. If we don't see Dolby in the chat after today, we can all understand what happened. Sold the high range, bought the low of the range 10 times, and said, all right, that's it.
He's just got a giant fur hat on. Well, no.
Over his headphones.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Dolby, where'd you get that mink?
The challenge. Don't spoil it. Right. Silver's catching a little bit of bid. That's the
yes, it is.
Grass is greener. The grass.
Silver's
is greener.
moving. Gold as well. So far for the New York session, gold is on its highs, 46.21. See if we make a run towards that high of the day. Maybe it is. Maybe time to look at the metals here, Dakota. But I heard you just say grass is greener, right? As soon as you move over the one thing, do you chase the momentum or do you stick with one?
Yeah, that's it, right? It's always that question of you switch markets, you place a trade, then you miss a move in the NASDAQ, and then you caught in a vicious cycle. I've been watching both. You can see how silver is consolidated here. Basically very similar. We're consolidating just over 90, but now we're starting to break out. So we're headed maybe for this overnight range, the London session range of these 91s, which is right around settlement. Like that's about settlement. We're down 0.8%.
91.38 settlement price there in silver. Who is a range trader right now in the equities that's taking advantage of this range? I'm just curious. Let us know in the chat, or just continue to trade the range and tag us in your post on social media later. But just curious, who is taking advantage of this range? Because it is a really nice one. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart here in the NASDAQ, and in the last 20 minutes or so, we've been in about a 40-point range.
Yeah, it's just sideways.
There we go. Wes Walker in the chat. I'm up 800 trading the range. What do you got, Jack?
Nothing. It's just like, oh,
absolutely nothing.
Well,
right.
okay, great day, guys.
Well, there you go. There you have it. There you have it. Jack, could this be, are we seeing, we know you look at the options chain. Are we seeing, some options activity in this area that's keeping us glued here? Anything that you
Not
can,
really.
Not really.
It's just we're kind of thrashed around the middle. There's really nothing interesting for me unless we go a decent amount higher or lower. Maybe a little bit of. I mean, who was it? TSCM had good earnings. Trying to see what else is a little bit of a cool down in Iran stuff. Just sort of like a risk on 10 years a little lower. Jobless claims were good.
The Dow is making highs of the day. And, we do see this sometimes as well. When the S&P and the NASDAQ are extremely consolidated, we can see the Dow and the Russell trend potentially. And the Dow just made a new high of the day, 49,666, trading 49,662 right now. Russell on its highs as well, 26,8630.
Yeah, Dow is also eating because I saw Hoop mention there. Goldman Sachs is up 3.5%, and that's 12% of the Dow.
There goes NASDAQ.
That will do it.
For a second.
Dow and the Russell. Dolby says, if you want to trend trade the Russell. Yeah, that is the place to trade the trend right now. I had to give it to I think the Dow is probably the leader right now, but the Russell is right behind it, making highs of the day. Dow continuing to extend here. We are pretty close to all-time highs in both of those markets. And the NASDAQ is the weakest out of the four. We've seen the S&P make new all-time highs recently, but the NASDAQ has been the weakest. Gold ain't a bad buy. 46.19. Let's take a look at some tilts here. They did get pretty heavy short. Still short 64% in the S&P, 67% short in the NASDAQ, 58% long in gold, and 56% long in crude oil.
Back down to these 50s maybe in the NASDAQ?
Yep. Rinse and repeat, Dakota. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah. The range is getting tighter. That's the issue here.
How long you keeping that Bears background up?
The bet I had with MP was all week.
All week. Okay. Oh, not bad.
Until they're out of the playoffs.
No.
Better. Yeah.
No.
Do you kind of feel like you have to be a Bears fan just because they beat your team? Now you want to see them win? Because now it's justified, right? If they win the Super Bowl, then it's like, okay, we lost to the Super Bowl winners.
Yeah, I'm always cheering for my division. Right?
There you go.
Yeah, that's
you're a better man than me, Dakota. I'm with you. I root for our division unless it's the Packers. Like it's childish in a way. So I used to hate the Cubs. Like I grew up a White Sox fan, and I used to like root for the Cubs. No, root against the Cubs and like take pleasure in it. But like when they won the World Series, I wasn't upset. I just felt nothing, so I don't hate them anymore. But the Packers, I can't stand.
Well, I would love to see the Bears. It's just I think it hurts more knowing they're not that good of a team.
Yeah, they're not there yet. They got, but
That makes sense.
that's the thing. High variance in the playoffs.
Yeah, but I mean,
managed to win
you
this
don't need to
week.
have
There's
a good
suddenly
team. All
4
that matters
teams left.
is, the end of the day, who has a higher score.
Yeah, the Giants showed us that a couple times.
Yeah.
Let me share this real quick. If we go to my charts, folks were talking about the Russell. So I have the IWM up here. What's interesting is of all the stock, the Russells behaved so differently from the other stocks. These are weekly bars, so going back to like 2020 is unlike the S&P and NQ, which have been just up and away over the last 5 years. The Russell is kind of breaking out right now. They had the misfortune. They made highs in 2021 November, like everything else, but then they didn't get back there until just before the tariff stuff sold off, and then this time it broke out, tested, broke out. So yeah, it's the only index that is really kind of breaking out an extended period of doing not much.
Yeah. What is it trading at right now? Just made a new high of the day in the futures as well, 2687. Again, I believe these are all-time highs in the futures. We got the Dow pushing up. Do we see Dow 50? When do we see Dow 50,000? That's about 0.5% off, a little over 0.5% off from where we are right now in the futures. Nice push
This
there.
is absolutely
Last year was the year of
disgusting
tech.
price action. In the NASDAQ.
Do you have data for the Dow, Dakota? Take a look at the Dow. Just pull it up.
I don't know.
Look at the Dow.
What is it? YM?
Where's
YM?
Yeah, where's Dre?
No, I got
Dre's
the
been
Russell,
hiding
though.
in Honduras.
Why should be trading the Russell, huh?
Right.
Just
it's funny. My dad called me the other day after a day where the NASDAQ was just like in a extremely consolidated range, and he's like, "Oh man, the market's flying right now." I'm like, "Yeah, which market are you talking about?" He's just like, "The Dow. Look at it." I'm like, "That sounds about right." My dad is a Dow trader. Just saw some size there in the NASDAQ. 100 lot in the NASDAQ, kind of chasing the market up right now on the bid. All right, now we're getting some movement.
Oh, we're seeing something here. It
we
wiggles.
are seeing something. There we go. And just like that, talking about football, talking about sports, and the markets move. Can we get some follow through on some of these movements? The S&P has a high of the day, 70.11 trading about 2 points off of that right now.
I feel like we'll be back down. Just give it a second.
They like those 850s, Dakota.
They love them. I kind of want to fade this.
See if we get any sustained price action above 900s, and
it's gone.
And it's gone.
Yeah, it's right back down. Right back down.
Wow. Delta's still increasingly positive in the NASDAQ. When I quoted it before, it was positive. Wow, look at this rejection.
Okay.
Look at this rejection. This is a see profit, take profit environment that if I've ever seen one. Unless you're zooming out and you got some higher time frame targets, but I'm looking at the first hour of trade so far here in the NASDAQ, and we are in a 100-point range. Back and forth here. Again, we got some other equity markets running to the upside. That might be where the money is moving as far as trends go. Right back down. You said you wanted to fade it there, Dakota, and it was not the wrong call.
No, it was a fade for sure. Is this going to give us the momentum we need to break through these lows? Is the question. Did that give us a little bit of momentum?
Right.
We're back to the middle of this range in the ES, and we're coming up on the initial balance, and it's only going to be about 15 points wide if this isn't sell off or pump in the next couple of minutes.
Yep. And just a reminder to everyone, we are here to comment on the markets. We are not providing trade signals. Market popped for a second there and came right back down. This is in a range. I got, maybe we can quote them now. We still got about 3.5 minutes to go, but I got it so far a low 69.94.5 in the S&P, 70.10 evens would be the high of the initial balance if it stays that way. So for now. And taking a look at that delta, it's increasingly positive in the NASDAQ. It's positive 2,500 now. And you got to think about it. If someone continues to buy something and it doesn't go in their favor, what happens? So
you buy more?
We will see. You buy more. Keep buying it. Don't worry about the prices. Just keep buying.
You see the low of that move was 859. I like those 50s.
They like the 50s. Gold is continuing to push just a little bit here. 46.21 last trade there in gold.
Silver back down to 90, just over 90. If we do bounce, I'm going to fade it.
All right.
Yep, I'll fade these 80s.
Got a plan.
Okay, short one from 84.
All right. 1 micro.
1 micro.
Got to go to short 1 micro NASDAQ. From 84.
So easy.
Identify. This is adjustment, right? Identify the extremes of the range. Sometimes it takes a little bit to know where those extremes are. There you go. 20-point trade right there.
Dang. I clicked sell and it sold into these 50s.
Dakota has set the price. Nice trade there.
Nice.
Because it would have went the other way.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get these 50s here.
Here we go. Here we go.
Actually, you know what?
Here. Can we gain some traction?
Okay, I'm out. I got my 50. So
there you go. Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade.
That was a 36-point trade, 37 points right there.
Very nice trade. Patience. Took an hour about, and we had to identify the extremes. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to tell what the market's going to do if it trends right away off the open. But if it's going to range, you got to give the market some time to identify those extremes and then operate from there. We just saw Dakota take a trade from 84s down to, what did you take it off at? 50s?
47. I got 47.
47s. Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade. Don't have to be. Sometimes activity doesn't mean productivity in the markets, right? If we were taking 100 trades here, who knows where the P&L would be? But nice trade there. Dakota up 631 on the day.
That
nice
was
job there. We got the.
Wow. I'm gonna do that again.
Get in there, get out of there. That was fun. Let's do it again.
That was fun. Let's do it again. Yeah.
We got the initial balances being set here. First hour of trade is done. I got an initial balance low of 25,841.5 in the NASDAQ. Initial balance high of 25,952.75 in the S&P. Initial balance low 69.9450. Initial balance high 70.10. Now you might be wondering, I'm going to turn that alarm off. You might be wondering what we can do with that information. Saw somebody ask, when can we call this a failed downside auction? So first, in order to do that, if we're talking profile speak, I'm going to try to do my best hogue here. But at first, we need the market to auction outside of that range, right? So if it's a failed downside auction, we're going to look below 25,841.5 in the NASDAQ and then accept price back inside that range. That would be considered a failed downside auction. If we trade below that range and we don't trade back into it, then that is a successful downside auction. But right now, we are trading back in the middle of the range, 25,880. Dakota, let me know if you do take that trade again.
Yeah, I'm getting ready. We're getting ready.
Oh, doorbell. Who do we got? Coach Vince.
Billy's finest.
Welcome back.
Hey,
welcome.
What's going on, guys?
Coach Vince.
Nice trade, Dakota.
What is?
Thank you. Thank you, Vince.
He's back in.
All right.
Short 82s.
We got cooking over here. Ooh,
Yep,
little action there.
Trading. We are range trading here, Vince. Short from 82.5.
We are range trading for sure. What are you seeing, Coach Vince? What are you seeing in the markets right now?
Yeah.
We got the Dow and the Russell pushing.
S&P. Yeah, S&P's range bound. The Dow is stronger. I might be looking for a long here in the Dow coming up. Let's look at the NASDAQ here. Excuse me. NASDAQ. You're short NASDAQ, Dakota?
Yeah, from 82. 82.
82s?
Yep.
Let's see. Okay, got you there. Yeah, I mean, look at these wicks. Got selling wick at the high, buying wicks at the low. We're just stuck in here. So, yeah, we're going to play the range until we break out, right?
Play the range until we break out. I feel like I've been doing cousin Rusty a disservice here. These are all-time highs in the Russell. These are all-time highs. We're pushing up on 2,700 here in the futures. 2690, 20.
Oh, wow.
Every new high tick of the day is an all-time high in the Russell. And the Dow's
anymore.
No, it's not. The Dow's about 0.5% off of its all-time high.
I feel like the Russell is trying to be like silver, like, look at me.
Right. Right. I think it's a great market to trade.
Of redheaded stepchildren, the Russell. We'll see. That is those stocks, man. I think there's a perception.
What's in that,
like
Jack?
The Russell.
We could play
like the Star Wars thing, the most vile debt of iniquity you've seen. Some of the highest weighted are some of the private quantum companies. But there's 2,000 stocks in there. Vast majority none of us have heard of.
That's great.
We could have a segment. Do you know this Russell 2000 company? We just call out the ticker and see who knows it in the chat. No Googling, no chat GPT allowed. Call out the ticker, see who knows the company.
Yeah. Now, I will say, though, in the ES here, we do have a poor high. So I am expecting us to maybe try and take that out at some point and test the overnight high. The Dow, we're up against some excess here, all the way up to 49,815. But it looks like we may try to extend the range here in the Dow. We have the initial balances established to 49,694 is the IB high in the Dow. The IB low is 49,422. We have the IB high in the ES here at 7010. So if we break above that, we might catch a little bit of a range extension here. Let's see. Maybe a flip up to like 7020s is what I'm looking at here in the ES.
Up towards 7020s here in the ES. See if we can get some extension.
Yeah.
Dakota, you still in that short?
Yeah, it's not fun anymore.
No.
we're
seeing
going
it push
up
up
now.
a little bit here. 25,904.
I don't know if I have like the courage of Dobie. Dobie would be adding
right
up. That's the way he trades his range, right? He'll add on the way up. I just can't do that.
All right, there we go here. Just pop the IB high. See if we get a little push or if we get a fail.
Seeing the equities try again. Take a look at the delta here in the S&P. Positive. It's been positive all morning. Positive 5,800 now in the S&P. Positive delta. In the NASDAQ, I'm seeing positive 2,400. So buyers, again, are trying to step in and buy this market up. Can they gain some traction, though, right? When you buy something, you want prices to go in your favor as well. I don't want to keep buying it and keep it at the same price unless I'm accumulating a position, which might be happening here. Accumulating a position before the next breakout, because it feels like when we break out, it is going to be to an all-time high here.
I'm going to pull Adobe and add to this, actually.
Okay.
What's your delta there, Jay?
Hold on one second. Vince, Dakota, short two now?
58.
Yeah, average price 897.
Okay.
I'll add one more, but I don't think I can add the way Adobe adds.
Gotcha. I got a positive delta, Vince, of 6,000 in the S&P. Positive 6,000.
Yeah, all right, that's what I got too.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Perfect. All right, let's see if we get a little push here, guys, on this ES.
Did I miss that? 580 at 70.10 in the S&P. Oh, that's
New
why.
highs. Yes.
New highs there in the S&P.
I added my third.
Okay. What's that average looking like now, Dakota?
903.
Okay.
NASDAQ trading 910. The Russell continuing to make new all-time highs, 2691.90. We were pushing up towards that 2700 level. What's going on with natural gas? We did get a number out for natural gas. Let me pull up that chart. Natural gas inventories was at the bottom of the hour there. Natural gas change came in at negative 71 billion. Forecast was negative 91 billion. I think that's how you read that. Haven't looked at a natural gas chart really today, but it is continuing to sell off.
I think it was ES a little bit. NASDAQ is showing as the weakest of the three markets right now.
For sure.
NASDAQ's still in a range here.
$70.12's new high of the day there in the S&P. 25,918, 919 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Bitcoin pulling back a little bit here, 95,910 last trade there. What kind of day is this going to be in the equities?
Well, it's kind of showing us it's a range day here in the NASDAQ.
Right.
Yeah, NASDAQ's in a pretty heavy range at the moment. Were you short for like 20s?
25,903.
Oh, that's your average. Okay. You were shoring it up here, right?
Yeah, I did. I pulled Adobe.
There we go. Nice.
To 3.
There you go.
Nice. There you go.
S&P made that high by a couple ticks. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bitcoin on its lows here.
50s. Come on, 50s.
They do like those 50s. Dakota 25,896 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at that tilt one more time. Was heavy short at one point. I saw a 75% short, 62% short right now in the NASDAQ, 53% short in the S&P. 50-50 across the board there in gold and crude. I'm watching the micro Bitcoin. It is on its lows of the day.
Yeah, 95,640 in the spot for Bitcoin. Hit a high yesterday of very close to $98,000 in the spot market.
Yeah. Maybe this is just a healthy pullback before the next leg up. We'll see. Vince, I know you were talking about the Dow as well, maybe looking for an opportunity for a long. Anything you're seeing that you like here?
Yeah, actually, I am I'm hunting along here. So we're still inside the initial balance, but I'm looking for a potential push to take out the high of the session. So I may look to get long here soon. Not yet. I'm going to give it a few, but maybe in the next, we'll see. While I'm on here, maybe we'll get it off. But I'm not going to rush into it at the moment. So I'm going to be patient. Sure. Let this thing work and try to get a good entry here.
49,664 last trade there in the Dow. Dakota short 3 micro NASDAQ right now. House count flat. No opening range trades today either. I think a lot of the action happened. A lot of directional action at least happened in the overnight session.
Yes,
which if you're trading this time, you got to make this adjustment, right? And we're seeing Dakota do it right now. Trading the range.
Yep.
My best Dobie impression.
I heard Jack say he was going to trade the Dow with me today. Jack loves the Dow.
Nah. Goldman Sachs is doing great today. What can I say?
I'm looking at some of these companies in the Russell, man. There are, I think this is today. Yeah, we got a company in the top performer in the Russell right now, up 37%. BRC
that's
Group
average.
Holdings.
2,000 companies. The issue with the Russell is I kind of like it as I might get into trading it more just because I think it's a trading instrument or a swing trading or something like that. I just don't want
Yeah.
to hold it for like ever, like the S&P 500 or something. Although it's performed in the past, it's like with the network effects and stuff today. Basically, you buy 2,000 stocks. I mean, if you just did that on your own and held them, you'd probably get a couple of just absolute banger unicorns out of
Right.
it. But the problem
Yeah.
is, it's like the NFL draft. It actively punishes the most high performing players by taking them out of the index and putting them into the bigger one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that makes sense. That makes sense. You know, to a good point that you made there, Jack, you know, maybe not holding it
Minorly.
like the S&P. We've seen the Dow flat there's a ton of years where the Dow is like up 0.5% or flat on the year or something like that. And there's some real movement, but it's not the same. We don't see the same growth that we see like in the S&P or in the NASDAQ. This is taking me back to
Correct.
my early days of trading stocks where we would trade a scanner. What I'm realizing now is that we were just trading a bunch of trash companies that moved.
Hey, now what you could say is it's completely valid.
here we go.
We're selling off a little bit here. I don't
we go.
necessarily
Take one
agree
off.
with it.
Here we go, Dakota. Nice trade, Dakota.
There you
Oh,
go.
here we go. I'm gonna take another. This is a nice thing about having multiple contracts. This is why I'm excited for. Like, man, silver micros just don't do it. I can't scale in like this, like I can the Nasdaq here. Nasdaq micros. Took one off right there at 80. I'll take another one off if we could get down towards these 60s, and leave one on for a runner. Good location. I like
Nice
that
range trade.
Yeah, really nice range trade here. 25,876 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 7,006 last trade here in the S&P. Just realized the NASDAQ looked at yesterday's high, 25.9, 25.75. That's the high of that most recent swing there. Really nice rejection off of there. Dakota adding into that trade. Like Dolby said, that now that average price is looking real good.
Back down to these 50s. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Dolby, I'm addicted. This is.
Mhm.
You didn't know what you were missing. See that?
Yes.
Yeah, look
Back
at
down
this.
There we
to
go.
the
50s. There it is. Come on.
Do we get extension or not? Looking at the delta, just
There you
paired back
go.
in the NASDAQ, got as high as 2,400, back down to 1,500. Obviously seeing some selling coming in there. The S&P delta, 3,600 now. So kind of what we were talking about before. If you buy something and it's not going up, maybe we see some pressure on those buyers to get out of these positions. We'll see how much they actually do sell, but a really nice trade there by Dakota.
Yeah,
Back to the 50s.
This is my runner. I took profits. This is my runner. So if we do decide to break this range to the downside, ooh, look out.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the most smooth brain possible trade presents itself and it works. This is in the ES lease. This is hilarious today. Just a 15-point range, just bouncing back and forth.
Yes. Failed upside auction.
Hit the reversal button. No. I like the downside here.
Would it be crazy to take a long there, Dakota?
It would not be crazy. That's why I took profits.
Dude, just reverse it when it hits the bottom of this range.
Yep.
The NQ looks a little
Like
bit
a reversal challenge here.
But
just double size each time.
No, these hateful eight, these major tech stocks, they're looking a little weaker than they have been all day. So I wouldn't mind a breakdown. So
Nice.
I'm a little tempted to hold this through a breakdown. Yeah,
There
just
you
like
go.
this.
There we go. There is
it is.
VWAP. Nice trade there.
Beautiful.
Range starting to extend a little bit. We talked about it, right? Is it? I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible that the NASDAQ could have stayed in that 100-point range. Seeing some extension here. Now, can they gain some traction to the sell side? Right back at VWAP now in the NASDAQ. 25,830s last trade there. 69.96 last trade here in the S&P, getting some extension to the downside now. 25,826 last trade there. Market's starting to wake up here. The Dow selling off as well. 49,576. Seen a pullback there. Nice trade here, Dakota.
I'm out.
There
we
you
go.
Nice.
Beautiful
Nice
trade.
trade.
Very nice trade.
In, ES are on 69.92s.
69.92, Vince.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, shout out to my man. Hopefully you was watching.
Who are you giving a shout out to?
Never.
My friend. He said he tuned in and 0 Day J.
Oh yeah, 0 Day J. Miss
Yeah,
him.
shout out to Jay.
He was going to
Good
tune
name.
in and fade me.
We are. You'll never guess that we bounced on the other side of the range here. This is silly.
Oh, we got the pullback I wanted in the Dow here, so we're gonna see. I might try a long at some point here. Becoming a little bit more interesting.
And right back up. And right back down.
And right back down.
Yeah, we picked the direction.
Yeah, this is starting to look heavy here now. We've picked a direction.
Yeah.
Market makers eating.
Yes, they are.
Did you guys see the spread in silver last night? It was like 6 ticks.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yes, it was. That is a wild market
Market
trade.
makers are cleaning up on those market orders. They're cleaning up.
Talking about the minis, right?
Yeah.
The micros were pretty bad too.
Yeah, they were like 5 to 6 ticks wide. Hit a market rate down like 200, 300 bucks, and and one just hitting the buy or sell button.
Cost of doing business there in the silver market.
Yeah, right.
Right now trading $90.35, $90.35. See if we get some follow through. Dakota flat on that trade, plus 877 on the day. Coach Vince looking for 69.92 here in the S&P.
Yeah, I want to see if we hold that. If not, I see us moving down to 69.80s. But we're going to see if we can hold the 90s.
Almost an initial balance low. The ES.
Yep.
VWAP sitting right there too. 69.94
the low right here.
Half. Nice trade there by Dakota. I want to bring in this top step tip of the week. We actually just saw Dakota do it there and was able to, add into that trade because he optimized position sizing, calculating size based on account risk, adjusting for market volatility levels, never exceeding your personal loss limit, and sizing down after consecutive losses. Dakota didn't have to worry about those last two, but adjusting for market volatility levels is exactly what we just saw here, right? Take the first hour, you read what the market's doing. You say, hey, this is a range trade. I'm going to trade it like a range market and go from there. But nice trade there, Dakota. Check. What happened?
Nothing, broke the initial balance low by like a couple ticks and then took off again. This is the range that won't quit.
Yep. Isn't that the truth?
On that tip of the week, there's no way I would do what you guys just saw on silver, for example.
Oh yeah, no, you couldn't. Yeah, that's
there's a
500
lot here in the micros here.
What price you seeing that?
No, it just got filled. It was micros. It doesn't mean too much, but 500 in micros is kind of weird.
Right.
Oh, you got 360 on the bid in the ES, 69.93 half. Analysis of
It'd be a bad idea to take a long here and risk the low.
Coach Vince looking for a long in the S&Ps, potentially NASDAQ back under VWAP here. S&P's trying to decide what it's going to do at VWAP. Taking a look at that tilt It was pretty heavy short at 1.75, back to 75% short in the NASDAQ, 67% short in the S&P, 60% long in crude oil, and 51% short in gold. 50-50 in gold. Gold not really doing too much right now. Did you get in that long, Coach Vince?
No, not yet. I want to see if we'll make a move down there to those 90 level, and then see if it bounces back in.
Yeah, it woke up. Sure.
Yes, it did. Either Dakota or Jack, are you guys taking a look at that Mag 7? Are we seeing some movement there?
Some selling pressure from my
Some selling,
view.
yeah.
Yeah. Apple's now down a quarter. Microsoft down a quarter. Google extended down 1.3. And then Nvidia's off its highs. It was up 3. Now it's up 2. Are you seeing anything else, Jack, that I might have missed?
No, those were the big points. 10-year yield's up a little bit, 4.16 right now. I'm looking for some big numbers here. What's really up or really down?
Saw another block there in the S&P, about 1,000 contracts trade in a second to the downside, 65% of that negative delta. So some sellers at those lows. Right at VWAP here. See if this is finally the move. Are they going to reconcile this entire overnight inventory or just bounce right back up here? Where am I seeing these block orders? So I'm using the Quantower platform that you can connect your Project X or Topstep X account to. So I'm using Quantower, and again, I'm using a filter that is just showing me every time X amount of volume trades in a certain amount of time. For example, the filter I have is every time 1,000 contracts trade in a second in the S&P, just let me know where that price traded. So using the Quantower platform, you can see it. You see Jack do it all the time, pulling up the 1 second chart in the S&P on Topstep X. You can see those as well. Is it an indication to take a trade? It's not. It's just showing me where the volume is trading, and then you make your determinations from there.
I'm long 2 MES at 96.25.
Okay. Coach Vince long 2 MES 96.25.
Cheap trade. Yep.
Risking that low there, Vince.
Yep. So see what happens here. See if we can get pushing up a little bit, a little rotation here. I'm still hunting along here in the Dow, but I want to see some more strength first.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Just waiting now for me.
You know what I'm waiting for? He's done it twice in the last 3 trading days, but Jack just finds a level, buys it, and it works. No pressure, Jack, but you've been killing it trading.
I'm
no pressure.
due to get smoked.
Jack Bond.
Yeah, we're waiting though. Yeah, I'm trying to find what would even be interesting. I have that line there, but I'm not loving it. Pretty chill day, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's a dud. It's a dud of a day so far.
Not in the Russell. New all-time highs.
Yeah, I know. We're trading the wrong markets, guys. We need to move over to the Rusty.
Hit the air horns for the Russell.
Yeah, no, Dakota did good. Yeah, but you're trading the NASDAQ.
Something's happening.
Oh, something just happened. Figures.
We just saw some big selling there across the board in all of the equity markets.
Come on, Trump, say something bullish, will you? Say something bullish when you need it.
That's definitely a tape bomb.
Let's take a look. See 1 second chart. Yeah. A lot of volume.
Ton of
Like
volume.
here, let me
Yep.
drop down to the 5 seconds there. We had 5,000 contracts trading the ES.
Woo.
Nice.
Do we go right back up to this range?
Apparently.
Someone says, what does tape bomb mean? It just means a big order hit the markets, like hit the tape.
Trump on Truth Social saying that the EU is very unfair to U.S. tech companies. There we go. That might have done it.
In one sense,
volatility
yes.
there.
In another sense, they're running all their profits through Ireland. So
Coach Vince, as long as looking pretty good here. Long from 69.96. Hey, there we go.
Whoa,
nice
whoa,
pop
whoa, whoa,
there.
whoa.
And
Want to break even on that. Let's go.
Right.
Come on.
Nice trade
Up with the
there.
weasel.
That was another block order there, Jack. 2,300 I'm seeing in the S&P.
it's something else that Trump must have said. Yeah, that's 3,500 contracts in the ES in a second. That's about as high as I have seen.
Yep, we
Tape
are trading
reading
it up here.
algo saw something.
Market's starting to wake up a little bit. Russell just made a new all-time high again, 26.9740. We got Coach Vince long the S&P right now, trading 7,003 evens. Vince long from 69.96. The NASDAQ popped there as well, trading 25,860.
Nice. NASDAQ back in the range. Let's go to the top of it.
A pop there. Bitcoin popping as well here. Bitcoin about $1,000 off its low, 96,820. Yeah, Bitcoin is starting to move here. Everything moving. He's got to be saying something. Do I still have the Truth Social app on my phone? There it is. Let me look that up. Yeah. Apparently, he posted he got a post here. It says EU makes more from fines on U.S. tech than tax from all of public European tech, and he just says this is very unfair for our tech companies and for the U.S.
All right, guys, we're out.
There you go. Nice trade there, Coach Vince. Very nice trade there, Coach Vince. Update us on that P&L along 2 MES.
Yeah, perfect timing too, right? I gotta get going here.
You had insider information? I'm just gonna
I'll text you.
They don't call him. They don't call him Vinny Two Ticks for nothing. They don't call him Vinny Two Ticks for nothing. Great trade there, Coach Vince. That's the commission on the inside. Nope, we're not even going to say that. New highs there in the Russell. Trading above that 2,700 and a tick. New highs there in the Russell. We're seeing the markets start to move around. Coach Vince, great trade. We're going to get you out of here.
Thanks, guys.
You didn't know Coach Vince does a class in Discord 8 p.m. Eastern every day, 7 p.m. Central Time. Catch Coach Vince in Discord Monday through Thursday. We are going to bring in Dr. Volatility for some announcements. James, what do we got?
Let's get these markets awake, y'all. Hey, how we doing? It's almost the weekend, but not quite yet. So hang with me as I talk to you about Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. That's right. Topstep X is the platform you trade on, but do you really know what you're doing with it? Well, you're in luck. We've made a video series aptly named Topstep X in 5 minutes or less that you can watch in 5 minutes or less. If you got the time, you have the power to learn something new about Topstep X. Whether you are a veteran trader or a newbie, there's always something new to learn. So get in here. We're going to drop the link in the chat. Watch these whenever you have 5 minutes to kill. And you never know what you might learn. You never know what you might do to strengthen your trading plan. So be sure to watch the video series, stay updated, and be sure to catch Coach Robert when he's here on group coaching so you can ask any follow-up questions because Coach Robert's the man when it comes to Topstep X. And then when it comes to questions, I know you got them and you want them answered. Well, group coaching, it's the exact place you can do that. Group coaching, it happens every day at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, and we need your questions to make it happen. Here's how it works. we're going to drop a link, a pin. We're going to drop and pin a link in the chat. This one's going to be there for a couple of hours, so you have your time to think of your question, come back, fill it out, and then be ready for group coaching at 12:15. Today, the esteemed Topstep TV panel for group coaching is Gabe, Vince, and Hoop. So if you have any questions for Gabe, Vince, or Hoop, start thinking of them now. Fill out the form and then be back here at 12:15 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. Bell-to-bell action, entertainment, education. We got it all here on Topstep TV. Why would you go anywhere else? Love you guys. Love this place. But before we go back to fast markets, initial unemployment claims are down, indicating fewer layoffs, but continuing claims are still at an elevated level. Unemployment reached its lowest level in 2 years last week. The Labor Department reported an estimated 198,000 initial unemployment claims for the week. That's the first time it's dipped below 200,000 in 2 years. Initial claims are widely considered a proxy for layoff activity. If you look at continuing unemployment claims, the data tells a slightly different story. They fell by 19,000 to about 1.9 million for the week ending January 3rd. But that comes after months of hitting 4-year highs.
Thank you for that, James. We are seeing the equity markets continuing to push up here. 25,907 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 70,1075 last trade here in the S&P, about 1.5 off of its high of the day. The Russell continuing to push here, 270260. It's our new all-time high. Looks like we're getting ready to extend that as well. Nice trades by Coach Vince and Coach Dakota. Looking at the delta in the NASDAQ, still positive 3,200. In the S&P, positive 3,700. See if we get some extensions to the upside. The S&P is just crazy. It's still big range day here, Jack.
Yeah. Just doing its thing.
Are
Back
we
and
at
forth. We at
2,000
least
subscribers yet?
We're very close. How many do we have? We're above 198,000.
There we go.
We should get there. Let's get there. I mean, if you guys are not seeing what we're putting up here on Topstep TV, Vince, absolutely amazing. This on a day like today.
Making some adjustments, right? Identifying ranges in markets, taking the opportunities that the market is presenting to us. So with you, Dakota, not getting, you could have wanted a 200-point trade there in the NASDAQ, but the market wasn't presenting that, right? So you make adjustments and take your profits from there. That is real professional trading right there, right? Adjusting to the market conditions. It's been our Topstep tip of the week a bunch of times here. And like Dakota said, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button, like and subscribe. Tell your friends and family too as well. If your friends asking you, hey, you do that? I heard you do that trading thing. Where'd you learn it from? Send them over to us. Send them over to us here at Topstep TV. We appreciate you all being here.
Well, you know what is crazy? My maintenance guy came over to fix the heat, and he's seen the charts open, and he's like, "Oh, you're a trader." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a trader." He's like, "I've been trying to learn. I've been looking for a place to learn on YouTube," and I'm just like, sometimes I wonder if he's watched Topstep TV, but
Yeah.
he didn't. But he showed me where he's watching, and Topstep TV was in his suggested column on the right on YouTube. I'm like, interesting. Small world.
Shout out to the algorithm. Shout out to the algorithm.
We need better thumbnails. I think Tom Lee just invested like 200 million in something that Mr. Beast is doing.
Okay.
Interesting.
All I'm saying is we had to up our game. I mean, I wouldn't mind to get
no, for sure.
Oh yeah.
The thumbnails,
like
yeah.
that
Mr. Beast's thumbnails are
that.
No, it's weird.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Muscle milk or something like that. You guys see the new muscle protein that he announced the other day? I mean, it's the same stuff. Protein's protein shake, protein drink. It's just, yeah, like you said, thumbnails and marketing and advertising. It's makes you click on it.
Who are the Jags that buy that stuff? It's an interesting thing. I saw like a breakdown of like the Beast. The Beast stuff is interesting because the appeal, like usually the people that kind of make money and marketing type stuff are in an extreme niche where they know it, they can sell a specialized product. But like Mr. Beast is so wide that the only thing he can sell is like effing Lunchables and like milk drinks. Why you would want to like do that? I don't know.
Why you want
Jack,
to
I don't know
sell
if
it
you've ever
or
seen
what?
this.
Like I don't look at Mr. Beast and be like, "Hey man, this guy knows something about protein. I'm gonna drink that."
Feastables. I mean, you sell like 1 billion of them at dollars. Yeah, it's
Jack, you've been on the internet. You might be the only person that gets this. Somebody in the chat is going to get it as well. But you've been on the internet as long as I have. You sound like Kanye when Lady Gaga got hired as the creative director at Polaroid. Have you seen that clip? He's like,
no.
He's like, I love Gaga. What the F does she know about cameras?
No, exactly.
That's how you sound with Mr. Beast and selling anything else. That is one of my favorite clips on the internet.
I'll check it out because I do say houseway. I say houseway at least once a week.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't got the answers, swear.
Houseway.
You don't got the answers. Yeah, that was a good one. All right, seeing the S&P continue to stay in the range, the NASDAQ as well. Russell pulling back off of its highs just a little bit here.
Do we fade this? Play back down to 650s?
It's been the trade. It's been the trade so far.
I'm a little late right there. I just about pulled the trigger. So close.
Wow.
Yeah, dub. There you go. Had to close it there. He did come back afterwards and say that Sway did have the answers. It was years later. Kanye came back and said Sway did have the answers. That's maturity. That's growth. 25,903 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 7,950 last trade there in the S&P. Let's take a look at the tilt. Still short. Still showing short here in the... Nope. Now it's flipped. Got to refresh some times. 53% long in the NASDAQ. 51% in the S&P. So pretty much 50-50 there.
Do we just rally now after that?
That's what it seems like. The S&P looks like maybe it wants to go here.
Do we call it news or the tweet? What are we calling it? Liquidity injection?
It's like barely... we're desperate for some real news.
What kind of news are we desperate for, Jack?
Something more concrete. I wouldn't even like that EU stuff. I don't even really get why it's particularly bullish or bearish.
I don't know that it is, right? I think it's just, like you said, the tape reading algo is just grabbing onto something and reacting in the moment.
Sure.
When I heard that headline, when you tell me that headline, the first thing that comes to my mind is like, is Trump going to negotiate lower taxes for these tech companies internationally like that? And so maybe that could be looked at as bullish.
I guess, but to me, it's like, well, what's the stick in that situation? Probably tariffs. The Supreme Court's never going to rule. I don't know. I read it. It's like, I don't know what the algo would react to.
In 2024, EU fined US tech companies 3.8 billion euro. Meanwhile, public internet tech companies paid only 3.2 billion in income tax. Interesting. Seeing the markets still in this range here.
Yeah. Silver's just not going anywhere either. VIX continues to reduce. We're down to 1550. That was the storm.
Kelvin in the chat says, this range is awesome. Just sell high and buy low. It's easy, right? I mean, that has been the case so far. The question is, where does your risk go? right? A lot of times traders try to trade with too tight of stops, I think, especially for range-bound markets, right? Just let the market prove to you that it's doing something else. But yeah, I think you could have been trading this range up. We've seen Coach Vince do it. We've seen Dakota do it. Gold starting to push here. 46.24.40 last trade here in gold. We just saw a spike of volume come in there. Silver moving as well.
Yeah, just breaking out.
I will comment that maybe the taxes are where to do it because, like, okay, I'm sorry, we're talking about $3.2 billion. Was that the number for fines? What was it?
Yeah. Let me read that again. 3.8 billion euro.
Okay, so we'll say like $5 billion.
$4 billion.
That's a rounding error
Right.
for like these companies. I mean,
Right.
we're talking about companies that are worth trillions of dollars. Meanwhile, I'm sure that they don't mind a lot more. I just looked it up. Ireland's top 10 corporate taxpayers are all American. 53%.
Wow.
56% of all corporate tax. And this is back from 2021. Who's now? But yeah, top 10 taxpayers in Ireland: Apple, Microsoft, Google, Pfizer, Merck, J&J, Facebook, Intel, Medtronic, and Coca-Cola. And I think they probably saved more than that 3.2 billion there. So they're doing fine.
Yeah. Reading more into this post, 100, what is this? About 1.8 billion to Apple, Meta, about 1 billion. Yeah, you're right, Jack. It's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. 1.8 billion. Let me look this up real quick. Apple. Man, hard to read these things.
New highs of the day there in the Dow. Silver pushing. Silver back at settlement here, Dakota.
I know. Just like that. Last night we were down 4%, and here we are right back up. Buy the dip. I said 100 before the end of the week. Maybe next week. Maybe next week we'll see 100. Maybe tonight.
Maybe. Speaking of which, Dakota, slow markets. Tell the people about it. Who's joining you today? What can they expect? What goes on during slow markets as we see the Dow continue to make new highs of the day?
Only the good stuff goes on during slow markets. The sun goes down. The
metals go up.
Yeah, the charts come out. But no, Baron's going to be joining me tonight. We've been trading silver, gold, and Jay, you're on with me last night. It's been one hell of a market to trade. Opportunities, there's tons of them. Managing risk. If you don't trade it, it's okay. You can just show up and tune in. It's always a good time.
Absolutely. Make sure you join Coach Dakota for slow markets. 8:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Central. Like you said, Baron is going to be joining him today, who's been trading silver pretty well.
Yeah,
Make sure you tune into slow markets. We got a lot of trading still to do here. We got a form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching for everyone. Group coaching, you might ask who is on group coaching today. Well, I have the answer for you as soon as I pull it up here. We got Gabe with Coach Vince and Coach Hoop. We can ask Coach Vince about that trade. What was he seeing there to pretty much buy the low of the move there in the S&P? Ask Coach Hoop which market he was looking at today. We know there's 36 of them we could trade at Topstep. Coach Hoop has, at a minimum, 12 of them up on his screens. Ask him why he looks at those multiple markets and what he was trading today. But group coaching, again, that form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get your questions in there. Silver here. Can we get back to green on the day?
Silver. Why not? Why not? Wow. Yeah, it's breaking. If we get through these 91.30s, all-time highs are now at 93.70, 71, 72, right there. Why not? Why not? That's a big pivot. This is a big resistance level for the silver. Yeah, what are we talking? Silver and resistance. Those two words don't belong in the same sentence.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Taking a look at the quote board here, I just mentioned that we have 36 different markets to trade at Topstep. To give you guys 3 guesses. Dakota, what do you think the top percentage mover is right now? You're never going to
For
guess it,
what?
by the way. But top percentage mover on the day for all the markets we can trade at Topstep.
Okay. All the markets that we trade at Topstep.
We can trade at Topstep, correct.
Okay, let me I'm not gonna
Not
look.
gonna be any of the FX. It's not the equities.
Is it like natural gas?
That would be my guess too. What we got?
That was I think that was 3. Soybean oil up 3.14% on the day. Biggest percentage mover to the upside. Shout out to all the farmers out there and the ag traders.
Soybean oil. Out of all the markets we trade, huh?
Yeah, all the markets we have the ability to trade. I don't think I've ever placed a trade in soybean oil, but that is a pretty nice opening range breakout if you look at the 1-minute chart. ZL is the ticker there.
So I was gonna say hold my beer.
Yep, you're right. Right, Jack. Yeah, so silver is maybe going to make a case here, Dakota. We're right back at settlement right now. We've seen 8% moves in silver, so let's see what happens here. And that is, that's percentage from settlement. And there we go.
Green. Silver's green.
We're at 0.1.
Wow, silver.
91.51 last trade there in silver, starting to pick up some momentum here. Gold trading 46.28, a couple points off of its high of the day. Got a high of the day in silver all the way up at prices at 93.70.
This is insane.
Big pop there.
Like, here's some perspective, chat. Last 15 minutes, that's 360 ticks, 2% with 1 micro. That's $1,500. This is a very volatile market. It's not for the faint of heart. That's why I say it's difficult for me to manage, scaling in and out of silver compared to what you guys just saw on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ micros, multiple contracts in and out. No, it's 1, maybe 2, depending on the setup.
Shout out to Antonio again. In the chat, paid the monthly house payment again today. You just did that the other day, Antonio. You're about to pay off the house. Thanks to silver micro longs. Nice job. Nice job there, Antonio. And tag us on your favorite social media platform at TopstepTV, #FastMarkets. Really great job there. Really nice trading. And that is opportunity. The markets present opportunity on both sides, right? For everyone winning, there's somebody losing, but love to see Topstep traders taking advantage of the volatility in these markets. S&P is sitting right below the high of the day. Are we going to do it, or do we fall back into the range?
For what market?
The S&P. Point off the high of the day.
From down 4% to positive a quarter is silver right now.
And by the way, don't pay off your house if your mortgage rate is under what you'll get in treasuries. You see some of these like hustle accounts on Twitter and stuff bragging about paid off my 2.8% mortgage. It's like, bro, it's not often you get to give up a literal arbitrage opportunity.
Right.
Yeah, that literally is.
They're like, well, no one can tell me what to do. I don't have any debt.
My house.
There is an arbitrage opportunity. Just every dollar you spend should have gone into treasuries expiring at the same date.
Right.
What's the rate right there on treasuries? It
depends on when your term would be, but like if it was, let's say right now the 10-year is
what's it at?
4.16. So if you got anything under that, it would not be advisable to pay off a mortgage.
Jack should be a financial advisor. Jack, explain that more.
The idea is that if you have, it's a gift. If you have like a super low mortgage, let's just make things easy. Say it expires in 10 years. You have 2 options. We'll make the numbers easy. You have a 3% mortgage and you have to pay it off in 10 years. It's basically that means you're locked into that rate. So what you could do is instead of paying off the house, You'd buy a 10-year treasury that pays you 4.6% or 4.14%.
Yeah,
and then you would risk-free pocket the spread of 1.16%. Like, it literally makes you guys are traders, like, that's the truth.
Yeah.
That's how it works. My 50-year mortgage is gonna be I got those 50
You know how
years.
thrilled the bank is if you pay off a 3% mortgage right now?
I know, they're like, "Yeah, it's free money."
We'll just put it in the treasuries because this idiot didn't. Okay.
Man, look at silver, it just keeps going. Up almost 0.5% now.
Yes, the S&P. Wow. Seriously. Traded right to the high of the day, 70.12 to the tick 3 times now. And no extension above it. That is a range-bound market for sure. But we were seeing opportunity elsewhere. Silver continued to push here. The Russell making new all-time highs, 27.0440. Dakota, you see a trade you like here in silver? Or is it kind of
It's
so far gone now?
I'm admiring this rally, Jay.
Yeah.
Not much to really do. Really.
Right.
Just watch it, admire it. And same with the NASDAQ too. I mean, I got my money out of the NASDAQ. I got my money out of these markets today. If I see another good opportunity, I'll take it. NASDAQ's holding up a lot better now, so I'm less inclined to do a range trade like this. What we were seeing this morning, this lots of back and forth, that's range trading. Now we had that huge sweep down to these 800s, right back up. We're holding these highs, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we can actually pop up and test these session highs up here at these 950s, and then reject back into this range. So it's a lot more hands-off now than it was earlier.
New highs of the day here in the S&P. Finally, 70.13.5. Seeing a little bit of a push to the upside. We got some size here in the
like that
NASDAQ as well, right at that prior day high. About 100 lot just traded out there. Okay, now we're starting to pick up. We got the London close coming up in about 6.5 minutes. Extending this range to the upside here in the S&P, 70.14.5.
Just like that. Trade quietly says 4,000 in silver.
Up 4,000? Nice job.
I think.
Nice job. Tilt getting long now here in the NASDAQ, long 63%. 63% long, 53 in the S&P. Seeing some buying stepping in here. NASDAQ keeps rejecting at that prior day high, though, 25,925. Let's see if we get some extension above that. Silver to $4,000.
Oh.
I don't,
that would be a little.
I don't think there's a contract small enough. I don't think there's a contract small enough to facilitate trading that. Silver at 4,000. Do have that new silver contract coming out February 9th. 100-ounce silver contract.
Yeah, I'm really going to look into taking delivery just to see how the process is if silver gets back down to $50 an ounce or so.
Silver right now trading back above settlement, 91.62 last trade there. London close coming up in about 4.5 minutes. SS Chicago, that's a good question. It'll probably take some time. I think what we want to see probably first is, how much volume actually trades in that new silver contract. But I would assume that would take some time. Getting the new silver contract as one of the tradable markets here. If you're trading it right now, definitely the suggestion is to trade the micro contract.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and enter a short here in the NASDAQ.
All right.
One micro.
What price you get there, Dakota?
I got 25,911 quarter, 911 3/4. This is a range trade.
Dakota short, one micro. There you go, Jack. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Ask, will Topstep offer the new contract on the 9th as well? I can't speak for sure on that, but definitely not on the day it opens. We got to see how it trades, what the liquidity is, stuff like that.
For sure. Trying to think, one of the lowest volume contracts that we can actually trade is probably the Nikkei, right? Which you look at how much that. I'm looking at it now. The Nikkei has traded 2,400 contracts today. So we want to make sure that there's some volume there for sure. I would assume that silver contract is going to have a lot more volume than that. But yeah, 2,400, and then it's cattle, Coach Hoop. Cattle trading 4,500 contracts today so far.
Super
short
liquid contracts are terrifying, man.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. A lot more so in a live account, Jack, right? Where, Vince was just talking about it, right? Yesterday, if you were trading the big contract in silver, you were paying up 7 ticks, which is, you're down $300 just to get into the trade. But even in simulated markets, right? Where, with a huge spread and just traders maybe sim fills are pretty close to live fills, but maybe traders taking advantage of that and then trying to replicate that in the live markets, that is a scary thing for sure.
Yes, we had that conversation last night, right? Difference between sim and live.
Sometimes there's crazy opportunities that present in like the off the run futures, but the level of confidence, I remember at some point there was like an off the run treasury futures contract that like had hit like a switch point, we would call it, where the cheapest to deliver changed. And it's like, if you think that's the case, it's like, wow, that offer bid there, like I could make a lot of money right now by doing it. But you know how confident you have to be to like go into a dome that has like nothing, like nothing,
right, yeah.
It's like a few orders and do it. You better be right.
And you got to be able to get out at a decent price as well, right? Right. If there's no one else, if you buy it and there's no one else to sell it to, it's like what we see with some of the crypto meme stocks or crypto meme coins.
I remember when I was trading 15 minis in the Nikkei during slow markets. That was
you were the market at some point, right? You were, yeah. Let's see here. We've got Dakota short. One micro NASDAQ 25,911, 25,906 last trade. Here is 70,1175 last trade in the S&P.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that flush we were getting earlier. We tried to, but trying to hold above these 900s is pretty easy. Still liking this trade.
Looking for the 50s, Dakota, range to range?
Yeah, looking for 950s. Maybe not all the way down there. This is only one contract, so I don't have that luxury of scaling out. See what this market will give me right here. If we can flush through these 890s, I wouldn't mind taking it on just the momentum.
The Dow and the Russell kind of hang out at its highs of the day. This is the 1 minute opening range that we're trading in right now in the NASDAQ. S&P is trading above it, still in the 1 minute opening range. There we go. London is closed. Really nothing there on the London close as far as volatility goes. Got another half an hour or so for fast markets here. We got Dakota short. Boris says, you guys are like sports commentators. Hopefully that's a good thing. Keeping you up to date on what the markets are doing. We appreciate you all tuning in. And let's take a look here. Micro Bitcoin.
What's it doing?
Trading up.
Okay.
It looks like a bull flag to me. It looks like it kind of wants to break out again to the upside. We saw a nice move on whatever that headline was, and then kind kind of been basing here for a little bit, but looks like it wants to maybe break out here.
I do like this short trade. The more I'm watching these stocks.
So
NASDAQ's up
you
127.
seeing some selling coming into the tech stocks?
I want to see selling. I just see like a lack of buying.
Okay.
Just kind of stalled out up at this level. So it just makes me want to see a range, right? Like just consolidation, quiet.
Right.
Could be wrong, right? Buyers could just step in at any moment and push this thing through session highs. We've seen it before.
We have seen it before. One question, Dakota. We saw you add to that last range trade. Would you do the same thing here?
No. Just because if we do start pushing up through to these session highs, that's not. I'd say it's lower probability, just because we have a lot more momentum, and we're not just whipsawing back and forth like we were earlier. We're going to be closer to these session highs. It doesn't mean it wouldn't work, right? A big part of why I wouldn't was we're coming to the end, right? We're coming to the end of the morning session, and I have a pretty good day, so I don't want to risk much for the rest of this day.
Makes sense.
Like after this trade, I'm locking myself out.
There you go.
There you go.
Best
close out
feature in
London
trading.
at 10:30 without much fanfare there.
Yeah, not a whole lot happened there, Jack. S&P kind of sitting right below its high of the day. Speaking of fanfare, we got a fan favorite coming in here, JD, with some announcements on yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls and payouts. What do we got, JD?
What's up, guys? Let's do this. Let's start with some P&Ls from yesterday. Yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Up at the top there, we've been talking about this guy all week, Omar. Monday, put together $67,000 trading gold. Yesterday, took almost $130,000 payout. And then, I'm sorry, that was Tuesday. Then yesterday, puts up another close to $40,000 trading gold. Omar's trading nothing but gold and putting up some huge numbers. Nicely done, Mr. Omar. We might hear more about him later on today, too. On in second place, 33,138, also trading nothing but gold. Tim, 22,566, trading the NASDAQ NQ products, NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. Senthil, 21,388, trading silver and the NQ. And Sydney rounds out the top 5, $18,221 in profits, trading gold, silver, and the NASDAQ. These live traders showing us what is possible in the live funded account. All right, if you thought that was cool, where do you see these payout numbers? We've got some more booms happening. Jaden hit his 5 days and took out $75,876 from his live funded account. Put that right into his pocket. Great way to turn the corner to the second half of the month. $75,876. Ajit, $29,220. Hussam, $27,965. Lee, $23,370. And Leonard H, $15,973. Forgot to mention Ajit up there in second place, $29,220. That's the second payout of the year. He's taken home almost just over $40,000 in total so far in the month of January 2026. Big year for Ajit also. All right, guys, that's what I've got for you today. Back to you.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Yeah, Omar is on a heater right now. Phenomenal trading by Omar over the past couple of weeks. Really nice job there. And nice trade we got by Dakota right now. Short from 911, 895 last trade here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah. It's looking pretty good. We're not seeing like that flush we were seeing earlier, but we're seeing the consolidation, right? That's kind of what I want to see in a range bound. And the location of this is, I like it. Obviously, the top end of this range. And if we just kind of consolidate for a little bit, I'm going to look to take profits.
Nice trade here. And pretty big range day. We saw it early. I kind of had the start of this day felt a little different than what we've seen so far this week. And after that big sell-off day yesterday, we saw a nice overnight inventory kind of reconciling that move. This is what you'll see. Right? If you go back to an hour ago, 2 hours ago, we were talking about this feeling like a range-bound market, and it's exactly what we've been presented with so far. So range traders, do your thing in this range. Some great opportunities, and not every day is going to be a trending day, or it's going to be a trend somewhere else. Like you heard Dolby say earlier today, if you wanted a trend, look at the Russell. In the last hour or so, the Russell's up about 0.6%. The Dow is up about 0.5%. So there's a trend somewhere. If you're a trend trader, you have the choice. Do I scan and go find the trend, or do I just wait for the market that I trade to present the opportunity? I know for me, when I see the NASDAQ trade like this, this is usually where I sit on my hands if I'm going to trade the NASDAQ. Or I'll just go scan and trade the Russell. Continuing to push here. 2704.90, new all-time high in the Russell there. Seeing a little bit of selling in crude here. Yeah, go ahead.
Just lock out, relax.
that too.
Possibly.
That is a good option. Hit the lockout button, tuned in to TopstepTV. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button and just chill. Silver kind of glued to settlement
for you, Dakota. But I'm kind of in chill mode for the time being. At least what I'm looking at. Unless we go about 10 points higher, I'm probably not looking for shorts. About 20 minutes left in this session.
Yeah, I'm about the same. Like, this market's just meh. I'd like to see more movement, but it's expectations. I might end up just closing this if we don't sell off to near the lows, or in the middle of this range here soon.
Coming up after about 11:30 Central Time, we do have the president speaking with Venezuela's Machado. We have Barkin speaking as well. We have White House press briefing and Fed's Schmid speaking later in the day. So again, Fed speakers, president speaking, that has the potential to bring some volatility into the markets. So make sure you tune in here to TopstepTV. We'll bring it to you for any market moving news. But president and some Fed speakers later in the day today. As far as planned headlines go, those are out for the day. Pretty much for the week, we got industrial production tomorrow. Outside of that, pretty quiet on the news calendar, and just one day left in the week. When is that next Fed decision?
Fed meeting? 2 weeks from yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Jack.
The 27th.
And right now, looking like we're keeping rates the same still?
Yeah.
So it is on the 28th. And 95% implied probability that we keep rates unchanged.
We had the Bank of Korea last night making a rate decision. They kept their rates the same. I don't know if that had anything to do with that volatility that we saw in the metals, Dakota, but it came out at the same time.
Yeah.
Gold's getting sold right now.
Yeah, silver's making a push back down to 91.
Yeah.
NASDAQ just hanging around 900, 25,900. A lot of back and forth.
Oh wow, Jack! I just looked at the calendar. We got the Fed rate decision and Microsoft, Tesla, and IBM earnings. That's the same day.
Ooh.
And Apple the day after.
Are eating up. We had TS. I can never pronounce the letters the right way.
Taiwan Semiconductor.
Taiwan Semiconductor.
That's somehow easier to say.
It's way easier to say. But also we've had a lot of bank earnings this week, so we're kicking off the earnings seasons for Q4. Nvidia is always late, so we don't get that for a while.
Yeah. You just got to be special. late in the season. We got a question here from Making Money. Why are you not trading instruments that move like silver? Let's talk about that a little bit, Dakota. I've heard your opinion on this, but let's let the chat hear it. When we see a market that's moving, sometimes it feels like
if you reverse like 30 minutes ago, I had a 100-point banger on the NASDAQ.
Right.
Then another 30-point in this range. And it depends on what your definition of move is, right? Like, what are you looking for? What's your expectations? What market are you trading? What's your risk?
Right.
The good old "it depends," right? Is some people look at silver and say that, hey, that's not moving to me, even though it's more volatile, right? It's moving on a tick, but maybe we're just kind of consolidating or range bound. It depends on you as a trader. You follow your own process, and if it doesn't look like it's moving, then don't go chase other markets unless that's part of your process. I don't like trading other markets other than what I'm used to. I'll switch every once in a while from like the Nikkei to silver to gold, something I'm comfortable with. But if nothing's moving and if there's no setup, I'll just lock out and be done for the day. I wouldn't be like, okay, soybeans, let's go trade soybeans. They're moving.
Shout out to soybean oil, biggest percentage mover on the day.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, I'll hit my daily loss limit doing that because I don't know that market. I don't trade it. Now, Coach Hoop might be a little different.
I've never traded a silver contract before, so to me, it would seem ill-informed to just like jump into the wildest silver market ever. Also, just from a day trading thing, the spread and slippage kind of like I don't love the idea of making like real short scalp trades in silver right now. I could maybe be talking to something longer just to kind of eliminate that part of it.
Yeah, I think jumping over to a different market, I think more than just seeing it, like, for example, soybean oil right now is up 3.5% on the day. I don't know the last time, and I look at the quote board every day during at the buzzer to see what's moving. The only time I'll look at a market is when it's consistently in that top percentage mover, right? If it just shows up one time and it's an anomaly, and you say, "Oh yeah, wait, I'm gonna go chase some rabbits over there because that market's moving." By the time you realize it's moving, the move is probably over, right? And now you're gonna try to make up something that's not there. But if you look at something like silver, right, or you look at something like gold or the Russell or the Dow that's consistently in that top percentage mover list over a couple of days, then maybe you can go in with the same approach to say, hey, you know what? There's potential that this market presents an opportunity. It's why we review a bunch of markets during At the Buzzer, just so we can notice those patterns. But you'll hear some traders say, why go somewhere else if what I'm doing works here? For me personally, I like to scan, and I think that's just kind of the way I was taught to trade initially. Was we were scanning stocks and finding which one moved. It's a lot easier to do that in futures because again, you get some consistent movement day in and day out. But once I've picked a market for the day, there's usually not going to be 6 different markets I trade. I'll scan them, whichever one's presenting the cleanest opportunity, then I'll go there. But once you pick one for the day, that's probably where you want to stay.
10 years ago, the only market I traded was crude oil. Like that's all I would trade every single day, just crude.
Oh yeah,
crude oil.
Yeah,
and now it doesn't really move very much. It's not like the way it used to be. It's NASDAQ. Now the market I typically trade every day has been the NASDAQ, and now I'm leaning. It's been more frequently silver, right? And like you said, Coach Jay, not just one-offs, right? It needs to be consistent. Consistency is, I think, the key word when it comes to anything that we do as traders. Is like, okay, this is consistently volatile. I could depend on showing up and trading this market consistently each day and have realistic expectations of what it's doing. And then it changes. And then you have to change as well as a trader.
Like Jack was saying, right? He's never placed a silver trade before. So if you go over to that market, got some size here in the S&P real quick, 555 on the bid, right below the market right now. And looks like half of that traded out and they pulled the rest of it. What was that? was a tick off of the market there. But yeah, you might see a bunch of people posting P&Ls, trading silver, and if they're trading silver, they're probably pretty big P&Ls. But then jumping into that market with the expectation of making money right away, if you've never traded it before, is doing yourself a disservice. So maybe doing it in a practice account or something like that.
I'm flat.
Yeah, there is opportunity across the board. Flat there, Dakota.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take like a $10 loss on that one, and I'm done. This market's yeah. I mean, look, we just been consolidating, slightly holding these highs, which I don't want to see. Like when we were consolidating and range bound trading earlier, it was every 5 minutes, right? Top and bottom, wicks on both sides. That's not what we're seeing here. We're kind of just holding. And we still might go back down and flush, but that's it. 859 for me today.
Plus 859 on the day, using the best feature in trading right now, the lockout button, locking in those profits. Nice job there, Dakota. What do you got planned for the rest of the day? You hitting the gym? Got some boxing to do?
No. Nope. It's just relax for me today. Yeah.
Okay.
Relax for me today. No gym, no boxing, nothing. This is a recovery day.
There you go. You need those. Nice job there, Dakota.
That's another day closer to the 30-day. I'm going for that 30-day mark. Not 30 days in a row, but 30
what do you got right now?
I'm at 27. I believe this one will be 28. I'll have to double check. But going for that 30 days. Because that 30 days, I could withdraw the entire balance if I wanted to. And I could take daily payouts. So once I get to that 30 days, that's kind of the main goal. And they don't even have to be in a row. It's just like, I think it's one of those, if you can trade consistently and keep your account open, eventually you're going to hit it. It's just a matter of time, right?
Right.
The last live account I had for a year, and I wasn't even thinking about it. I'm like, man, this account's been open for a year. I've been trading on it for a year. I took $225,000 out, and I don't even know how many winning days I had on that one.
A lot of people don't know that, but you can take daily payouts with 30 winning days in a live funded account here at Topstep. Shout out to Diamond Hands, who just hit that mark as well.
Okay, so in his live account.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice.
I wonder how close Omar is. Daily payouts, make 60 grand, take it all out. Nice.
Hey, it's there.
Right. That is an option.
Yeah,
Dakota, since you
awesome.
shared so much of your personal life, the chat wants to know, is your heat back on?
It is. It is. And you see, look, I got a clean face.
There you go.
Heat and hot water.
There you go. Made some money in silver last night, and all of a sudden the heat's back on.
I paid the bills.
We got the S&P making new highs of the day here, 70, 14, 75. Man, Jack, this was a one of the slowest days I can remember in the S&P in a long time.
Yeah, it hasn't been the spot for a ton of opportunities unless you were doing, it was kind of the same range trade. Sometimes things don't present themselves, but
Yep.
We'll keep on. There's always another day.
100%. Why are you not sharing position size and buffer that these top board leaders are? Yeah. Sometimes we don't know. There's go ahead, Jack.
Also, don't attribute to malice what could be attributed to more work than we can do on things. You can figure it out too. Yeah, they're trading big size. We got to go look these things up. I mean, do the math. If someone's making $60,000, they're probably not trading a couple micros.
Great point. Great point there, Jack. And if they're doing it consistently, they're probably not just YOLOing their accounts, right? They've identified a process that's working right now and reading the markets pretty well. I think sometimes people get into like, you're showing that, but I'm trading with the $2,000 drawdown. It's like, well, you don't start that way. You got to build up the account in order to take some bigger swings. And
also,
back to that tip of the week.
A lot of times these people find their way into like shoulder tappers, so we'll talk about it. But yeah, I have no doubt that when you see someone making, you know, $30,000-$40,000, in my experience, they're trading like at least 5 NQ or more. Now, like that's not necessarily the case in silver, because we will have like $5 moves or something, and one
Yeah.
big contract for $5 is what, $25,000?
Say that again.
A $5 move on one of the big silver. It's what, 5,000 ounces?
Yeah, it's 5,000 ounces. It's $25,000 move on one contract.
Is it 25,000?
Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It's
Yep.
1,000 per dollar for a
Yeah.
mini.
Yep.
Or 5,000 per dollar in the mini. Yeah.
We saw that in what, 2 minutes yesterday? 6 minutes?
Yeah. I had a scalp with one micro, and it was $600 in a blink of an eye. It was a minute and a half. Someone said in chat.
And I can't speak to those specific traders, but one thing I've seen among the people who are putting up the big numbers in gold is that, you know, they're holding these trades for a long time. It's rare that we see someone that's like putting up huge numbers who's just like, oh, they made a whole bunch of trades today and we're just like feeling it. In part because those are, I was talking about this yesterday on Shoulder Tap. You know, when we show those things, those are outliers in some ways. And the thing with outliers is the more trades you put on, the less likely you are to stay an outlier for the day.
Great point. Things have to come back to the average, right? Things have to come back to the average.
Wrong with being more active, but like you got to be, you increasingly have to be in the zone if it's like you got to $60,000 by 12 trades of $5,000. That's usually not how it works out.
Good point. Good point there, Jack. Seeing the equities pull back just a little bit here. Actually, it's just the Russell right now pulling back. Traded above that 2,700. Made a new all-time high, 27.0490, trading 26.9770. The NASDAQ still in that 1 minute opening range, 25.916. Nice cut on that trade there, Dakota. The S&P tried to make new highs there. It's making new highs the way it has been all day by a couple of ticks, and then pulling back 70.16.5, new high of the day there in the S&P, 70.12.5. Last trade there. Gold pulling back, sitting at VWAP right now, 46.08. We got silver trying to figure out what it's going to do at settlement, trading 91.01. Micro Bitcoin in a range, but we got a ton of trading still to do here on Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Again, tag us on your favorite social media platform. Hashtag Fast Markets at TopstepTV. We appreciate you all being here. What do we have coming up next? Well, I have the answer for you. We got JD and Jack for a morning recap. If you've ever wanted to see that, don't say we never gave you anything.
Yeah, Hogan's
coming
got
up
the
next.
rest of the day
JD
off, so we're doing it.
JD and Jack for the morning recap. And then after that, we got JD, Mandy, and Dolby coming back for trade with Topstep. Mandy has been on a hot streak recently in her XFA. But will she be able to continue that streak today? Stay tuned and find out here at Topstep TV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you all. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
Hello, folks. Welcome to the morning recap. Hogue is taking a little rest today. He's a very busy man, but we got JD with us. JD, how's it going, man?
What's up? Going pretty good. Pretty quiet during the opening call this morning. We didn't take any of these opening range breakout trades. We looked at the gold 1 minute opening range breakout. We did have some 7:30 numbers out this morning, retail sales, and what was the other one? I already forgot. But
jobless claims.
Yeah, we signaled jobless claims. That was it. We signaled along by just a single tick off the 7:20 a.m. Central Time opening. There we go. Opening bell for gold. Long signal by one tick. Looked pretty weak. We didn't take the trade, which ended up being a good no trade. We held off, and gold sort of reversed and put in some new lows from there. We definitely would have been stopped out and lost a couple bucks if we had taken that gold 1 minute opening range breakout. Same thing in crude oil. Crude oil triggered along on the 8 o'clock Central Time open. Just by a couple of ticks, and it was a very weak signal again in crude oil. It was very choppy, played both sides of the opening range. Did not take that trade either, and it turns out we would have been stopped out if we had taken that long also. So we dodged a couple bullets today during the opening call. No trades, no harm, no foul. Flat, 0 P&L on my end of the house account today. That's all I got for you, pretty much. What happened during fast markets, Jack?
This is going to be notoriously information light morning recap because there's a couple trades being made here. Let me go into this real quick. I will start. Well, as you can see, I was looking at the ES. It was a pretty tight range all morning. We're breaking out a little bit to the upside here, but wasn't too much that I saw. However, we did have Vinny Tutex parachuted in at 9:30 and took kind of a banger here. This is the 5 minute chart here. He got in like right around, as I recall, he got in at 69. It was over here, maybe actually 69.96 quarter, and then it just kind of blew up on us. Maybe he took it to 45. He took it at one of the times it went there. We got a tape bomb, went in his favor. He took it off somewhere in this area up here. Dakota took a couple. He was up about $580 from trading silver last night. He was trading the MNQ. Got one short up around one of these highs here. He took two shorts. I think one here that ended up working out for him. And then took a second one here and then closed that for just a $10 loser. And then proceeded to lock out. So two looks at the short for Dakota. One worked out, one basically scratched. And that was pretty much all the trades we took. Not even pretty much. That was all the trades we took during fast markets this morning. We're within striking distance of the highs right now. Quick market update. Google's down 1%. Everything else in the Elite 8, so to speak, is up. Led by NVIDIA is now up 3.2%. Broadcom up 2.3%, Meta up 1.2%, Amazon up 1.5%. Your 10-year rate's 4.16.4. That's all I got for now. We do have Trump speaking at 11:30, I believe, with the opposition leader from Venezuela. Depending on if that's public or if there's a Q&A, we could see some movement there. JD, any final thoughts before we send it back?
Nope, that's it. We've got a White House press briefing at 12 o'clock Central Time also. So quite a bit left on the economic calendar for the day. A couple more talking Feds, too. Barkin speaking at 11:40. Schmidt's speaking at 12:30. We'll keep an eye on the news for you, though. Always got one eye in the ditch here on Topstep TV. That's for sure.
One eye in the ditch. Stick around because there's a high probability there'll be some trades this coming segment. We got Trade with Topstep. JD sticking around. He'll be joined by Mandy and Dolby Time. This is Topstep TV. Let's do it.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's time to trade with Topstep. The star of the show, sitting in the middle, Mandy is back to trade it up with us today. She's got some good stories to tell us too. Pretty good day in the markets for Mandy. You guys all know Dobie by face, by name, by his earmuffs. Let's get into it though. Mandy? I said
Good
earmuffs.
morning, you
I meant
guys.
headphones. Mandy, tell us
Same.
everything that's going on.
Yeah.
You've had quite
Great to be
a
with
morning
you.
so far.
Yeah. Great to be with you, JD, Dolby. Long time no see. Just kidding. We were hanging out last night. You guys, my XFA, I'm on a streak and I'm locked up. Took it actually last night. I haven't done a lot of trading this morning. All things considered. It was on silver. We'll go over here to the 15-minute. Last night, silver sold off and I snagged only a fraction of this big move last night. So let's see if that was, I probably caught, right around here, scalped all the way down up 1730. I actually had my personal daily profit target set at 1600. Reason for that, I have been having some pretty high days last couple of days, and I just wanted to lock in like the max profit amount that would allow me my max payout. And so you guys can make more than the 10K on an account, of course, in the 5 trading days. But for me, I just didn't want to hand anything back. I locked myself up. So just in my trading week for the 5 days, I'm up 10K. So I can then take out the max profit. We're at 5,000, which is 50% of up to 10K. And then, I can, after 30 days, I can get that access to the rest of that, but actually ideally move to live. That's my goal. So, didn't want to hand any of that back. Just gonna wait to get myself that payout here. I think it's Monday morning. I should be able to hit that. So that's why I'm locked out on the XFA, but pretty happy with the week, guys. It's been fun with silver.
That's a beautiful thing. And playing it smart too, locking in that max payout and keeping a little cushion to trade with next week. Great job, Mandy.
Yep,
That's
absolutely.
a great story.
Hey, thanks,
Well done.
you guys.
Well done. Dolby time. Dolby's got the keys to the house account. Were you watching Fast Markets, listening to Dakota praise you and your coaching on how to trade a range? You did pretty well this morning, trading the range.
I did, yeah. It was great. Yeah, great trading by Dakota. I mean, really leaned into that range, sized up and everything. Got the result that he wanted. I was waiting for him to flip at the bottom, though, to be honest. I thought he had the had the swag to pull that off. But the NASDAQ, it's been really range bound. I thought the big round number trade has been pretty solid in NASDAQ. Those 800s ended up holding. That would have been a pretty cheap long. But if there's no big news to really move the market, then we can kind of expect range bound markets. Like we need catalysts to push to new highs or to push to new lows, and if we don't really have those, then we can fairly reliably get into a range trade in any market here. The exception would be the RTY, which has been trending to the upside pretty aggressively and kind of still is. So we'll see what we can get here. Maybe some shorts in the NASDAQ at top of range might be cheap, but I think the longs in the RTY look pretty fantastic so far. So we'll see what we get. We got Mandy in the house. I'll just do whatever Mandy does. She's absolutely crushing it right now.
Thank you. I mean,
yes, very impressive trading. Excellent week.
Yeah, thank you. 5 minute on the NQ right now. I'm not in love with right now. Silver, on the other hand, we might be able to keep pushing here. I mean, look at all this chop in the 5 minute. I mean, we are in a range of, it's a decent range, which is perfect for Dolby. I love this for Dolby. Maybe if we can get back down below about 20s, maybe we consider a short with a rotation back down to these lower aspects here at 820s. So, we're about 100-point range-ish, not very accurate on that total, but we have 100 points to play with, which is plenty on MNQ, NQ, whichever one you're trading. It is a bit choppier, so that's my only hesitation.
I mean, it might be selling
We have been
off right
sitting
now.
in sort of a little mini zombie rally in the S&P going back to about 10 o'clock Central Time last hour, just slowly, steadily grinding higher. Low volatility,
Absolutely.
low volume, just melting up. But yeah, a little bit of selling just came in. Obi mentioned it. Is this our little mini correction? We'll know in a minute, right?
Might be. Yeah. I'm thinking I got the R2Y up on the right side of my screen. I got the micro NASDAQ on the left. Just, eyeball test here. I'm seeing a range under range form in the RTY. So kind of got those, a range that was formed around like 1020. And then that ended up kind of breaking down, found a little bit of support at the 2697s, and the resistance ended up being at 2700 evens. So maybe there could be a trend shift happening here in the RTY. If we can get underneath 2697, that could be a pretty cool short. Or if you're bullish, so maybe you buy the 2697s and see if we can bid back to the upside. But range under range to me kind of indicates that we might be switching up the trend here. So we'll keep an eye on the RTY.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Let's do a quick check-in on the tilt and see what the consensus of our Topstep traders is. Pretty flat in the S&P, 54% long, 53% short in the NASDAQ, 52% long in crude, and 59% long in gold. Pretty flat across the board, I should say. So, the consensus among our sim traders here at Topstep is, I don't know. Wait and see. Watch. Be an active observer for a little bit.
We can get a
You see something,
3-minute
Mandy?
candle. Yeah, if we can get a 3-minute candle close below these 900s, I might consider shorts. It's just this big round number of 900, right? 26, we've 26,000 we've come up and tested plenty of times in the last couple weeks. But rejected well. I mean, hence why we're here in the 25,000 range. But is 900 going to be like another bounce area? I'll see if I can scalp anything out of this, but probably going to be hands off for another at least minute and 45 seconds before I decide to enter a trade. Right now, my EMA and moving averages have crossed on the 3 and 5 minute. So anytime my moving average pops on top, that's my yellow. That's an indication for selling pressure coming in. Same thing on my 5 minute. Let's look at the 15. That might give me some clarity to see if we're coming to bounce through. So yeah, we're right at the 15 minute. We just hit 11:15 Central. These are converging. The EMA and moving average are touching right now. They're kissing. I just need a little bit more follow through. So actually looking at this moving average of 14 period, I believe. Yeah, 14 period. We can get a good push below that. I think shorts will be in play with that range trade. So that's what's good with my strategy with the moving averages and the EMA cross is you can trade it in trend and in range. So in chop areas. So that's kind of fun with the indicator that I'm using, and also as a scalper.
Yeah, for sure. Sound strategy.
Yeah.
That's the strategy that's been paying all week too, folks. I hope you were paying attention to that.
Yeah. This RTY is very interesting here. There's a pattern I talked about maybe a couple months ago. It's called like a treetop high. So you get a very strong move to the upside, followed by a consolidation. So it kind of looks like a tree, I guess. Typically ends up being a kind of like a reversal formation because there's just so little volume on the way up that if it ends up kind of cracking the range that it ends up forming at the high, it can be kind of a shoots and ladders. It'd be like a shoots on the way down sort of thing. So I'm going to keep a close eye on this one. I also got NASDAQ selling off a little bit too. Damn, that would have been a nice range trade.
I'm 3 short on MNQ.
Nice.
Yeah, that push on
And you got short?
5 minute. Yeah, I did. it just looked like it's setting up for longer term possibility. So we're going to go for a target down to, oh gosh, where do we want to go on this one? We'll have to retest
What was your entry
these.
price on that?
94s, but we're right back above 9. So let's see what happens here. Might DCA into this if we can hold below. Yeah, definitely gonna have my stop loss CYA well above the last red candle highest wick, which is gonna be above 940. I want to see a push below 80s. I would love that. That would be really great. So yeah, let's see if I can DCA and cut like 2 more contracts into it. Because we might just come up, kiss this green pressure on MNQ. And
we did just see a little pop in the ES too. Small pop in the ES that went right alongside the NQ there. A couple hundred offered at 1375 in the S&P. See if this trades out.
Little pop in there
for a while. Somebody wants us.
Yeah, we're starting to unravel a little bit here. That makes me a little bit more weary. But this is going to be a longer trade for me, you guys. Just with how the 15 pressures are coming together, it might take a second for this to play out a little bit more than I ideally like to scalp. I was looking for a momentum too. That was kind of the reason why I entered in that trade. But buyers just came right in and said, no, let's keep this at 900. But let's see how sellers do here. We're almost to break even again. So this is actually looking a lot better. So we just needed to come kiss this pressure both on my 5-minute and my 3. So do you see how, if you look at the 5-minute here, we came back, touched green pressure. Now we should be able to have a continuation to push down low. Same here on the 3-minute.
And
excellent,
Mandy,
excellent.
what moving averages are you using? Chat wants to know per usual.
Oh yeah, let me go ahead and put that on real quick. My 5-minute is going to be the best one to use. It's the 7 MA and 5 EMA, and that's the cross indicator, which is really nice because I don't have to like sit and stare and see like when they intertwine. The cross pops up when it's there. It'll stay there as long as the candle closes. If it's on the current candle and it crosses, it can uncross. So you have to wait for the candle close for confirmation. But then I also love VWAP. I feel like, you know, all roads lead there. Markets like to respect VWAP often. And then just for long-term pressures, it's just the triple moving average. So I have those set to the defaults of 14, 21, and 35. And when you're looking at bigger time frames, for example, if you look at my 15 here, they're pretty spread apart. They're good target price points. Like, you know, I kind of have a multi-point touch point here, actually, where there is a that would be my 35 period moving average. So I like those more for the triple moving average for like target price points, not so much entries. That's totally my MA-EMA.
Nice.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks for the explanation.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so almost a break even
5-period
again.
moving average. Oh, just to clarify, it was a 5-period moving average and a 7-period exponential moving average, correct?
Flip that. 7 MA, 5 EMA.
7 MA, 5 EMA. Got it. I'm gonna write that down.
Yep. Yep. So I have that up here on the 5-minute chart, which is the right screen for anybody who wants to look at that. So I've thrown on a couple random things just to help me stay out of trades lately. Like my MACD is just kind of on the bottom, and then this parabolic SAR. Kind of we might come down and see some hesitation at 86, but those aren't anything that I'm long-term using. I'm just kind of more trying to find better entries and staying out of things that I probably should stay out of. So they're also, just a disclaimer here, I might just call this a cut early, not even get to my stop loss. If we're still in this trade, which would feel like an eternity to me, in 6 minutes, 30 seconds, when the 15-minute candle closes at the bottom of the hour, if we hold above 905s on the candle close, we might just go back up. So I'm also keeping a close eye on my 15 because they haven't quite crossed. That one was preemptive on the 15-minute, but I had confirmation with the 3 and 5. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. 900 is also going to be slow because it's a tricky spot for the market to decide if it likes to hang out here or not.
Big round number.
It's a good way to manage risk right there. We're just not seeing any follow through yet. It might pick up, it might not, but always protect your downside. Zysoft in the chat says this might break the record for the worst New York session ever.
Bro, what are you talking about?
It doesn't sound like you've been around for too long. Just wait. Just wait.
Just wait. Yeah. What's that? The Homer Simpson meme? This is only the worst one so far. Trust me, there's plenty more.
Worst one so far, yes. How long have you been trading, Zysoft?
Yeah. Have you hung out with us in Power Hour? I mean, you did say New York session, but
yeah, that's true.
Power Hour on a Wednesday.
Definitely not the worst. I would say every New York session is the worst because trading the open sucks. That's just my opinion.
It's hard. It's hard. That's absolutely correct.
They're all terrible.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, we're like this morning, the NQ was really range bound, which I think, frustrated some traders, but one person's miserable experience in the market, it's another one's, money-making opportunities. So if you're a momentum trader, you're going to hate ranges. And if you're a range trader, you're probably not going to enjoy momentum. So, it's not necessarily a bad thing to have different tools in your toolbox as a trader. So if you can, find a way to make a range trade comfortable for you, then it opens up, different market states for you to participate in. But if you're only looking for momentum trades, then you have to be very, very patient, sit on your hands if you don't get your setup. But some people love the range trades. I would be one of them.
We did tap my entry. So back to break even. Starting to see a little green. Hopefully we can just get that push that we're wanting down. I think MNQ wants to maintain this 15-minute range that we've been doing. I mean, we've come up here 4 times now. Quite a few handfuls down here, but it's been a minute since we've come down and tested, these 60s, which is where we've had some candle closing on the 15-minute candles. So
we're going to get a bid in the RTY. 2696.6.
Also, can I just do an on-air shout out to somebody?
Yeah,
I have a trading buddy here in Utah. His name's Scott. He is such a patient trader, and he just passed his first combine today. And on the last day of his monthly, his subscription was going to renew tomorrow. he's just been chipping away at it, and I am super proud of him. He's inspiration to me to be more patient and to not have FOMO. So a big shout out to him. It was a milestone he needed to hit, and I'm just super stoked to see him hit that.
Very nice. Scott, if you're in the chat, reveal yourself.
Yeah, are you in chat?
So we could all say hello.
Yeah, he was. He shouted out at me earlier, just a couple minutes ago. So in the chat, so that's him. Yeah, it's a great day for him.
Nice.
There he is.
Yeah, passing your. Is he in there?
He's in there. I see him.
That's amazing.
Hodge,
yeah, passing your first trading combine is like kind of the 4-minute mile. Once it's possible, it becomes a lot easier to do it. And then you do the XFAs, and then you do the live funded accounts. But that's a great milestone. So congratulations, Scott. We are not getting filled on this RTY. It's not going to happen.
Oh no, we just got a pop in equities too. Put in a low right there in the S&P at 08 half. A nice 2-point pop off of that.
Curious to see what happens.
I like how you were looking at the. Go ahead, Maddie.
Minute 45. Yeah, sorry. Next minute 45 is going to be a very interesting tell. This might be a quick cut. Like I said, if we hold above 905s. But now we're pushing. There we go. As the 15-minute candle is coming to a close, now we're starting to see some follow through, some confirmation that we want to see this MA moving average close. So cross, excuse me. So there's going to be a battle over the next minute or two. We see that often as we get closer to these larger candle closes with like the 15 minutes. So a little bit more pickup here.
Yeah. There was a question in chat a while ago. Where did it go? I remember it. I think it was basically, there it is from Chronics on 40. What's up with the risk reward, Mandy? You have a inverse risk reward. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Oh
yeah, absolutely. So for scalpers, it can work really well for inverse risk to reward because we're looking for such a just a small portion, and we need some breathing room to happen in order to be profitable. As long as your strategy has a relatively high win percentage, you can get away with a negative risk reward and find yourself highly profitable. Perfect. We just broke that lower green candle wick on my 5 minute. Might continue to push here. Should have had a runner. I think I'd learned by now, you guys. No, but I'm happy. As a scalper, I just love to snag this, wait for my next setup, So we're up at almost, $95 here on those MNQ contracts that we just had. We can continue to see a continuation, but look, 4 seconds, we're ending right where that lower candle wick was. So I'm really happy. That's exactly how I wanted the trade to complete. I just wanted to give myself some breathing room. And with my win percentage, it adds up nicely to where I can end up making payouts. Like I said, I'm making a good payout here early next week. So you got to play with the math. And if your win percentage is low, you're going to have a higher higher reward to risk. So it really comes down to your strategy, win percentages, what is your average winner, what's your average loser. There's so much math, and the great thing is you have the tools on Topstep that run those on the dashboard for you, or here on the performance stats here on the left side on Topstep X. And so you got to find what works for you. Me, I came as a Forex trader, a company that I learned from to learn how to trade Forex. They taught us negative risk reward as scalpers, and it worked. I mean, Forex wasn't the fit for me. Let's just say that. But I was able to translate that over into futures. The negative risk reward has worked really well for me in futures. So, but that is not Dakota. He likes bigger, he likes positive reward to risk. And, he's very profitable that way. So you got to find what works for your strategy, what works for your personality, make sure the maths up correctly, and maybe that's where you can find the tweak. There's the
math has
you got your
math.
R2I there. Yeah, math's got
we
to
like
math.
to say we always say you got to keep the math on your side. That's what it is.
Yes,
so it is possible to have
exactly.
an inverted risk to reward as long as you have a high enough win rate. You're good. And just like Mandy said, find what works for you. Yep.
Yeah, and Dan Emmons talks about it too in the chat. You have to have a low win rate. You have to have a high RR, which makes sense. But if you're inverse that, you can't inverse that, and that's what I do as a scalper with my strategy. Sorry, just one quick thing to Brad K in the chat about Utah. You can get just follow me on Instagram on Mandy in the Markets, and just DM me. We do a Zoom. I'm also going to be getting my Discord going here with just some resources and just more check-in accountability type of stuff. So, and I'll go over the strat a little bit more deeper. But we have a group of us that trades in the morning with TopstepTV running in the background, and just kind of help each other stay, avoid bad trades and lock ourselves out.
We know you.
Are you going to start streaming
off air?
Are you going to start streaming soon, Mandy?
I think I'm doing enough streaming here, but just to kind of go over strategy and just be like a resource and a mentor to people, or accountability partner or accountability group. That's really all I'm looking for in the Discord. Is not so much streaming. I can do plenty of that here on TopstepTV, but I'm just lucky enough that you guys let me have it. But I just want to thank people, I've had people who've mentored me. There's a girl named Christina, my friend Jaren. Those people changed me as traders. I feel like Scott that just passed his combine helped me, try not to have FOMO this year, Mandy. And I'm like, you're right, and so just the community,
okay, Scott.
and that's the community is what I
Whatever you
want,
say.
and that's what Topstep gives us is a community. And so, us Utah people, we also love to. I mean, I met up with Scott and our friend Chandra, and it's been fun to kind of do our own little thing too, because Topstep is international. So I can't wait for a meetup for Topstep. But we could do that at a local level here in Utah. That's my goal.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, we'll have to talk to you about setting one up. Absolutely.
Yeah. Are you in
RTY
RTY yet?
selling.
No, we missed it by literally a tick.
Ooh,
By a tick? I think you're going to get us.
It might have even touched our entry, but there's a queue. I think we were in the back of the line for that one. Yeah, we were looking for 2696.6, and we got down to 2696.6. We just didn't get filled. We'll see.
That's
Would've been a
okay.
good
It
one.
happened. Part of the process. Your
Game of
process.
ticks. Game of
your
ticks.
process. S&P and NASDAQ are both rolling over just a little bit. There's a good chance you're going to get these in the Russell.
Wow, Russie.
Oh, don't forget, guys.
Bouncing. There's 2 points right there. It's all good.
Don't forget, guys, coming up after this segment, we're going to have a quick shoulder tap with risk manager Ben and Jack, and then it's time for group coaching. Gabe, Vince, and Hoop will be here to answer your questions live on TopstepTV. We've got a form pinned to the top of the chat right now. If you've got a question for Gabe, Coach Vince, or Coach Hoop, grab that link, submit your question, fill out the form, submit it, and we will do our best to get to that question and answer it live right here on TopstepTV. That's coming up at about 12:10 p.m. Central Time, right after the shoulder tap. Grab that link and get your questions in now. Let's do a quick check-in on the tilt. Ooh, we flipped to the sell side just a little bit. 62% short in the S&P, 64% short in NASDAQ. Crude, 56% long, and gold, 62% long. Let's see where everybody's short from. Average short in the S&P, 7,005, called 7,006. So right here, we got some shorts piling into the market right at this price we're trading at now in the S&P. As far as the NASDAQ goes, 25,865. Right here, right now. That's where we're trading in the NASDAQ. 25,870. So a little bit underwater on the shorts, according to the tilt. But looks like the consensus is shifting to the short side momentarily.
We're going to offer up 2700.7 in the RTY and see if we can play this range.
All right.
It'll be a tight stop. It will be a tight stop. They're going to take a ton of risk on this one. The 3-minute range is pretty tight. So if we can get like 50 to 100 bucks on the trade, that would be totally fine. We also have a nice series of lower highs coming in. See if we can get something in the RTY
Great.
here.
Quick thing, going back to MNQ on my chart. People say, Mandy, you have so many indicators. It's so messy. And I'm like, if you know what you're looking at, it's not messy at all. I have my MA, EMA cross, right? And then I just have my triple moving averages. On the left, this is why I left triple moving averages. Here on the 15-minute, came down, touched my 35 period moving average, bounced right off of it. This is why I love it as like target price points, areas to be aware of for possible bounce and reversals or, hesitation to, like kind of like a wall for us to go through. And so that was my pink, and we came down, kissed it, bounced right off of it. That's why I love the moving averages, and that's why it works well with my MA EMA cross. It's really good mostly for the 15-minute, but I do see some good confirmation also on the 5. Once you get down to the lower time frames like 3s and 1 minute or tick charts, I don't use the triple moving average. But that's what we've lovingly called my spaghetti, the intertwine And so that's why I keep my spaghetti on there, you guys. They give some good information that you would have been like, oh, why are we bouncing? I guess you could say, you know, we're hitting support where we've had that multiple times. But I mean, it nailed it to the tick. So take for it what you want.
They are your charts, Mandy, so only you have to understand them.
Absolutely.
Very true. Very
You
true.
guys make it yourself. You make it how you
It's
want
not
to
your
make
fault
it,
if somebody
and-
else doesn't get it. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
Fun question in chat here from a Cash L253. Best risk reward to trade? I don't think there is a best per se. However, I will say that if you are new to trading, I think going 2 to 1, so risking $100 to make $200 or some ratio of that is a pretty good place to start, because it will help you kind of understand like risk reward, how you can stack winning trades. I also think that taking profits is one of the hardest things to do in trading. And so if you just do a fixed risk reward, you can kind of eliminate that aspect of trading and really just focus in on just your entry and making sure your entry is super good. And then once you get comfortable with 2 to 1, you know, then you can kind of go from there and experiment with maybe, you know, inverse, you know, risk reward like Mandy's doing, or you go to 3 to 1, 4 to 1, hold trades longer. But there's a lot of, you know, great live funded traders who just go 2 to 1 all the time. Maybe they're risking 500 to make 1,000 or 250 to make 500. But I think using that to start understanding the ratios and just that kind of that whole thing is very good way to start. Good way to start.
Good point. Good point. There's a guy in the chat that's convinced that I'm wearing eyeliner right now, guys. I am, in fact, not wearing eyeliner right now.
That's natural beauty, chat. Soak it in.
This is au natural. Au natural. No eyeliner.
That's right.
There's a actor that I feel like has the look of eyeliner, but he doesn't wear it.
Jared Leto?
It was the
Oh, no, he's wearing
mayor
eyeliner.
in Gotham City on Dark Knight. I need to find his name. I feel like he always has it too. He has that look of like the liner.
It is so uncomfortable to put on. I have done it for like Halloween and stuff, and ladies, I don't know how y'all do it. I do not like having that thing like right on my like inner eyelid or whatever. It's so not comfortable. It is not comfortable.
I dropped the eyeliner. I did do that. I like the more natural look. But question for you, Dolby, were you like, did you go through like an emo phase like when you were a teen? Like I feel like that would totally maybe be your vibe.
No, I went from.
It's not a phase, Mom.
I never got into eyeliner. I got into metal. So I kind of skipped it. So I got into like Slayer, Pantera, Mudvayne, Korn, and then I switched high schools, and then I found the European metal scene and started listening to a lot of European metals. That'd be In Flames, Star Tranquility, At the Gates, so on and so forth. But I kind of skipped it. I did play a little bit of punk in grade school or in high school, so you can actually look up my band. I do have my high school band on Spotify, which is pretty fun. So you can go check it out.
Awesome.
Man, I was really hoping we were gonna get a picture of hipster emo Dolby. Not gonna happen though, guys. That would have been great.
Nope, metalhead.
There is AI. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Someone wants to create that. Knock yourself out. Make sure you tag Topstep on social.
That's right. No. Also, I'm a blonde. I think you have to have like black hair with like the comb, like not the comb over, but like the wave sort of thing going on with the black eyeliner. There's a fun YouTube channel called
black.
Yeah. If you're into emo, check out the YouTube channel Emo's Not Dead. And it's like this millennial who's still doing like really fantastic emo content for adults. It's so funny.
I may or may not have liked many of those videos just because I went through that phase for a minute in, I think it was like middle school. Yeah, middle school to like freshman year of high school. Evanescence. I really liked Evanescence. That was my jam. Silver is pushing, not to session highs yet. I'm not getting any good reads on silver. And NQ's kind of chilled out for a second. So no trades for me. Those are the two. How's RTY looking there, Dolby?
Thoroughly range bound, but it's not extending the range enough for us to get filled, unfortunately. So we're offering 2700.7. Can't really get up there. We tried buying 2696.7. Couldn't get filled down there. So we're just stuck. We're stuck in the middle. Stuck in the middle with you. Here we are. See if we can get something. But indices are pretty chill right now. I have enjoyed trading micro silver in the overnight session. That thing's pretty bananas. Metals have been really moving very, very well. Gold as well. Gold and silver have both been a great trade.
It's been interesting. Once it makes its move, you think in silver it's like the move's done. No, it just keeps going. It's insane. And it's hard because, on one micro silver, you can't scale in and out of that. Like, you kind of have to just do one contract. Like, one contract.
And two's almost too many.
Plenty.
2 micros is like a lot.
Yeah, unless you're up.
I
only trade two or three if I have a good chunk of change underneath me. But yeah, it was definitely a different learning experience there for sure.
Yep. You get run over pretty quick putting on size in the micros in silver. We've witnessed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Dakota put up like $600 in like 3 minutes trading 1 micro silver. Like, you can do some damage both ways. Double-edged sword. It's trading, right? It's not always to the upside. But it is pretty wicky. Kotop 83 says, Mandy, can you explain your strategy?
Yeah, I can go over that.
We already did,
briefly.
didn't we?
Yeah, we did. So just super quick recap. 7 on the moving average. EMA is set to 5. I look for crosses. So I use the cross in EMA cross indicator. I like looking at the 3 and the 5 minute with some extra validation off of the 15. Let's go to MNQ here. And what we look for is just a cross and usually a hold below. Like on a candle close, we want the cross to close on a candle. That will confirm that the cross has in fact happened and will stay and not uncross. I look for downside targets to either other MAs or previous candle wick lows or highs, depending on the direction I'm going. I think that's I like having the triple moving average in there just as a variation. But I would go back, review the start of this about 20 minutes ago and see how I described my entry there. That snagged me those, I think it was 20 points.
So we are short in RTY, 2700.7.
Let's go.
See, this one definitely kind of going counter trend here a little bit, but we'll see if this pattern can hold up of range under range.
Still got a decent little pop happening. Decent little pop happening across the equities right now. NASDAQ popping, S&P popping, Russell popping.
I mean, if silver is running, maybe RTY goes too. We'll see what happens here.
Update on the tilt. Tilt is reverted back to long in the equities, 55% long in the ES, 56% long in NQ, 58% long in crude, and 59% long in gold. So ES and NQ both flipped from about 65% short to 55% long just in the last couple minutes.
Yeah.
It happens just that quick.
MNQ's looking for a buy again, 5 minutes crossing here. We'll wait another minute 45. Or I don't know. I just don't love going around 900s again. Even though it played out well, that was torment time. Like, that was way too long for me. Just because we were around 900s. We're uncrossing here on the 5 minute. So yeah, let's go over the strategy real quick. Uncrossing on the 5 minute. You could see the cross pop up. Now the cross is gone. So the EMA moving average uncrossed. 3 minute, we have a good push, good red candle here. Looking at the 15 minute, the reason why we're getting some hesitation up here is we are on a 15-minute green pressure. EMA came and tested it, wanted to see if we can come test yellow pressure, which for me is a sell. Didn't quite reach it, so to break above it. So sells might be in play here in about a minute. I might re-enter for another short.
Nice.
Yeah, if we can hold below 75, I'll enter short.
Yeah, that was
getting
definitely
wiggly. We're getting wiggly. Something's going on.
Definitely some rejection right there.
Yeah. We're going to lower our stop down to 2701.3. So we're cutting our risk from 50 down to 30. I kind of wish we just took the $50, but let's see how this plays out. Because we're risking $50 to trade on R2I with 1 E-mini, which is like not a lot of money at all, which is kind of awesome.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I think R2I is such a nice product to trade is that it tends not to be very wicky within its ranges. And like okay, we're gonna go to break even. So now we're risk free. So like if you were just like for example, this first range that we have, like that is pretty easy to trade as a range trader because you're not getting like massive wicks to the outside or to the downside like you would see in NASDAQ. So the ranges tend to be a little bit tighter, which is fantastic for range trading. So that way you can risk a lot less and get pretty solid risk reward on it. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if we can just get $100. Let's just see if we can get $100.
$100 is $100.
I'm gonna wait 30 seconds on this 3-minute candle close. We had the 5-minute uncross. Chat was asking, when it crosses, do I enter? No, I don't. It has to have posted. So the candle has to close and the cross has to be there to confirm it. Now, it's not a signal necessarily. There's a few different things that, is momentum. Are we well past it? Are we near a support resistance level? Are we at a psychological round number? All of that kind of plays into it. So it's not quite the signal, but it's almost the signal, so to speak. So the 5-minute uncrossed, we held below. 3-minute, we actually popped back up above the green. So for that reason, I stayed out of it. I almost entered in a short here, but the fact that we're coming to reclaim this, if we reject here, I'll enter short. If we can get back down to below 75s again. If we push, then I'm glad I didn't get short. So it's kind of a decision zone right here. We have been chopping in this area for the last 25 minutes.
We're out. So we got $97.
How do we do?
So we basically great, got $100.
Go.
So this is
nice.
You were talking about risk reward in chat. That was a 2-to-1 trade right there. We risked $50. We made 100. If you do that enough times, you're profitable, right? So for a 2-to-1, you have to be accurate 40%. 40% of your trades have to be winners for 2-to-1 to work. And so that was just an easy 2-to-1 trade right there. We're risking $50. So now a way to think about it is that now we get 2 more trades on the day that are kind of like for free. So we'll put us in a good spot, a nice little base hit, 10-foot putt, whatever you want to say. Maybe it goes way down, but who cares? We got our bag for this segment. So $100 is $100.
Excellent. $100 is $100, as they say. All right. We've got a news clip we want to share. I'm really interested to hear this story too. Listen to this. Federal prosecutors have charged at least 20 people in a basketball game rigging scheme. You have piqued my interest. Let's run it.
According to court documents, it all started in 2022 in the Chinese Basketball Association. The indictment claims the fixers also enlisted college basketball players to fix NCAA games. Players were recruited to make sure there were certain outcomes in games. The fixers placed millions of dollars in wagers, and the participating players were paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. The defendants are charged with bribery in sporting contest and conspiracy to commit wire fraud.
They name names or schools. I got to look this up. I'm intrigued.
I heard
I got to
that
know more about this.
a guy from DePaul University got tagged for point shaving.
When is the last time
alma
DePaul
mater.
won more than 6 games in a season? Right.
Wild,
My
bro.
father went to
It is-
My father went to DePaul too. He loves DePaul basketball, and he'll watch every game that he can. But I can't remember ever watching a game that they won. To be honest with you,
DePaul is
That's
not a
sad.
sports school. It is not a sports school.
well, they compete in the Big East, which is a stacked basketball conference. You know, like they should be putting a product on the floor every year. They're not doing it.
No.
All right,
Oh,
I'm
well.
short another
That's my 2 cents.
3
Nice.
micros. We're gonna go above this last wick of yeah, I like that. Stop loss at 96. TP. Where do we want to go here?
What was that price you're short from again, Mandy?
Right here, right now, 69 half.
25,869.
Yeah, I like
Or a
this.
couple
We should break
MNQ.
new lows. So I'm looking for
All
a
right.
test close to 50s. Give myself like 10%. Looking for another quick 100. Negative risk reward again. I need some breathing room. The only issues you have a cross on this 3-minute, and but I'm assuming it's going to uncross as long as we get a push down. 5-minute. Oh, we're bouncing on the 5-minute. We held below here on the 5-minute, so again, another reason why I wanted to stay short. These crosses, like I said, can pop up and remove. It is a new candle, so that's why it crossed. But when I entered, we were still in the previous candle. So if we push down, it will uncross and we'll be fine. But question, Dolby.
All right.
Yeah, just risk. Oh man, sorry, 11:55. Come on, we need more time.
Yep. You got to get out of here.
What is your fixed risk reward for even if it's negative? What is it? 2 to 1,
Negative.
3 to 1.
It's anywhere from like negative 2 to 1, rarely 3 to 1.
Okay.
Usually negative 2
Yeah, it
to
all
1.
hovers around there. Cool.
The other thing is it's not auto set. I look at where are the other levels, right? Where are my wicks? Where is their support? So where is another price target? And so it's not perfectly negative 2 to 1, right? It's not always going to be 1 to 1. There's going to be some variance between, like, I mean, this is what, a 1.5-ish, you can say, on the current trade that I'm in. So I'll keep you guys updated on this trade, though. But
let us know.
Fun morning. Fun to be with you guys.
Very good.
It was fun.
Very good. All right, we got to step aside. Mandy, congratulations on a great trading week once again. Mandy's going to take a payout on
Thank you.
Monday. Hit that cap, up 10 grand on the week. That's the way to do it. Dolby Timeout, we'll catch you later. We're going to be back. Me and Dolby will be back with Carlos P at 1 o'clock. We're going to step aside, though. We got Jack and Ben coming in for a shoulder tap in just a couple minutes. And then we've got group coaching at 12:15. Gabe, Vincent, Hoop will be here. Don't forget, that question form is pinned to the top of the chat. If you've got a question for group coaching, whether it be trading psychology, mindset, you name it, we got some guys here willing to answer your questions live on Topstep TV. All right, we're going to get out of here. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Dolby. Shoulder tap coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's 2 paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to, it's like one of those after school specials, a very special edition of Shoulder Tap. Not just because we have Ben here, but we have a card today that has been requested and y'all will want to see. So stick around. But first, Ben, pretty range bound in the equities today, in the middle of that range right now in the ES. What's going on with the risk department today?
Yeah, it's a pattern we've come to expect when there's a pretty strong move in one direction from equities, followed by a correction the other way in the overnight session, and then even worse when it's compounded trading hours being kind of range bound. That a lot of traders get chopped up. It's vertigo. Maybe you thought it was time to get short, or you were buying the whole way down yesterday and then flip bias. Whatever the case may be, it plays out in pretty rough numbers from the live traders. We have a couple traders who are up nicely today, and we can review the leaderboards. But one of the worst days that we've had so far in 2026 from a total live account performance. I think that's just again a pattern we've come to identify when there's these big moves back and forth, and it's tough. You got to forgive yourself if you were on the red side. Even our trading card today ended up at a daily loss limit. So we do have one trader up roughly $50,000, and I've been in communication with them. So I want to make sure they walk away with that. A few other traders up nicely on the day, but by and large, much more red than some of the days we've seen last week or two.
All right. Great job, Abin. Wow. That is a hell of a number. Speaking of hella numbers, who do we have today for the card?
We are going to talk about Omar, who has been in the news in Topstep pretty frequently. So we want to get a trading card together here for him. Not as much information there as typical, but I want to talk through some of what we've seen from the order book. So I went pretty in depth here to review, exactly what he's trading, how he's trading it. This is a gold only trader, so only trading GC in 150K live account. And as everyone who tunes in regularly is already aware, he's been knocking the cover off the ball. Average daily P&L of $6,700 is amazing. That's not evenly distributed over all of the trading days that these 25 trading days he's begun. There have been a few grand slams in there that have really pushed him over the edge, and as you see, he's taken $127,000 in payouts from this account, and still has well over six figures in account balance to continue working with. So just a sensational performance to start the account, end of December and into the beginning of the year. I've got a lot to dig into here, Jack, but as you've discussed this throughout the previous few days, what are your thoughts on Omar? And as you were going through this data, what struck you about his trading?
Well, as you can see from this card, we're on a different system for some of these traders, and I don't have as much info as I usually do, but I did have the daily results and was able to make a few things. First off, let me start by saying that it's pretty mind-boggling. Let's pull up that histogram real quick. That'll be a good jumping off spot. So, not afraid of the big day. This is a new. I had to use $2,000 buckets here, because so he has like a 5K loss limit, and when he is in on these, it is pretty. It's all or nothing. He's going to use that $5,000 or do it, but the frequency at which there is some patience on where to take these big trades, I think, because it's pretty wild is in these 25 days, or it might have even just been 22 days. I saw a couple of zeros in there. I'm not sure what to do with them. He has in that time, so everything that's not up is we'll say pretend it's a 5K daily loss. He has had a 4-to-1 day, an 8-to-1 day, a 9-to-1 day, a 13-to-1 day, and an 8-to-1 day, which is crazy. Some statisticians might be, driven to drink by that. However, he's doing, it's crazy, man. In that, you can lose 5K on a day if you're spacing it. What those ratios equate to is he's had a $20,000 day, two back-to-back $40,000 days, 44K day, a 67K day, and then a 40K day yesterday. So like, even though this is way lopsided towards hitting the daily loss limit, like compared to most cards, those bars out there to the right are so high. I mean, we're talking that furthest right bar is the, oh, you know what? This looks even better. I realize I only made this go up to $50,000. So the correct histogram should have a big gap and then have the highest day at $67,000. So he has one more out there. It's just, it's crazy. And if we see it on the, let's go to the cumulative P&L on this account. I mean, despite all those drawdowns, you see it's just, I ain't sure what he's doing, but he is hitting ginormous trades with far more consistency than you'd expect. Like usually we see these cards and it's like maybe 1 out of 10 days, 1 out of 20 days someone does it. This is like 1 out of 4.
Yeah.
So it is in his favor there. They're trading gold.
I can shed a little bit more light on what he's doing, and the trades are primarily, so he's got 2 types of trades. Obviously, there are these big home runs that he said you can see on the histogram, but those are being financed at least in part by some smaller trades. So he's probing a little bit. He has trades that may last a few minutes, with a 10 or a 15 lot in gold, which is a large position, but he'll walk away with 3 points of profit on that trade, or maybe a 5 or 6 point loss, and sort of float higher, kind of around equilibrium. And when he has some profits from those trades, a lot of these larger days have been, he has a little bit more buffer there and has taken a bigger swing that actually hit. So most recently, a few days ago, he caught a little over 40 points in gold on a 15 lot. So that's, incredible, from a size and total take in that product. Really impressive. So he does trade pretty actively. He's also trading both sides of the market. So he's trading a very active market. Volatility's been up in the metals, as everyone knows. He's also willing to trade both sides. And so he does see opportunities on both ends somewhat regularly. And of course, yes, is crapping out a number of times, hitting that daily loss limit, hitting the expanded daily loss limit. But the days where it's working, he is building some buffer and then picking, probing, picking the right spot. Like you said, Jack, being very accurate on the pricing, and then takes it for as long as it works, 20, 30, 40 or more points with a lot of size. So it's not the type of trading that I would recommend to, any old person. You have to be really accurate. You have to really know what you're doing. You have to have the constitution to be able to sit through P&L swings like that. There's a lot that goes into trading like this successfully for the period of time that he has been. So, keep that in mind for the average viewers. It's not something we would, encourage necessarily, but for traders who do have experience, who are in the right market, I think is really important too. Trading something that has movement, in this case, bidirectional, has really paid off for Omar. He's doing quite well with it. So keep in mind the market conditions. With an expanded daily loss limit, it is possible to give a decent chunk of those profits back in short order. But as long as he's got a good pen, he's doing his market prep and trading with clear eyes, there's no reason this can't continue for a while.
Yeah, and he's taken like 130K in payouts, so that's he's won that. You do have to, when you're risking 5K a day with strategies like these, like he's already won. This is awesome. But you're only so many days away from eating away at that. But yeah, we'll keep everyone updated on this. This is quite the story going on here right now. So Ben, thank you for bringing that to our attention today. It was great to finally see behind the curtain on what Omar's been up to.
Yeah, definitely. We'll keep doing more of these, and I will be back on tomorrow with you, Jack, so we'll get to do it again.
I will anxiously await that. I'm also anxiously awaiting, we got group coaching up next. We got Gabe, Vince, and Hoop will be here to take your questions, maybe take some trades. as we speak now, still kind of middle of the range in the equity market I'm looking at, also known as the ES. So stick around. We'll be back with a great afternoon of trading. Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It is time for group coaching, and I'm joined by two of our VIP coaches. We got Vinny Two Ticks in the middle there, the market makers, and Coach Hoop out of the Pit Raiders there on the right. Gents, Vince, we saw you earlier this morning. Welcome back to the show. How you feeling?
Thank you, Gabe. Good to see you, Gabe. Good to see you, Hoop. Yeah, I caught that little long today in the ES. It was only a couple micros, and then I just took a Dow trade. Got stopped out on that one, and I'm setting up to get long again. So we're gonna see if we get filled here in the Dow. Right now, that's the strongest market for me. ES is still in the range, so I'm trying to look for some continuation here in the Dow. What about you guys? Any trades going on right now, or what are we looking at?
Nice. Oop.
I'm flat right now. I'm still getting my neck loose from watching silver last night. You know, that those type of moves is when you see retail all piling into one trade, and yeah, it's just everybody gets kind of levered one way, and it just, once again, $6 move, and we've come back, but it's the volatility in that market is just showing you right now. Trade cautiously, and like I said, I think all of us are. Kate, we talked about it, have tried it, but it's the risk, man. Is just, Coach Paul was talking about it yesterday. That nano or whatever the hell they're going to call the new contract is probably not going to come fast enough. Most of my trading today has been a little bit of micro gold and a little bit of natural gas. This is one thing I wanted to show of, very energy-like in a trade. We all know that natural gas for Globex for about the first 4 hours does nothing but consolidate. And then, as Europe opens and Asia, the market was down like 9% the previous day. So we rallied pretty good. I had a couple micros on, caught some of that. And then we kind of drifted back in as we got near the EIA number this morning. And then we hit that number, and that market flushed out and has rallied back and come all the way back to today's VWAP and has now hit yesterday's VWAP. So there were opportunities in there today. But if you think you're going to get some silver action in that market for the first 3 hours, you can forget it, because it does nothing but chop around and is very light range. So maybe trade metals until, if you trade into the European section. So that's kind of where I've been trading. Yeah. It's just, yeah. So, no.
All right.
Tough markets right now.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of markets, let's take a quick trip around and quote some prices, and we'll get into some questions. We got some good ones today, guys. Thanks to all the traders submitting questions each day. Let's go ahead and recap the equities right now. As Vince was mentioning, some of the equities are definitely a little bit more range bound today, and others are more directional. ES and NASDAQ both in a little bit of a range. ES trading 7010s or 7,010, and NASDAQ is trading 25,891s. Dow is definitely directional and near the top of its session so far, 49,743 last trade in the Dow. Gold and silver kind of continuing to grind higher here. A little bit more confidence from buyers here in silver, but gold trading around 46.23 half, silver trading around 92.41 and moving quickly. Crude also finding a little bit of bid here off the $58.90 price in the last 15-20 minutes. Currently trading near $59.30 a barrel. Nothing really going on in the tilt outside of crude. Crude is the only heavy tilt right now with about 63% to the long side. Gold's leaning a little bit more long, 57% long. And then it's pretty much split 50-50 across the board in the S&P and the NASDAQ. So it should be an interesting hour here for us, guys. But let's see if we can get Vince filled in the Dow trade. And what was that level again, Vince, that you're looking for in the Dow? Where's your bid at?
49,703.
Got it. Okay.
I don't like going on even numbers. I like to keep my orders weird.
I'm with you the same way, Vinny. I hate even
How
numbers.
long's that been a thing for you guys? Has that been forever?
Always.
Superstitious
Forever.
traders. You know? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Freaking superstitious traders. Yep. No.
You figure a lot of people look at the round numbers, you know?
Yeah. The ES today too, because the range was small. You know, the ATR and it was like 62 points on the daily, and we came right up to 70 15, 70 16, and I'm like, man, I'm just not a great. I don't know. My brain just can't. Everybody's trading ranges today, and I'm like, you know what? This is right in the range. It's the top of the ATR. Take it, and I'm like, can't do it. I'm going to take it, and it's going to go directional on me. But yeah, it was a perfect. It was a great range trade, and you know, Dakota did a great job with it. So.
Yeah, it was a nice range bound morning, especially at ES and in the Dow. I mean, not the Dow, the NASDAQ, right? Dakota took that short. I took the one long. So it was, and it's still ranging. It's still ranging right now.
All right, guys, I think I'm back. I don't know what happened there. Apparently, I'm the guilty one with gremlins, but
you got the gremlins? Uh-oh.
Yeah, dude. I went robotic for a second and then all of a sudden just froze, but I'm back. All right. Well, I missed you guys' answers to their question, but that's okay. We'll move on to a few questions.
It was just two traders talking shit right there.
Okay, cool. All right.
We're talking about range bound trade there.
Yeah, we're just talking about how I can't trade range bounds, or I struggle with them. Shouldn't say can't.
Got it. Well,
definitely takes getting used to.
A few?
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, sweet. So real quick, fast one. We got Brett. Shout out to Brett. He submitted a question. I have level 2 data now, and I want to know what to look for on the dome. I'll start by just saying, Brett, I definitely am right there with you in terms of something new, right? Adding a new layer. I know that can definitely be a little bit overwhelming at times, and you want to boil it down to what's the most valuable thing that I can get out of this tool, and is it going to work for me, or am I going to have to drop it after testing for a little bit? Vince, do you want to start off with this one? You use the dome at all?
Yeah, so the way that I use the dome is a little bit different than maybe some people do. I use it kind of, see how these volume profiles are on my chart? So I kind of use the dome that way. So I do look at like orders and see if there's big orders resting out there, you know, but a lot of times those orders do get pulled before they're filled. So it's important if you're looking at the dome, like Coach J does a great job of seeing if they actually got filled, right? So an order is one thing, but getting it filled is another. So an order could be an order, like I could put 100 lot down 20 ticks below the market right now. It doesn't mean I really want to buy in there, right? And if the market hits, I could just pull it. So if it gets filled, though, it means something else. So definitely, if you're looking at the dome, you want to see if those big orders are getting filled. But the way I use it is more, you know, the histogram, right? So you can't see it on this particular chart, but my own live funds, I have the data going all the way down, like 40 ticks or whatever, and you can see kind of how the volume profile is. You'll get that in your dome as well, and you can kind of trade where the low volume is and range trade around the volume areas that are in the dome if you're going to be scalping the market. So I use it a lot of times, like if I'm in a directional trade, I will start to scalp a little bit, you know, as it's going in the direction of the trade. Like I might add one, let it go, you know, around the volume areas and you know, buy and sell them real quick as I'm maintaining one full position. But that's how I kind of use the dome and the order flow in there. What about you, Hoop? Because you're more of a scalper, so I'm sure you use it a lot more than me.
You know, it's how I learned, right? I mean, you know, the beginning part of trading was, you know, there was no interactive charts. It was everything was a ladder. So that's how a lot of us just. I mean, if you go look at old prop houses where guys are in front of, you know, multiple screens like Ion, that's the only thing they're looking at is, you know, depth of market. That's all they're looking at. And they're watching how, you know, order flows. And, you know, JD talks about it. It's vested screen time. Some people get something from it, like Gabe was talking about, and some don't. I mean, I also believe in certain markets. Like if you watch silver last night, I mean, to me, and we've talked about it, Vinny. It can be also an emotional thing when you watch a market like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just watch the whole queue just get eviscerated for like a buck or two, like it did yesterday. Until that, to me, when it's an illiquid time, until that starts to thicken up again and starts to get in there, I'm like, nope, because where you can get a fill or where you get in at, you just don't know. I mean, you might be looking at a level, but when that thing's moving all over the place, but I do use it like you. Like, I mean, like here, I have Crude up, and I'm like, here I am looking at a range trade, right? Kind of boxed it in, and you can see point of control is right there at 59.22, and you can see here, like you were saying on the histogram on the right here, Vinny, you can see this is where all the volume of the day has traded, and volume profile people will say point of control is, you got point of control almost at the top of the range. It's a little sticky if it's a good place to take a price, so once again, it's going to be whatever you take from it, Gabe, is kind of my feeling. Some people, I would say, kick the tires on it. It's only like 30 some bucks, and basically Topstep is, just passing on what the CME charges, and see if for 30 days you get anything from it. I think on the ES and stuff like that, when there's big size trading, I think it's beneficial. Well, that's my opinion.
And what I like to see too, Hoop, is when, like right now in the ES, there's 20 on the bid, 60 on the next tick down. There's 164 on the bid down at 05.75. So you can see kind of the depth of market, but the market is thinner than normal right now in the ES, right? The ES is usually sits around 125 to 150, maybe 200 contracts when it's a busy day. So there's some orders in there, but it's not as heavy as it is normally, in my opinion, from what I've noticed over the time. But we're close to about 80, average of 80 contracts out in the bid and offer, 80 to 90. So, but there's going to be days where you'll see 30 on the bid and offer, right? And then a lot of people are not there in the market. It's going to be bigger swings. It's going to not respect the levels as good, right? Like the NASDAQ. Big money could push the market around. So I like it when I see heavier volume trading on the bids and offers, because then I know, there's a little bit more stickiness with price.
Somebody wants
right?
to play. Yeah. Yep.
Exactly. So, your levels might get respected a little bit better because, if there's 150 on the bid and somebody has 1,000 to sell, even if they hit you at a market order, what's it going to go? 6 ticks in the ES? It's not it's hard to move the market around. You can't bully it around like the NASDAQ. What's there on the NASDAQ right now? In the dome, that's the micro. Is more in the micro than the regular, I think. NASDAQ.
Gabe, as a newer trader,
do you? Different chart. It's only 5 to 10 on the bid and offer.
Yeah.
Curious. You're a younger, newer trader. Do you look at it?
I've been looking at it more and more over the last few months.
But it's not part of your strategy when you trade, though, at all, right?
No, it's not part of my strategy. I mainly just use it to look to see if there are any larger orders being offered.
Cool. That's kind of what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a range.
I mean, we do a pretty good job, I think, on TV. So regardless of whether or not you think that cost,
absolutely, they do.
Cost is valuable or not to you, or like the tool is valuable for the cost, because there is a monthly expense, right? So not everybody wants to shell out an additional $30, $40 a month for level 2 data. And, there's other tools out there, obviously, as well. I know some people in chat use Bookmap. There's lots of variety in where you can go find some of this depth of data from. But yeah, ultimately, I just think the Hoops approach is try it for a month, right? If you have a budget for $30 a month and you want to try it for 30 days, see if there's anything that you can pull from it. You can probably go find other information out there on the web about how people use it. But I think regardless of whether you want to spend that or not, keep tuning into TopstepTV, because regardless of whether you have it, we'll be calling out large size, and then like Jay or Andre, they're looking at the time and
Andre's
sales,
bread and butter, man.
and
Yeah.
exactly, and they'll confirm right
They
here
do a
on
great
TV
job
if
with that.
if they're
Mhm.
filling out or whether or not they're getting pulled.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, I wanted to mention there's a few comments coming across the wire. We did have about a $6 spike in gold to the downside from 46.24 to 46.17 essentially in the last 5 minutes. There are some comments from some of the Fed members talking. A couple summarized
See.
comments from Daily. A lot of uncertainty with the risk to both sides of our goals. Projections for growth are solid. Labor market is stabilizing and inflation is expected to improve over the course of the year. Fed's policy is in a good place, but need to deliberate to calibrate the policy. Incoming data has been looking promising. And then Schmidt also came across the wire in the last 5 minutes, has been talking about monetary policy not being very restrictive. Economy shows some momentum. Labor market stresses are structural and rate cutting will not patch them over. No room for complacency on inflation. And I think there's one more. December CPI consistent with near 3% inflation. So, overall, I don't know exactly what caused that little drop in gold, but that was a pretty substantial $6 move in a course of just about a minute or two.
There's
We'll see
a
if that gets
lot
recovered.
of spreading going on in there too, Gabe. Once again, I spent my whole career watching price, and on the floor I'd be looking at the board or hearing into the pit, and now I'm always looking at price. But when I have I keep them in sectors, right? I have gold and silver and platinum all kind of linked together, so you can just see there's some, and once again, I know a lot of chat has talked about this gold silver ratio and it's getting a lot of play. It's a big deal and it's starting to get, and once again, the more I've watched it, the more it looks like that kind of gold is kind of settling down, but silver kind of wants to keep pushing. And that seems to be the mantra right now, that silver is going to just leave gold in the dust and keep doing what it wants to do. Last night, when it gets overdone, it ripped right through that and reversed. So I think the correlation, and I'm a correlation guy, Vinny, we've talked about this, I think this one I'm not quite as, hey, they're going together as much as I used to be, because they seem to get wider at times and then come in and then go wider. So yeah, there's some movement going on in that ratio spread that might still have some legs in it. As you look how much silver has rebounded from its low overnight. So
Wild market.
Yeah, quite a lot.
Wild.
Let's see, what was it? Made a low of about 87.60 and currently trade, micro silver, currently already back up a little over $5 an
It's up
ounce.
$5.
Almost 6%
Yeah.
from those overnight
Where gold
lows.
has rallied, monically from, its low of overnight. So yeah, interesting.
We're about up 0.85% from current price to the lows of overnight.
Yeah. So, but yeah, interesting stuff for
One
sure.
of institutions jumped into silver knowing that this nano is coming out. But oh, let's jump in front of the crowd here. Let the pick us higher,
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got another question from
it might be a
Wendy.
short here in the ES.
Okay. Well, keep an eye on that for
Top
us.
of
Let me know
range.
if you end up getting into that. We are obviously near the kind of the high of the sessions range, peaking around 70.15. Vince, there is a question for you from Wendy asking about your reasoning for your long entry this morning at 69.96 in the MES. Any clarity that you want to provide Wendy on what you were seeing this morning?
Sure. Absolutely. So Wendy, the way that I was looking at the market this morning is, you can see right now we're in a even distribution of volume. The bell curve is balanced, right? So this is what I would call a balanced market. So when this market went up here and it made a high, you can see the selling wick, right? So you have selling wick here, you have buying wicks down here, and everything is coming to the center of the range on these 15-minute candles. So when the market came down, I had a target here of like, I wanted to see what happened around 92. In between, I said a zone of 92 to 90, right? So this zone right here where these buyers and sellers were we broke out, okay? We broke out of this area. I'll just mark it real quick for you. All right, so we broke out right here. So we consolidated and we pushed. When the market came back to this zone and we rejected to go lower, I bought it here at 96. And then I looked for rotation back to value high. And so it was just a range bound trade. I didn't know what was going to happen, right? But I'm able to limit my risk. And that's all I'm looking to do is just limit my risk. That's all I could control. Okay. This market could have easily took out this low and just kept on like yesterday. But, I had a feeling that this area might hold. So I put in my, I had a 5-point stop. So it's not a lot of risk. And then I was looking for a nice rotation. And they're working out. It doesn't work out every time, though. Okay. So it's not every time the market goes down, you could fade it, right? There's got to be context behind what you're doing, why you're doing it. So just be very careful. All right. And always use a stop. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah. Good stuff. All right, gents, we got a little bit of news here. President Trump has unveiled his new healthcare plan. Let's take a peek at what President Trump is cooking up here.
Yeah.
Yes. The multi-pronged proposal aims to lower drug prices and reduce health insurance premiums. It also includes a plan to send money directly to consumers as opposed to insurers and aims to increase price transparency. The proposal comes after subsidies for the Affordable Care Act expired at the end of 2025. About 22 million people benefited from those enhanced tax credits. A nonpartisan health policy research group, KFF, says without those credits, premiums paid by consumers will more than double in 2026.
All right. See if that gets any legs here. By the way, precious metals are continuing to see a little bit of selling here. Silver now following suit here with gold. 92.05's last trade here in silver. Gold trading back around 46.20s. Vince, you said you were looking at a possible short in the ES. Is there anything particular that you need to see to validate that short? So knowing we're still consolidating around that price level. I think you're muted, Vinny.
Vinny.
We're up against value highs, so I'd like to see these bearish closes happen, and reject up here. Okay, and but we could limit our risk. So if we go to try this trade, we risk the high of the session, maybe look for a rotation back down, kind of like Dakota did in the NASDAQ earlier today. That's where I'm at with this particular trade. Now, the only thing is, there was some talks coming out this afternoon. Is anybody speaking this afternoon? So I kind of feel like the market
feels like it's
tends to consolidate throughout the day, and then it's waiting for some information, and then it finally makes a move late in the session. So I might be cautious to do it if there's something that we know might be coming out or some talks going on. Well, what do you guys have on that? Anything in the afternoon we need to worry about?
Bostic, Barr, Barkin, and Schmidt are all done. Daily had some comments as well. So those guys are pretty much finished. Let me see if there's anything. VWAP George says KC Fed. I don't see anything else really on the docket, at least in this source. Let me see if there's any other sources that might provide some details.
I don't see much. I think next week you got earnings really starting to take off too, Vinny. I think a market might be waiting. The banks, all that stuff that we got this week was all pretty much, pretty Dow related. So I think next week, we start to get a sprinkle of them, and then that following week is, earnings palooza. That's all the big boys will be coming out. So the market might be waiting a little bit on that.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. The old funky here.
It's like the only thing on the president's calendar beyond. Sorry, Vince, go ahead. Go ahead, Vince.
No, I was just saying. I like the little pullback we got in silver. I might look for a long. We're gonna see though. I'm gonna give it a little bit of time to see if it sells off a little more. But it was a nice little pullback there. Pulled back about 70 cents. That was fast too.
That might have been a
15
pullback
minutes
because of
back.
the COMEX cut at the bottom of the hour there too, Vinny. That's what you might have seen. That's what that might have been too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the close. Yeah,
it
settlement.
settled. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, settlement.
Time is a level. I always say
It
that.
is.
And so does D.
Yeah.
By the way, the only thing on the president's calendar this afternoon, outside of what already took place this morning, is the president's going to be participating in a visit of the 2025 Stanley Cup champions, the Florida Panthers, in the East Room at around 4 o'clock. But that's
You gonna be watching that game?
No, I'm not a Florida Panthers fan. So
You're not a Panther fan?
I may
Okay,
live in,
I figured you're
I
probably,
may live in Florida. But
You live in Florida, though, right?
I do live in Florida, but I got Minnesota blood that's never leaving.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
So,
100%.
I got some
gotcha.
Tampa locals that are trying to
Understood.
convert me to Lightning fans, but that's not happening.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, right?
No. I mean, don't get me wrong,
Hard,
there's
huh?
some talent in
There
Florida.
you
But yeah, diehard Minnesotan.
Nice.
All right, you guys want to get to another question?
Sure.
All right, we got one from Teddy. Teddy says, after a year of trading futures, I am overwhelmed by the sheer number of strategies out there. How can I identify the right strategy for me without spending years testing and documenting each option? Now, this is a pretty loaded question, but I do want to kind of crack it open to the best of our abilities. Hoop, why don't you start this one off?
Spend a lot of time in sim. Especially now because of the way you can get so much information online. Man, you got to take it in doses. I think one of the best free tools is just tuning in here, and that's not to prop us, but you can learn a lot just by soaking in what goes on here. That's. I think Discord is another good one too. There's a lot of people that have traded for a long period of time. Finding a strategy is going to depend on your personality too a little bit. Are you patient? Are you going to be a shorter term trader, a longer term trader? Man, like you said, there's a lot to wrap up in that. I think Discord coaches too. But you have to take it, to me, in small doses, because it sounds to me like somebody's taken a lot of content in and doesn't know what to do with what's going on in their head. And I think at times as traders, we've all been there, especially when we're maybe struggling with our strategy. We're looking for something new and shiny that all of a sudden clicks with us. So it's a loaded question, but I think, you just, whatever you do, you have to take in, to me, in small doses, back test it, work on it, see if it's working, and then maybe take something else on. But, you're never going to get hurt getting good at one type of strategy first and see how it works. But that's kind of how I would attack it. But I think anything you do in content, you're going to have to take it in. The CME is a great website too. There's a ton of stuff there. So just take it in small chunks, because it sounds to me somebody's a little overloaded right now.
Sure. Vince, how about you, man? How to single out a strategy?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I would say with all the stuff that's out online and on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and all this stuff, it's like drinking through a fire hose, right? There's so many ways, and there's
100%.
millions of ways to trade these markets. Yeah. So when I talk to like my VIPs in our sessions, we talk kind of like, what's your trading personality? Like Hoop said, are you a trend trader? Are you a range bound trader? Right? Some people do things better than others. Some people are comfortable with a range. Some people are not. So you need to determine what kind of a trader are you, right? Am I a trend trader? Am I a momentum trader? Am I a range bound trader? Am I a scalper? What am I? Okay, that's step one, because then you could take from that point, you say, oh, okay, well, I'm comfortable doing things this way. And then you find something that aligns with, how you are emotionally in the markets. Okay. And I think that will help. But what you really need to do at the end of the day is that there's so much information, and, somebody could give you a strategy, but if you don't manage it correctly, you'll still have issues, right? Or you could have a terrible strategy, and if you could put some sound risk management behind it, you might make it profitable. So you got to do a lot of homework. You got to test your strategies out, and you can't jump around. You got to let it work, right? Go back over 1,000 trades and document it and see how it performed. I mean, you can't take past performance, it's not indicative of future results, but you can get an idea of what your stats are, right? Like people go on, what's that thing called? Coach Ray uses it, Edgeful, right? And it gives you stats on, the initial bounce, range extension, double extension, triple, whatever. So those types of things are things that you could do too, and get your stats in order. And then at least you have a little bit of an edge, to trade the market. But there's so much information, and you can't do it all, because if you think you're going to do it all, you're never going to become consistent. You need to stick with something and do it consistently over time, and then measure those results, right? And if they're bad, you need to make some changes. But sometimes people will start making money with the strategy. As soon as it starts losing a little bit, they're like, oh, I got to find another strategy. And that might not be the right thing to do. So let your strategy play out. But find out what type of trader you are inside, right? And you could be a specialist. You don't have to trade everything. You don't have to range trade. If the market's trending and you're a trend trader, look for markets that are trending. I mean, if you're a trend trader, do you want to be in the S&P right now? I know I wouldn't want to be in this market. It's not going anywhere. How can you trade a breakout in a market that is just stuck in a range? So now that's why I'm looking at the Dow. I'm trying to find continuation in the Dow, because the Dow is presenting as stronger. It's in a trend. It might end up range bound now at the end of the day, but who knows? Okay. But sometimes you just need to look for what works for you.
Yeah. Those are all good thoughts, guys. I think to kind of summarize here, Teddy, to be the devil's advocate, I know everybody wants a shortcut to eliminate the length of time that sometimes this journey actually takes. And, I don't think there's really any way to bypass it.
Nope.
Some people's journeys might only need a year to develop and find consistency. You might end up taking 2 or 3 or 5 or 10. Like it's such there's not one answer or one timetable for how long this will take. So I know that you might not be directly looking for a shortcut to eliminate that time, but it sounds like, yes, you might be overwhelmed. So it would just come down to starting with one. Just take that first step, whatever that strategy is. And it could be a simple strategy, right? You could just be moving averages. You could just be buying pullbacks in uptrends or selling, pullbacks in downtrends, whatever that might be. But stick with something. And then to Vince's point, you definitely need data, which means you need to commit to it for a certain period of time. You're not going to be able to identify whether a strategy works or works even for you over the course of just a few days or a week. Like you need, a coach that I used to learn from, at minimum, required me to have a 100 filled closed trade sample size just to even bring it to him to get feedback. So if I need just 100 trades of data to be able to actually have a decent sample size, and that wasn't even like a recommended sample size, that was just the bare minimum that he required me to have to be able to even get some form of feedback, to develop some sense of pattern of what was actually happening within my trading. But yeah, it's a loaded question, Teddy. We're happy to probably revisit this at a later date with you. I know we're coming up on time here, but just start with one. Just take that first step, incremental. There's so much out there, so you kind of need to put some blinders on and close your ears at some point, and just choose something to begin with. And then
didn't even talk psychological. That's the next one, right?
This is just the technical part, right? That's
a whole different one. Yeah.
Still got the other 90%.
And think about it. If you're, if you're looking to become a doctor, right, it takes how many years? 7 to 10 years. You know, this is a profession. It's difficult. You're trading against the smartest people in the world, right, that are out there trying to pick our pockets at the end of the day. So there's a lot of competition out there. So to become successful right off the bat is going to be probably difficult to do. I mean, I'm sure people have had it, but this is something you need to work on, and it's a journey for everybody. I mean, like Gabe said, some start sooner than others, and some take a lot longer. Some people might have been profitable for 5, 10, 15 years before they became profitable, right? I know some traders who said, I think it was actually,
Dalton.
Oh my God. Mark
20
Dalton,
years.
what do you say? It took 15 years, 20 years before he became a very profitable trader. So, you know, it could take time, and it's different for everybody. So just hang in there, right? Don't get discouraged, and do the work, right? You got to put in the work. Everybody wants to get rich quick, and this is not a get rich quick scheme. Yeah, you can make a lot of money easily, quickly, but you got to be able to keep that money, right, Hoop? Right, Gabe? At the end of the day, you can make 10 grand, but if you lose 15 tomorrow, what good was making the 10?
Doesn't work.
So manage your risk. That's the name of the game. At the end of the day, it's managing risk.
100%.
Agreed.
All right, guys. Well, first off, shout out to all those in chat. I saw a bunch of really great input and perspective and personal experience comments coming across. So, Teddy, if you're watching, hopefully you got a little bit of encouragement. Find some sense of community as well. Get plugged in with either a small group or a partner, like somebody or some group that you can connect with to find encouragement and maybe some accountability as well, because it's a long process for sure, and it's
That
hard
helps.
to do it alone.
Accountability helps.
Yeah,
100%.
100%.
Well, gents, Hoop, Vince, thank you both for your time today, guys. A great group coaching session. Stick around. Coming up next, we got our old friend Carlos. Carlos is back to join JD and Dolby for another segment of Trade with Topstep this afternoon. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a brief break. It's Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. We've got an oldie but a goodie here. Our old friend Carlos is back. He was an all-star last year. We're going to get him back in the hot seat again this year, starting off the year strong. I'm JD, you know Dolby Time, and like I just said, the man in the middle, Mr. Carlos. How's it been going so far this year, man? Good to see you. Happy New Year. Welcome back. Tell us everything.
Yeah, Happy New Year, guys. It's been going well so far today. In my combine, up $2,300 or basically 24. Looking for the last little bit to hopefully cross the line. We're gonna be patient, wait for some opportunities here, but it's been going well.
Excellent. Mr. Dolby, you got the keys to the house account. Are you what are you looking at now? We were just talking about the NQ a little bit.
NASDAQ. Same stuff. We've settled in pretty nicely with those products. R2I has treated us really well. Micro NASDAQ has been fine. It's been fine. Probably having a little bit more fun trading the R2Y, to be honest. But whatever provides the best opportunity, that is what we will trade.
Yep.
Yeah, look at this.
We've been seeing quite a boost,
man.
Yeah,
yeah, it's moving now. Here we go. 25,856 last trade, 857 last trade in the NQ, 7,007 last trade in the ES. We're getting a little bit of a dip here. Got an overnight VWAP in the NQ at 25,850. Just about to touch that.
Yeah, I was looking to take that short since we were coming off the 21 EMA and point of control. Wanted to wait till air, so I didn't take it. But now looking, let's say on the flip side, we have VWAP, like you said. We've bounced there before, so we could see a bounce here again. But this sell-off is looking pretty strong. So I want to wait for a new 5-minute candle here to see how we react at VWAP.
We had a pretty decent Dolby Dorito forming here. It looks like we're about to break out to the downside right now. We're through that lower trend line as we speak, and sellers are still stepping in. 7,005 last trade in the ES now, and we're breaking. Sellers coming in 25,840 last trade in the NQ. No positions on just yet for us.
Nothing yet.
We've got sellers taking over.
So far.
Let's pull up the RTY.
Yeah, I mean, it's not selling off like the NASDAQ is. It's just kind of crazy.
The Russell's just been hovering around the highs since roughly 10 o'clock this morning. Couple hours just hovering right underneath the highs. Still more selling coming into the S&P and NASDAQ right now.
That's exactly why I hesitated to take that long off VWAP. Even though we bounced there before, this looked really strong, and we're seeing that continue through here.
Decent influx of volume on that move down. This move down, I should say. It's still going. We're still going. Let's trade on the NQ, 25,844. Let's see what the tilt's telling us. Our Topstep traders getting short in this market. 60% short in the ES, 63% short in the NQ, 57% long crude, 50-50 in gold. So sellers are stepping in here at Topstep. Average price on the short side, 7,005 half. Up a little bit there. That's in the ES. Average price in the NQ, 25,854, and the orders. So Topstep shorts are in the money just a little bit right now. And more selling coming in. This thing ain't done yet. This ain't done yet.
It's like, was there like a tweet or something that went out? What's going on?
I'm looking at the news now. I don't see much. Hang on, let me refresh this.
I'm really
I just think it's
headlines.
Yeah, I just think it's what made me interested in this short to begin with was just the fact that we were consolidating up here around the 25,900, and then started to go beneath putting control on 21 EMA. So it could just be that people started to see that and piled in short here. But we're getting a bounce now.
We are. Let's see how this next candle closes. We might have a key reversal on a 5-minute chart here.
Yeah, let's see. It's 2026, new year, new you. How have things been going so far for your first 2 weeks?
It's been good overall. I'm definitely learning. Trying to iron out a few, I guess you want to say mistakes or just things that I noticed, habits that I had going into the end of the year. Trying to, just cut that out and stick to doing what I know I should be doing. I've had some good days in XFAs and all that already to start this year. So just looking to be a little bit more consistent. But I'm noticing that I am doing better. It's more so just ironing out those few mistakes that kind of just that cost you, right? And I
Mhm.
think I'll be in a really good spot to start this year soon. So
What
happy with the
is
progress I'm making.
what's one of
Very
those
good.
mistakes that you're trying to work on?
Ooh, putting the screws to them.
Yeah, I think for one of my main issues, and it was something that I think just kind of went unnoticed for a while, which is I was getting on tilt way easier than usual, and I mean there are reasons for that, but I was just I would have a good day and then have, let's say, one bad trade where I was still in profit on the day, but just had a trade that didn't go my way and I was upset about, and I would let that just tilt me to the point where then it would turn a green day to a red day.
Mm.
So just trying to keep my composure in that sense where, one bad trade doesn't matter, even if it's a red day, right? Keeping a red day manageable, one bad red day doesn't matter as long as you can stay in the game in the long run. I wasn't doing that, right? I was kind of just treating it as a all or nothing. If I get tilted, I'm tilted and I'm trading that account either to back to profit or just that's it. So, like I said, I know there are reasons for that, and I'm dealing with that now, and I think I've been better in that. But that was definitely a big problem of mine that I noticed because it turned a lot of good days into bad days, or a lot of accounts that should have had a way longer lifespan, and it cut it short. And this in trading, you can't do that. We're playing the long game, and we can't let one bad day or even just one bad trade turn a good day into a bad day. So that's my main goal right here is just working out that mental side, the tilt. It's dangerous.
Oh.
It's very dangerous.
I love that.
Well, it
Thanks
sounds
for
like
sharing.
you got it all figured out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least step one is recognizing the problem, right? Recognize the problem, and then step two now is actioning it. And I'm not perfect, but I feel like I've definitely been taking better steps to deal with that. So looking to
Good.
continue that throughout this year and let that kind of be my main motto is just dealing with that tilt.
Perfect.
I mean,
Perfect.
it's hard putting on winning trades as is and just giving the money back. That's no fun, especially if all you have to do is just walk away to keep the money in your pocket. Now, we got some bids in here, JD. We're looking at 805s and 795s in the micro NASDAQ. Let's see
In the
if
MNQ, okay.
in the MNQ, yeah. Let's see if we can run the range, run those 800s, and maybe bid back up again. We're about 50 points away, but we'll keep these orders in the market and see what happens.
Mr. Dolby looking to take out the regular trading hours low. Regular trading hours low in the NQ 25,803 quarter. The hell with them.
The hell with it. We'll see what happens.
We do see some buyers stepping in right here, right now. We could have a nice reversal candle forming in the NQ.
So, Carlos, it's been a while since you've been on. Since you've been on, the metals have kind of taken over Topstep TV. Have you dipped your toe into the silver pool yet?
I did once, and I mean it was not smart because I mean I've never traded silver. I never even looked into it. Didn't know the tick values. I didn't know anything, but obviously you hear just how this market's going crazy. I just wanted to see like what it was about. So I remember I put a trade on for my usual size I use in the NQ, which is two minis, and it was moving like crazy. I was not expecting it to move like that at all. I mean, thankfully, it wasn't like in an account that mattered. It was just in my practice account, just because I wanted to see how it moved. But I should at least have looked up the tick values and all that just to kind of know what to expect. Yeah, it was crazy, and I haven't touched it since. I kind of just felt like, all right, I see what's happening there. Definitely, there's opportunity to make money. We see it every day on TopstepTV, people making massive amounts of money, most likely trading silver. But I think for me, I'm just gonna stick to what I know and just work on what I know I need to work on. I don't want to introduce any more new problems, right, to my trading at the start of the year. So getting addicted to crazy volume in another market may not be the best thing for me.
Hey, we got some headlines popping up right now. The U.S. and Taiwan agreed to a quota system for future chip tariffs. Taiwan has pledged $250 billion each in chip investment and credit guarantees. And Trump is set to lower tariffs to 15% on goods from Taiwan. So a little bit of news there, maybe creating that tape bomb that we just saw a few minutes ago.
Nice. Okay. We'll take any volatility we can get in the 1 p.m. segment.
Yeah.
So that sounds great.
We also have President Trump scheduled to meet with Venezuela's Machado at 1:30 Central Time. See if that'll pull any headlines out for us. 7,006.5 last trade in the ES. 25,845 last trade in the NQ. Dolby Times working some bids in the house account down below at new regular trading hours lows. And
Come on down.
Carlos, nothing working, right? Nothing working?
Yeah, nothing. Just holding here, see where you react around VWAP. Because we could chop around here for a bit, just like we did around point of control. Don't want to fully commit to anything just yet, especially being so close to the goal. Want to make sure I get a good setup here.
Very good, very good.
Has your strategy changed at all since the last time we have spoke?
The strategy hasn't changed, but I would say maybe like the execution has, in the sense of like, let's say before I was looking for bigger moves versus now I feel like I'm in it for the 15, 20 point moves. If I can grab it, then I'm out. I'm looking for my chunk and that's it. Versus before I was able to kind of get bigger moves if I was on the right side of the trade. I just feel like for scalpers specifically, this market can be a little tough because it's very just back and forth. Even in the same 5-minute candle, you'll see action on both sides. So, sometimes you can kind of get faked out if you're in a trade for too long. So I've just found that if I'm up, over 10 points in a trade, just to kind of move my stop and profit and then just trail it. And if I get stopped out, 10 points with my usual size is usually $500-$600. That's still great for a singular trade. And it's kind of repeating the process, trying to just take those quick trades and also not letting obviously the losers run either. That's how I would say, but the strategy is usually the same. I mean, like we saw up here with the 21 EMA and putting control, those dipping down. I was looking at shorts. So that's always going to be there. Volume profile and 21 EMA for me are key. So that hasn't changed, but more so execution, which I think every trader you have to do regardless of your strategy. It's just different marketing conditions require different things, right? And there were marketing conditions where I was able to hold for 40-point trades, and it was working out cleanly where I didn't have to sweat really at all. But now if it's it's taking a little bit more time to pick that direction, so it's like I'd rather just take the quick few points that I get and then reassess. And obviously there are moments for big moves and you can catch them, but not just assuming every trade you're going to get into is going to be that big move is important.
What's a big move? What kind of a big move are you looking for when you're looking for a big move? 100 points plus,
for me,
or
no. I mean, I know it's relative, right? For every trade, for me personally, being that I always look like 20 points is always just a number for me that I established more so because I just look at the NQ in 20-point increments. I always knew what 20 points meant as far as how much contracts I'm in, what that's going to look like. And I felt like I get 20-point trades pretty consistently. So that's always like kind of what I've gone to. But for a bigger move, it would be basically anything bigger than that for me. Would be like, okay, 30, 40 points, 50 points. Once I get into that range, then it's like, okay, I'm holding for a longer time. That's a bigger move than usual that I'm able to capture. So like that's a bigger trade for me personally, which I've been able to get. I mean, I've had 60, 70-point trades before, but again, it's different market conditions, right? So I just feel like for me, from my style of trading, what I can see how the market makes sense to me right now, it's not those 60, 70-point moves. It's the 15 to 20-point moves that I want to stick to. Make sure I guarantee myself that money, and that's how I can build my account balance.
Yep, sounds about right. Dolby, we all know how you love the 100-point bangers.
I sure do. Big round number. I mean, the 100-point bangers feel great, especially if you can pull one off on TV. Really stick it to the haters in chat, JD. You know how we feel about that.
For sure.
You're only as good as your last trade, though. You're only good as your last trade. That was 2 days ago.
It's
We had
true,
a 100-point
isn't it?
banger. Yeah, who cares? It's over.
I mean,
On to the
had
next one.
I taken the short where I wanted to, right, before air, I mean, this is it's like 80 points. This would have been a great trade here. I was looking to get short around port of control. That was at 93, 893. We traded as low as 820. So I mean, pretty close, about 70 points.
RTY is starting to bid up again. Man, really wish we just got long RTY. Right, this segment began. The thing is just an absolute monster. Absolute monster. NQ selling off, and RTY is still just does not care. Bidding to the upside.
I think the markets know when we're switching segments, because that's when they choose to have these nice moves. When we're switching segments, we can't take the trade.
It's frustrating. It is frustrating. I mean, maybe there's an opportunity to get short up here in RTY at like 705.
It's a good observation, though, Carlos. Those injections of liquidity coming right at the top of the hour, right as the clock ticks to a new hour. We're seeing those. We're seeing people entering the market. It's not a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it even earlier today. I mean, at 11 o'clock, we had a big move on the upside, reversal. Seeing that at 2 o'clock, so yeah, I mean, definitely happens.
All right, we got
Russell's looking. He's looking for new highs. 2703.40 last in the RTY.
Yeah, we're gonna get an offer in the RTY. 2704.8. So one tick below the high. We're gonna see if we can get a little base hit in RTY at the highs. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty cheap trade.
Yep,
pretty cheap trade.
I get it. Playing the range.
It is the range. The range is going to range until it doesn't. Figure it out. I mean, we have a nice little cushion already.
Yeah, I think we're going to chop around the view up here in NQ a bit before it picks another direction. Seems like we're going to do the same thing we did up here in point of control. It's just we had that big move down, and then it's now just chop until we pick a direction.
Someone says to switch over to silver. What's silver doing?
Whatever it wants.
835 last in silver. Ticking higher. Slowly ticking higher. There's a 15-minute chart I'm looking at.
It is ticking higher.
Yes. The Russell is the small cap index. 2,000 stocks in the Russell. 2,000 small cap stocks.
Seems like it's been kind of moving with silver a little bit. You know, there's a handful of mining stocks in the RTY. You know, I don't know if that's what it is. I mean, clearly something has changed because RTY is just an absolute beast right now. I mean, the daily chart for RTY is pretty impressive.
Yeah, let's take a look. I'll pull that up.
6 green days in a row for the RTY.
Look at that.
It broke out of its daily range. I mean, it was trading at 1780 April 7th, 2025. We are now trading at 2700. That's
only one
ridiculous.
Only one down day of the last 10. One negative day of the last 10 trading days. This is a daily chart of the Russell right here. It's an impressive move.
It is. You know, if all y'all want to trade indices that are trending, sometimes it's the RTY. Sometimes, look, we got the NASDAQ selling off and RTY is testing highs. Let's go. What a time to be alive.
It wants a new high right now.
I wanted it to have a new high too. So we can get a little scalp-a-doodle, as David Green used to say.
Scalp-a-doodle? Oh, those guys.
Yeah, they're the best. They're the best. So, Carlos, are you still doing your YouTube channel?
Yeah, still doing it. Hopefully can post more often in the new year. It's just been very busy, but Yeah, still doing it. My last video was about copy trading, my thoughts on copy trading, and if you're going to copy trade, how I would go about it. But yeah, still doing it, enjoying it.
I gotta say, JD, we have
That's
not
cool.
talked
Yeah.
about copy trading in a while.
Yeah, I
No, we
mean,
haven't.
in the video I had posted prior to that one, I had gotten a lot of questions about it, whether people should copy trade or not. And I mean, I had some new traders asking me, should I just go out and do 5 combines and then do 5 XFAs? And to me, I mean, just to I guess summarize my video, I mean, I don't believe so, right? I think it definitely is dependent, on the trader. I don't think any new trader should be copy trading. I don't think any really intermediate trader should really be copy trading. The way I laid out in the video is just, I believe in reinvesting into your trading, right? So starting with one combine, starting with one XFA, once you can get a payout from that, then reinvest into your trading, right? And get more combines. Don't go straight to max, right? But maybe get 1 to 2 more, right? Now you have 3. Work on those 3, you get a payout. Now it's a bigger payout. Use that money to then buy another combine, maybe then get to the max of 5, but taking it step by step to me is way more consistent, and you're going to be in it for the long run, right? Let's just say you buy one combine and fail it. Well, you only have to worry about resetting once, versus if you try to go all out and you're not ready to do that, that's 5 resets you have to do. So
it's expensive.
It's just about being exactly. Not only is it expensive, but it's also demoralizing. Failing that many at once, then having to reset, and it's definitely not good, especially if you're a newer trader or just a trader who isn't as confident in their strategy yet. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I just wanted to lay that out in a video because I got surprisingly a lot of questions about it, and I think rightfully so. I mean, when you look online, you see people all the time posting 20 accounts and they're up so much money and it looks so easy. But they don't talk about just the amount of money it took to get there. It's not.
Yep.
It's definitely not ideal.
No, yeah, if you're new here, we do recommend just starting with 1. Take a payout.
Definitely.
And open some more. Use your trading to fund your trading.
Exactly.
It's kind of similar to like, sizing up an account. Like, are you going to start with 5 E-minis? Are you going to start with, a handful of micros? It's pretty much the same logic, just applied to multiple accounts. Ooh, man, we missed that short in the RTY. That thing sold off like 3 points. Pretty good up there.
27.01.70 last trade on the Russell.
Yeah.
What's everything else doing?
I think we're hitting 800s for this segment, for sure.
Still seeing a little selling pressure in the NQ. You still working those bids in the NASDAQ?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Dolby?
Oh, yeah, no fear.
Cool.
We love the 800s.
We
did lower it, though. 20. Yeah, so we're gonna work 780s and 795s. The reason being is I think we're kind of operating within a 4-hour range right now. And the bigger the range, the bigger the extension outside of that range, if it's going to like wick out and come back in again. So we're kind of like adding in a little bit of a buffer here just because of the range time frame. So 4-hour range, it could wick 20, 30 points outside of those 800s, and that would put us in a pretty good spot. If we get down to like those 780s, it could easily bid back up again and get back within range. So we're going to give it some cushion. So we'll see what happens. But bigger the range, bigger the wick, the range extension.
I love it when a good plan comes together. Looked like we were about to dip below 20. Worst case scenario, no trade.
Yeah, totally fine.
7,004 or 7,003 last trade in the ES.
Well, sometimes it likes to wick up and you can get a nice little bounce. So if we don't just immediately blow through this, that would be my next spot. But it's looking like it's just going to come down and just blow through this 800.
Come on down.
A little more selling stepping in right now.
Come on down.
Below those 20s. 25,812 last trade in the NQ. We're about to touch 7,000 in the ES. Got a couple of small bids stacked up down here in the S&P. A couple of 100 lots.
There we go.
7,000 straight out.
Did not get filled. Kind of unusual price action for the 1 p.m. segment. We're not really used to seeing this much volatility.
Yeah, I'm gonna check for more headlines. Oh, we've got Fed Paulson speaking. Paulson is speaking. Labor market risks a little bit higher than risk of sticky inflation. Paulson is comfortable holding rates steady at the next Fed meeting. It's contrary to what Austin Goolsbee, Chicago Fed governor, said earlier this morning. Goolsbee is expecting rate cuts this year. He's ready for a rate cut.
Let's do it.
Not so for Paulson, though. How many in, Dolby? You got filled?
Just one. Yeah, we got one micro NASDAQ at 25,795. We're still going to bid the 780s. Our stop will be down by the 770s. Total risk would probably end up being about $75. RTY selling off too. But I think for a profit here, we'd be happy with $100. Just try to do 2 to 1, see how many of those we can stack up. We're kind of talking about risk reward with Mandy and, taking profits. Personally, I think taking profits is one of the hardest things to do in trading. Carlos, how do you feel about taking profits? Is it easy or is it hard?
It's definitely hard. And I think one thing that I've tried to do more of is trailing a stop. That kind of helps you just take that hesitation out of the picture. Because there are so many times where I'm in a trade, I'm up a certain amount of money, and like you have that feeling like you should take it off because of this reason, right? It could reverse here or whatever, and then you don't, and then it does exactly what you thought, and because you hesitated, you didn't get out, so you don't get out the profits, right? And it's tough. Or you have times where you get out too early, and you could have really maximized a trade, right? So for me, I think there's trailing stops has help me take that hesitation out where it's like, all right, I'm, let's say up 15 points. Let me put my stop to 10 points so that at least I guarantee myself 10 points. I'll be happy with that. All right, now I'm up 20 points. Let me move my stop up a little bit. Now I'm up 25. All right, and I'll keep my stop at 20 points and let the trade run. It just helps take that hesitation out because if I get stopped out, it's like, all right, well, that's what I was looking for anyway. But if it keeps going, then it's like you give yourself that room to then have a bigger trade, right? And have that trade keep going in your favor. So it's definitely tricky. It's not easy knowing when to take profits, but I do think that, most traders, at least experienced traders, once you kind of have your system, you get that nudge when you should take profits. And truthfully, I think what's hard is just accepting that, right? Just being disciplined enough to say, I have a reason to believe that my trade, can reverse here. This is where I kind of saw it going. So instead of holding just to see if it gives me more, I should just get out. Or maybe take some off, right? Leave a runner, move your stop up, but you should take action there. That's the hard part, I think, in my opinion. That's what makes it hard.
Who does a really good job at taking profits is Dakota. He has a really good intuition of, he's more of like a momentum trader. Obviously, he had a killer range trade today, but I think momentum trading is probably more of his bread and butter. But his intuition with taking profits is very good. And he just seems to, cover his trades right at like the extreme of the move, right when like volume picks up and he can feel it. Oh, long 2 now.
There we go.
7.
You got those 80s?
Yeah, we did. So long 2, 25,787 half. Total risk is $70 on 2 MNQ here. Let's see if we can get the bid we're looking for.
There you go. Another headline came out a couple of minutes ago. U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick says TSMC, the Taiwan semiconductor chip maker company, just bought hundreds of acres near an Arizona plant.
Okay.
What are they up to? We're going to start making some more chips in the U.S.
We're out. Oh, it's tough.
Stopped? Man, what a move.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Just to think, man, I was looking at the short at 893.
Yep. Man. Still moving.
Yeah, nice range break to the downside.
S&P is free fall right now. 69.91 last trade in the ES. We were trading up at 60 or 7,010 when we first started, right? 20-point move in the S&P since we got in. NASDAQ still breaking 25,756 last trade in the NQ. What's the Russell doing? Russell made the move. Look at that. Man, that short was the play, Dolby time.
Yeah, we missed it by about a point.
26.96 even last trade in the Russell. Yeah, big move. Silver still hovering around the highs. Crude oil's flat, 59.07 last trade. Gold also flat, 46.2270. Movements in the equities right now, everybody. Movement is in the equities.
Things are moving. This is like the most volatility we've ever had in the 1 p.m. segment. This is wild. Ooh, wonder if these 750s might end up bouncing. Because we had a nice little range form there on the 14th. So yesterday morning, we had a nice little 15-minute range form. And the 50% retracement of that range would be 25,755. I'll circle it on my chart. There we go. Part of me in my head too was thinking, what if we get down to the 750s instead? Oh well.
What would you do down there?
Buy them.
Is that a buy?
Want to buy?
Buy at 750?
Yep.
Not out of the realm of possibility. We're only about 15 points away in the NQ. That could happen real fast.
But I'm also liking this RTY too, though, because we rejected those highs. Might be some good opportunity in the RTY.
Yep. Putting the low in the NQ at 53.
Yeah.
53.25. We got real close. Carlos still waiting, sitting on his hands. Not going to force an issue.
Man. It's tough to sit through
Good
this.
Patience, yeah. It's so hard not to just dive in, caveman into a trade when you see it moving like this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You just want to catch that momentum and ride it.
That was a close one. That was a close one. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, RTY, man. RTY's been a great range trade today. Really, really well behaved. Have you traded any RTY before, Carlos?
No, never. I've only really ever traded NQ, ES, and a very little gold. Not much time spent there, but really NQ and ES were always just the markets that I stuck to. I actually started in the ES, traded that for probably about a year, then moved to NQ. Then it's been a mix of both, but mostly NQ since then.
Nice. Yeah. I feel like NQ has become uncool recently with the silver starting to just pop off. Everyone wants to trade the hot market.
It's feeling like how people talk about crude oil, how crude oil was huge, especially in Topstep back in the day. Now it's NQ. And then I feel like now I'm becoming what crude oil is to us now, right? Where everyone's trading NQ is the cool thing, and now silver is the new thing, and leaving the equities behind. I'm like, man, am I like in the outdated market now?
Yeah, you boomer.
Exactly. I'm going to be talking about back in my day, the NQ used to move 100 points in a single 5-minute candle.
NVIDIA ran the NASDAQ. And whatever NVIDIA did, the NASDAQ did. Those were fun times, though. That was silly. You just put AI in your press release and your stock would just go up. It was amazing.
Yep.
Totally rational behavior.
Was that dip for buying, guys?
I feel like it is.
It was for the Russell, it looks like.
Kind of want to
Let's see if NQ wants to keep pushing lower. I think you're going to get these 50s.
These 50s?
The NQ.
All right. Put my money in your mouth.
It's feeling like it.
All right.
I think I'm also going to consider
we'll get 150. It'd be a tight stop on this one, though. Because this is 50%. 51s. We'll bid 51s. If we can even get back down.
775.
It may not give it to us.
It looked like I wanted to head a little bit lower. We're back trading up at 75, though, in the NQ. 69.94 last in the ES.
Now, Dolby, are you basing your 750 trade on the wick in the overnight, that very long wick we have there, or is it based on something else?
No, it's actually based on the 1 hour range that we formed yesterday at the open. So it's just a pattern I've started to kind of pick up on, is that, if you can find a range, a previous range, the 50% of that range can end up acting as support or resistance. Let's just say it could become bouncy in some form or fashion. And I don't know why. My running theory is that, imagine you got long the bottom and then long the top. Your average would be right in the middle of the range. And so if you're like a break-even trader, then you would have gotten stopped out. So that's kind of my running theory on why that might be a thing. But 50% of ranges tend to be pretty well respected. So, you stare at his chart long enough, Carlos, you start seeing things, man. Start seeing,
I agree.
It's called screen time.
Yep. I'm a big
seeing patterns. It's like the Matrix.
Let's see if the tilt is budged at all. Ooh, 50-50. Dead heat in the ES. 57% short in the NQ. 59% long crude and 55% short in gold. Let's trade in the NQ 25,784. What's that,
We're
Dolby?
gonna bid in the RTY. We're gonna bid 2695.5 in the RTY. We've done a decent job of making higher lows within this range, and I'm gonna see if we can retest that and then bounce from there. Especially if we see a bounce in the NASDAQ here. That'd be helpful.
Yeah, we're getting this bounce in the NASDAQ. I'm not so convinced in it, though. I feel like the buyers are struggling just to have this little bounce. I don't know. Not.
So would you short 800s then?
I mean, it would depend. Maybe a little higher. Try to get these wicks over here that we're at like around 11 o'clock. So like that's like 8:05. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like, for me personally, if I'm gonna believe in, let's say, like a reversal from this point, I would want this candle to kind of be a little bit more convincing. And we are getting that bounce, but it's not as strong as it was, let's say, going down. That's more so what I'm looking at.
It might be like a stair step sort of short if these 800s end up rejecting.
Yeah, because I mean, we did the same thing here. Right? We had this move off the 21 EMA. It had a big red move. We had a bounce after an extension of it, but then just failed even worse below it. Right. So just because we had one green candle, I'm not fully convinced that this is then just going to be a buying opportunity for the top of the range. Let's say it's not necessarily showing me that just yet.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Well, while we wait for a little more price action, we're going to bring Gabe in to hear about mortgage rates. Mortgage rates have fallen to the lowest level in more than 3 years. Where are we at with mortgages?
According to Freddie Mac, the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate was 6.06% for the week ending January 15th. The last time home borrowing rates were this low was September of 2022. Earlier this month, President Donald Trump called for the purchase of $200 billion in mortgage bonds to try to push borrowing costs lower. In addition, there are signs the so-called lock-in effect has started to ease. For years, homeowners have been reluctant to sell and give up their ultra-low mortgage rates secured early in the pandemic. But according to therealtor.com, the share of homeowners with mortgage rates above 6% has now surpassed the share with rates below 3%. This suggests fewer owners have a strong incentive to stay put.
Interesting. Mortgage rates dropping.
That's
good
nice
for consumers. It is.
They gotta be happy.
6% still seems astronomical to me, though, after living through those years of 20 consecutive years of 0% interest rates.
Yeah, I can tell you, as someone looking for a house right now, it's not fun. It's not fun doing the numbers on those.
I believe it.
Oh, nice bounce. Nice bounce.
Looks like that dip was for buying.
Yeah,
it was.
Back up in the 800s.
Man, see, that's the thing with those 4-hour ranges. You know, they're hard to figure out how deep a run is going to be. How deep is a run going to be? Because if you don't switch back to the 4-hour chart, guess what? Well, back within the 4-hour range. And how long was that wick to the downside to test that 50% from yesterday? About 50 points, which is pretty wide. You gotta have a hell of a stop to participate in one of those.
No movement in metals. Yes, good job, NASDAQ. 92,795 last trade in silver. 46.20, 70, 80. 46.20, 80 last trade in gold. Crude oil is flat. I believe when we checked in on crude oil 20 minutes ago, it was trading 59.01, and last trade again 59.01.
Okay. Well, crude oil is pretty much wrapped up for the day, unless something real crazy happens. Pit session for crude ended 12 minutes ago at 1:30 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, just missed out on that entry short. I was looking for it to come into these wicks a little bit more. Probably maybe played a little too greedy on the entry, but just wanted to make sure I got a good one. Yeah.
800s would have been nice for a little, at least 20 points.
Yeah, I wanted it to come to these wicks a little bit more. I thought then we'd be able to get some type of rejection there, but could have dealt with the 4 points of drawdown to then get the almost 20 points.
Well, we still might get filled in RTY here. Still got a bid in for RTY. The range has been very, very good in RTY. Missed to the short side, maybe missed to the long side. We will see.
Well, looks like President Trump and Machado have ended their meeting. Wasn't very long at all. 10, 15 minutes there. I didn't even get an update that it started.
That's like a quick trade. Could you imagine flying to like the United States, like 8 hours, having a 15-minute meeting and just leaving?
That's crazy.
Going right back home?
Yes.
Not even stopping
Turn
at
around.
KFC?
Keep the plane running. Toss them your keys. It's going to be a short one.
Fill her up. I'll be right back.
That's right.
But apparently the meeting with Trump went very well and was great. That's from Machado.
Nice. Cool.
It's a Machado quote. Very well and great. Oh, here's another quote. Just came out. White House senior advisor Hassett says Trump wants an independent Fed. Trump wants an independent Fed. We have an independent Fed, don't we?
Does he even want a Fed at all?
Might see a little bit of selling coming in here. Let's see. It's just a little 5-minute bear flag in the NQ.
Yep. 800s. Would have been a nice little sell.
So like I said, this is kind of what happened before. Just at the start of the segment, we had that drop, little bounce, and then just more red candles afterwards. You may see the same thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, RTY. Sell off. Sell off, then bid back up again.
Oh, good news for Verizon customers. If you were affected by that outage the other day, you're getting you're getting $20. Verizon sending out $20.
Oh wow. It was weird. My whole family was affected, but my phone was fine. It was weird. My wife, my parents, no one had service, but my phone worked the whole time. It's weird.
I didn't really look at the outage area, but I also have I use Verizon as my service provider, and I didn't notice anything either. So
yeah, it's $20. Go get yourself a burrito bowl.
Online, there was like a crazy stat. I think it was like they said like 70-80% of people were experiencing just complete outage. 5% were experiencing like intermittent issues. I mean, it seemed like it was a majority of of the people, like the customers. But I don't know.
Lunch is on Verizon. Don't worry about it. Wonder how that meeting went at the Verizon board. They're trying to figure out what to comp customers. They're like, $20. Give them all 20 bucks. It'll be fine.
Go get a hot dog.
What are they gonna do? Go get a hot dog.
Get off your phone.
Yeah, right.
How are they even gonna? Is that just gonna be like a statement credit, or like how are they even gonna do that?
Oh yes,
I'd imagine so. I don't really think they're gonna be mailing out $20 bills or anything.
Right.
It's not the that Chicago number they send the $5 with the survey.
Oh, the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey?
Yeah, consumer sentiment. That's what it is.
I got it. I gotta find it. I've got it here somewhere.
What do they
Never
give you,
took the survey.
$5?
Pocketed the $5. They gave me $5. They sent $5 in the mail and a password. Take the survey. I did not take the survey, and I kept the $5.
Nice job. Stick it to them, JD.
Right? My opinions are my own.
That's right. Worth way more than $5.
Exactly.
I heard they do $20 now.
Ooh, inflation.
Maybe that's where Verizon got their number. They just said, "What does the University of Michigan do?"
Harrison got $30 cash for taking a survey. Is that for the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey? Harrison in the chat, $30.
Wow. Oh, that's pretty good.
All right.
That's
10 minutes of your
2
time.
lunches. That's pretty solid. What do we got going on here in these markets? NASDAQ selling off a little bit, trading 25,780. Rejected those 25,800s. Can we get back down to the 750s where we were talking about maybe finding a long? RTY is having none of it, is already bidding back up to the 2700s. We've just been missing RTY by a point each way.
Yeah. I think we're getting now the usual price action at this time. I think now it's starting to slow down a bit.
Yeah. I mean, we get back down these 750s, 760s. Might be worth a nibble.
You like to buy it on there?
Yeah. I mean, NASDAQ's still up 0.6%. I mean, bulls are in the house. I'm not trying to fight the trend here.
Not getting any help from the tilt. Tilt has gone flat again. Got a couple minutes left here. What are we going to do?
Might have a reversal pattern forming here in the micro NASDAQ. So if you take the high of the lowest candle and draw a line across it, give or take, we started to form a nice little range kind of over that candle. So this might be a reversal pattern here. We'll see, though.
Volume's kind of dropping off again, too.
Yeah. So you'd look for 780s as a potential bid to see if it can start forming a new range over range pattern.
We're right there right now,
bidding. Yeah, we are right at the 780s right here, right now. Yeah, and look, we're getting a nice little bid. Less talking, more trading, JD.
You said it. It's a chat quote, right?
Yep.
Less talking,
yes,
more
it
trading.
Is. One of my favorites.
We're sorry.
It's one of my favorites.
I think for a lot of the people who say that in chat, it's more so less talking and give me a trade to enter, and that's more so what they want. Tell me when I should get
content.
In. Come on.
I need content.
That's why we're here. Give the people what they want. That's what we do.
That's right. That is right. We haven't made fun of somebody on air yet. Put a trade on. Put on a losing trade. Let me get you.
Asset has concluded his remarks. He didn't really say much.
All right, we're going to
talking about the Fed. We're going to 780 bid. 10 points away.
Yep, 780 half. 780 half. Stop would be. It'd be tight. It'd be very, very tight. Maybe 15 points on a micro. We'll see if we can get filled. RTY. My goodness. Misbehaving.
What's it doing now?
Mooning. It's back in the upper half of its range already.
Russell giving us the answers today.
Really is. I mean, range traders delight in the RTY right now.
Right?
Yeah. It's a well-behaved market. You know, it doesn't really extend ranges too violently, which is great for tight stops and great risk reward. Let's see if we can get these 80s here in the micro NASDAQ.
Looks like it wants to dip a little bit.
Yep.
Come on down. Water's warm.
Traded 85s. 83s, 82s.
Need 80 half. Can we get an 80 half?
Did it miss you by 6 ticks there? Maybe we'll get it here. So close. So close.
Just dancing.
And it pops.
Son of a. Oh, maybe coming back down again. Let's see.
It's teasing. It's
Yeah,
teasing.
we got no news. I mean, there's nothing crazy is really going on right now.
Yeah, that should be pretty much it for the day, too.
Yeah. We're in. We are in.
There you go.
We'll get one more bid in at 766, which is the midway point of the last range we had. So total risk is going to be about probably $50 if we get filled on both.
Not bad at all. Dolby in the house account long 1 micro crude 25,780 half.
Yep. We're looking for this range to hold. See if we get it.
A little bit more selling coming in. Nothing too heavy, though.
Nope. Just a wee bit.
75. 75 trade in the NQ. 69.94 last in the ES. Did Russell complete the range trade? Not yet. Russell breaking down a little bit also.
Stuck in the range. Just stuck in the range.
All right, guys, we got 1 minute left. 1 minute to play in the period. 1 minute. We're going to be rolling into Power Hour very shortly. MOC numbers coming out in less than an hour. Just under an hour from now.
See, we
I mean, I think we just at some point we need to fake the market out and start the segment a little sooner. You know, maybe start. To
right.
When we the segments, like at 2:00 it's going to start, and then we start at 1:55. Catch the market off guard. You know,
so we give us 5-minute buffer to get ready for the inevitable.
Yeah, right. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but it could take a little testing.
I mean, by that logic, we should just be streaming at all times, right?
Yeah, right. No breaks.
Just live
no breaks.
Yep.
No time off. No bathroom. No food. No water.
Long 2.
Always getting in. Longer pair. What's your average price now, Nick?
25,773.
25,773 average price.
We are out.
Oh no. That was quick.
Let's see if this 50s hold. Yeah, it was a quick one. It was a tight stop. We're looking for a very specific formation to hold, and it just didn't hold.
Yeah.
Well, Dolby's got another hour to right the ship in this NASDAQ or the Russell, whatever he chooses to trade in Power Hour. We're going to step aside. Carlos, thanks for joining us again, man. Happy New Year. Carlos' first appearance on TV of the year. We're going to have him back again real soon.
Yes, please.
Dolby time.
Awesome.
Dolby time will be sticking around for another hour. Jack and Braden are coming in also. Power Hour coming up next, right here, TopstepTV. Let's go get it.
we're on right now. Hey guys,
what up?
Is there music
People?
playing?
I don't
Behind
know.
the scene. Good afternoon. Welcome to Power Hour. We got a familiar face in here, and I'm not talking about Dolby and his ever-growing headwear. We got Braden with us. Braden, hello.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me back on.
Excellent stuff. Well, Dolby, if you want to buy,
I do.
Yes, I got clearance for that. Dolby will be driving today. I'll be dancing around. You got a little peek behind the scenes. You couldn't hear us, but yeah, that's what it's like. Braden, how's your trading been going?
It's been pretty good, honestly. I'm trying to work on being a little bit of a more patient trader. Always constantly trying to get better and better, but it's been pretty good. This market is wanting to push back to the all-time highs, although these pullbacks are very aggressive, so it's kind of been difficult. I took one trade today off the VWAP out of the open, or about an hour after the open. Kind of got chopped up on it, break even. So haven't really done much of anything today. Just one trade and didn't get much follow through on it to the upside. So these aggressive pullbacks off 26,000 are. It's not very easy to get long and hold anything because we're not seeing continuation above that level. So just waiting to see when this market wants to kind of base out and move back to all-time highs. And I think when we get that trend, I think we'll be back to making some decent money personally. So, but it's been pretty good. How about y'all?
We're doing pretty well.
Okay.
Dolby, you've been taking a few trades today, and it looks like you got some bids in. After saying them back, the NQ kind of sucks for ranges. We're right back at it.
I pulled up the daily, and we're kind of at the 50% retracement for the daily range. So I'm kind of wondering if we get another bounce here. So we're going to bid 750s and 738s and see if these buyers will end up coming back in here. RTY has been just a sweet angel for range trading. We've missed some entries there by a couple ticks. But yeah, we're talking about how NASDAQ, it just tends to run ranges so much more aggressively than, say, like the YM or the RTY. And it can be tricky to kind of figure out where you want to put your stop just because of how aggressive it wants to run ranges. But it's still a fun market to trade, but it's not the best.
It is. It took way into the day, but we finally got to one of my levels from earlier in the ES. Hopefully, I kind of love it right now. I don't know if we'll get the pullback, but around 69.87 there, the 69.50 SPX. Before we jump into things, Braden, on Power Hour, you're familiar with the above below. And since you are the guest, where is product of your choice? Probably the NQ. Where is the above below today? Where's it going to close at 3 p.m.?
Man, I honestly think we'll close right here in the middle of the range, to be honest. I'm gonna say the price we're at right now. I'm gonna say 762.
I love it.
762.
25,762 is the above below. We'll get that up in chat.
I hope you are so wrong. If we have to deal with 55 minutes of us hovering around 762, this is going to be a hell of a power hour. We got to get some volatility.
Yeah, we got to start from a market structure perspective. We need to start picking up some actual higher lows on this hourly if we're going to get a trend back to 26,000 and start holding. We got to start holding some type of bid about 25,800s. That's a little bit what I was looking for today, and we just can't seem to do it. Very stubborn.
No, it is quite stubborn. I'm going to say we're going to go above. I'm going to say above. Have you traded any silver, Braden?
Yeah, I think I have. I've traded it on this live account. I don't think it's a good idea personally to try to trade it on a live account. I've done it, and I think I hit my DLL in less than 5 minutes. So it's not a fun time for me over there. I know a lot of people are doing great with silver, and that's just the environment of how volatile that market is right now. But I'm not gonna be trading silver. I wouldn't say ever again, but at least not now. But it's obviously a good market. If I mean, it's it's a risk on market. It's wild, but I haven't had any luck with it. So no, I'm not going to be trading silver.
Well, unfortunately, no silver. If you are right now, silver's trading an SIH contract 92.185. Didn't quite get to the all-time highs in this latest peak here. Maybe coming back a little bit right now. We're looking mostly at the MNQ, it would see.
MNQ and the RTY.
You're riding that horse now.
Yep.
In the
all 2,000 of them.
8 big stocks we monitor. We got Google's down 1%, Apple's down 0.9%, Microsoft down 0.6%. Everything else is up. Big flyer today is Nvidia is up 2.9%. That'll get things moving. It's still the highest weighted stock in the NASDAQ and S&P, although Google, I believe, has surpassed to become number 2.
Oh,
good on you,
yeah,
Google.
I'm looking at silver. I'm looking at silver bouncing back from an 8% sell-off. It's just so crazy, that market.
Well, it just got crushed right there.
Wow.
Silver just actually pretty volatile right now. We were just trading at 92.20, and now we're down to 91.80 in a 1-minute candle. So metals are selling off. Same with gold too.
Completely to be expected. If you zoom out like a 15-minute chart or something, you see that this thing is moving quite a bit. But yeah, silver is selling off pretty good right now.
All right, we're long. This might be the last hurrah here. We're long 25,750 micro NASDAQ.
Excellent.
Well, maybe. We'll see. We'll see if it ends up being excellent or not.
I can't speak for the NQ. I still like this, I think, as a buy, at least in the S&P.
Yeah. I mean, decent price action off the rip, which is fantastic. You know, if we can get above these 770s, that would be great. Maybe get the 780s. See what happens. Braden, you're doing some streaming in the morning. How's that been going?
Oh yeah, it's really fun, honestly. I kind of miss being on fast markets, but it's cool to stream in the morning there for a little bit. And I like I'm usually free. You know, my mornings are usually free after that, so hopping on Topstep in the afternoon's been fun as well. So look forward to continue doing that kind of schedule, and it's been good. It's been fun time.
Nice. Does it make you a better trader trading in front of people?
I don't know if it makes me a better trader. That's a good question. I would say it definitely helps me emotionally not do irrational things that maybe I would want to do off stream. Like I've held myself pretty accountable the past couple days. I had a really big trade opportunity in my live account yesterday on my stream that, oh goodness, it was, wow, thinking about it's making me annoyed, but I missed 150 points by a tick. You know, we had a retracement. I forget the exact levels, but we had a retracement. I was in 2 minis. I took some profit, decided to try to add back in on the retracement, and just by a tick, and then we run directly down 150 points, and it would have been, yeah, would have been a $10,000 trade, but we can all say that, right? But yeah, that had me annoyed, and I still made money on the trade, but I tell people that follow me all the time, like, you can even go on tilt, and I'd say it's a more dangerous tilt after a green trade. You know what I mean?
Ooh, yeah.
So yeah, I was on tilt. I was on tilt on the stream. I was getting annoyed and hear myself talking to myself in the market. So I said, they held me accountable and told me to lock out, and I was like, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's do that. So wish I could say I would have done that if I wasn't on the stream, but I no guarantees when you're on tilt, right? So it's been making me more accountable for sure.
Oh, that's good. It's good to hear. I know, I think it was like 3 months ago, you had that absolute monster trade on fast markets where I think you were like 2 or 3 ticks from getting stopped out and ended up running in your favor for a couple hundred points or something. I mean, the difference between a winning trade and a losing trade is one tick sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, I remember
Exactly,
that. That was
man.
crazy, man. That was crazy.
Those, yeah, that was wild. It was very similar trade to that, actually. I mean, I mean, just the difference between one tick.
Yep.
But yeah, those put me on tilt for sure. Like if I miss something that just plays out perfectly how you expect it to, even if it ends up being green and you took something out of it, gotta lock out. You gotta lock out even after a green trade. So
yeah, FOMO can strike anywhere. Ooh, let's go, NASDAQ. NASDAQ's trying to bid here, it feels like. How's that MES looking, Jack?
Right now, it is, still right around that 69.50 in the SPX. We're just kind of hanging around here for the time being. You're saying there's a bounce in the NQ?
It's looking okay. Momentum feels like it just kind of shifted a little bit. RTY is also starting to test its lows of the range. Silver is just still selling off big time. I mean, this 15-minute candle in silver is from 92.40 down to 91.40. That's a full buck. I mean, that's a lot. That is a whole lot. I'm getting a little bit nervous here.
Because of silver?
Just because the NASDAQ, everything's starting to just look kind of heavy, just across the board. RTY is looking heavy. NASDAQ starting to feel a little bit heavy. I just don't want it to go across the board.
Well, nothing across the news wire for the time being.
No.
We don't have. Should be clear for this hour. We got MOC at 250.
Yep. Love MOC. Love MOC. Yeah, like I said, there's nothing really going on for the sell-off. It might just be technical. But, I mean, our stops don't care for the reason. They just care if they get hit.
Where's the stop on this?
725s. It'd be about a $70 trade. $70 a risk. We still have the 735s we can lean on for possible support here. What do you got, Braden?
just saying, like Bitcoin maybe next week could start to get interesting as we reject 100,000. Kind of looking into.
You've been trading some Bitcoin?
No, not while we've been in this range. Not while we've been in this range, but I think structurally maybe starts to set up for a retest if we can't see some nice buying out of 90s into the 100s and go back to all-time highs. We might be able to put in some type of lower high, retest the equal lows. But I mean, that market's got to pick up a little bit more range and volatility for me.
Nice,
but I would be interested to see if it. I don't think anything happens this week, but maybe next week.
Right. All right. Long two.
Yeah, okay.
Here we go.
Total risk $77. Buyers, where are you at?
They are snoozing for the time being.
Yeah, it sure feels like it. It does not feel great.
I was wondering, our Bitcoin whale, I should really call him this position he's in is mostly Ethereum. He's only got 1,000 Bitcoin on long. Still 20 days, has not touched it. Currently up probably about $30 million in the position, give or take.
Oh. Wow. It is quite the position. RTY cracked its lows. This feels not great.
Yeah, interesting. We're working on right now our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th straight red candle in the 15-minute. We still got 12 minutes in this candle, but the selling is a coming.
It is. Not a buyer to be seen anywhere. Our risk is managed, though, which is fine. This will most likely be the last trade of the day here. See how this pans out. RTY still selling off. Man, silver, I feel like silver might be just taking everything down. Maybe not the NASDAQ, but certainly messing with the RTY. If we can get back up to our entry, we can start managing risk a little bit. Anything to see in the markets, Braden?
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I'm not trading this, but like I always get an eerie feeling about the retracement when it gets to about 50% of that, 50% of the that range of whatever up move we had. So the overnight range, right about 50%. Not a lot of buying activity. So I don't like to see it under 50% for a dip buy. That's for sure. It's too aggressive in my opinion.
Right. Oof. We're out. We
Yeah,
are
there's a
out.
dump.
Man, this market's getting crushed right now.
It's getting heavy.
Just crushed. Wow.
Getting heavy.
Well, time to sit back and just take a look-see and just watch. And that 4-hour range broke in the NASDAQ and just pieced out. And
About
RTY
14
still selling
points
off
to
too.
go in settlement to get the ES back to flat on the day. This all started right around 1 o'clock. Just been down.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting too. We weren't really expecting that much volatility in the 1 p.m. segment, and we kind of got it. And maybe that was the sign of things to come. The 1 p.m. segment brought some volatility. NASDAQ still selling off here.
Yeah, this is getting serial right now. Super serial.
Yeah. Wow.
This might get interesting. Might get interesting here.
Oh, that would be sick.
Break 700s with some volume.
Yeah. Man, good stuff. Good stuff. I mean, we love volatility. It's nice seeing this price action. It just took a long time for it to happen. I mean, I was saying this morning in chat, I was like, if the first half of the day, so it's say like 8:30 to like 11 is slow, sometimes you can expect the actual move itself to happen in the afternoon session, so between 1 and 3.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's
with
what
that,
it's
100%.
exactly what we got. It's exactly what we got. John Kim, that is the visible volume area profile.
Well, next up, we got overnight lows still a way off. We are getting closer. We got about 10 points to go into ES for settlement. VIX rising a little bit on this, especially that last bar there. We're about at 16 in the VIX.
Yeah, I start to lose my appetite for some dip buys after about 50% of the range gets taken.
Yeah,
it's almost like for me emotionally where I almost want to shift my bias.
Right.
Like we're way under VWAP. We've given back 50% of the overnight rally. It's not looking good.
Yeah, I was talking about a 15-minute range in the NASDAQ that we were trying to work off of, and now I'm just like not seeing it. Now I'm actually seeing it closer to these like 675s up to 720s. So I don't know exactly what happened. I could have swore there was a 15-minute range right around those 750s. And now I'm just not seeing it at all. That's insane. I don't know how that happened. But yeah, we have a 15-minute range that we got to the 50% of, and now we're bouncing. Also happens to be big round number, 25,700. Sometimes you just have to ask yourself, where would buyers step in? Ooh, there we go. What do we got?
Yeah, like I said, I'm locked out on my live account, but I'm going to simulate. Yeah, I want to simulate a trade here, short 712, to see if we can.
Nice.
See if we can start to pick up some volume. 50% of the range gets taken back. We might pick up some volume here. So I like the selling we're seeing. So we're going to stop at 70 and just see how that works.
Cool.
Attempted a
nice
bounce here, about 6 or 7 points in the ES off the lows.
Yeah, nice RTY bidding up a little bit too. It might have just been early, but
Same as wrong.
Yep, it is the same as wrong, Jack. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. Stop does not care. So, Brandon, do you have any goals for 2026? We're about 2 weeks in.
Man, goals. Just grow as a trader, become a better trader. Try to get my foot a little deeper in the door of being a creator or what do you want to call it? A content creator around trading. That could be fun. Grow there a little bit more.
A YouTuber.
Build the community some more, and YouTuber.
Yeah.
Just stuff like that, and just what we're doing. I'm passionate about trading, so it's all around trading. All my goals, anything
nice.
that helps me become a better trader, grow a community of traders. That's my goal.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Short. Love it.
Yeah, what do we got here? 7-Elevens. Nice.
I'm looking up at my practice account balance, and it's at 191,000. I must have taken a silver trade on it. There's no way, right? That's the only way.
Honestly,
nice.
Mon Guang, we don't really know. We don't really know why it's selling off. Like, there's not really anything across the wire. I mean, metals
really
sold
aggressive
off a little bit.
sellers in that
Just
25,800 to 26 window. There's just crazy selling. Every time we get up there and test it, it's just crazy selling.
It's like someone got a memo that we did not get.
Braden, what are the tips that you would give somebody that is going to Disney World in February with a small child? Let's pretend this person doesn't want to be there. What is especially if, say, the Super Bowl is on the Sunday that you're there and a team might be playing in it. But what would you recommend? Like, what in the park? What should I do?
It's a great question.
Kind of gave away.
I say, I mean, you're already going to be there. You're spending a lot of money to be there. There's something your wife probably knows more about it because mine did. But there's like a fast pass. I think most amusement parks have it. You gotta get it.
Yeah.
You're traveling to go there. It's expensive enough as it is. Pay the extra 30, 40 a person and just be able to get a couple rides and just get on them without having to wait in hours. Some of the lines are insane. I mean, there was a line there that was like 4 hours. And we're not going to wait in that.
What?
So,
4 hours?
It's crazy. But yeah, that sounds cool, man. Were you guys going to go to each park and all that stuff?
I don't know what we're doing.
Park hopper. You don't know what?
This was
I didn't know much
wasted
either.
upon me. My kids are
It's a
probably
fun
too young
time,
to do
though.
anything except for the oldest. In the chat, let me know what the best place to watch sports. Where should you watch the Super Bowl at Disney World, or around it? I'm not against driving to wherever within.
I think there's a place on Disney's property if you're going to stay around that area, which I imagine you are. It's called Disney Springs. They've got like bars and stuff and shopping, and they'll probably have some TVs there. That's where I would go.
Okay,
nice.
Cool.
Take the buses there. Miller's Ale House. Yeah, that's probably there in Disney Springs.
It's a Miller's in Chicago. Nice 4 a.m. bar.
That's a great place.
It is. It is great. I know a bartender. Actually, used to work with a bartender who works there now.
That's
a rough
Miller's
lifestyle,
on
though.
Wabash. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. These guys make a lot of money, but it is not for the faint of heart. What's interesting about Miller's is that the bartenders never quit, and so a couple years ago, like the youngest tenured bartender there had been there for like 6 years or 7 years, which is kind of unheard of. And like the oldest, we're pushing like 20, 30 years of the exact same restaurant, the exact same job.
I believe it.
Oh yeah.
Bouncing a little bit. Yeah, all those old places. You go to we've learned from the chat, the CD Drake Hotel, but if you go to the Coke d'Or or whatever, it's like they pride themselves on having the oldest bartenders. They don't say it explicitly, but you have to have experienced the Depression to be bartending there, and it really adds to the ambiance.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. It is amazing. Hard job though. That is a hard job. On your feet for 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours is terrible for your body. Oh, Randy, come on, bro. Who cares about the bartender? Oh man, that's all about the experience. Gotta care about your bartender. So you still short these 7-Elevens here?
Yeah, I am. I mean, we're not seeing aggressive buying out of the low, so I kind of still like the idea of that. Wouldn't cut it yet.
Nice.
So you're going to Disney next week. I'll be on a cruise next week, actually.
Oh no, I'm going in February.
Oh, February.
Like that wasn't a hypothetical. I did not plan any of this. I would have known when the Super Bowl was. Yeah.
I can trade on the cruise. When I went on that cruise last couple weeks ago, I was actually able to trade on it. I was trading the Topstep live account. I brought my computer with me, like in the middle of the Gulf, just trading it up. Pretty cool.
What, Starlink?
No, well, I don't know what they might have. Yeah, I think the newer ships have they might use Starlink, but they have a pretty good Wi-Fi on there actually.
Nice. Did you have some winning trades though?
Yeah, I did actually. I only took like one. I thought I'd be able to be on the computer a little bit more, like in the mornings, but I did take one winning trade on there. It was fun.
Nice.
Fun to be able to
pay for some drinks
bring
or
your
something.
trading setup with you, yeah, and just make a couple $100 and go enjoy your day.
I love it.
Thank you, Richard. We're still, we completed that red candle. 1, 2, 7 straight 15-minute red candles, and working on possibly another one here. Well, it's the bottom of the hour. Really quick before we maybe test these lows, let's do a quick news break. White House Press Secretary Kalen Levitt wanted to talk a little bit about tax refunds. So let's see what that's all about.
And with what is likely going to be a record-breaking tax refund season in the next couple of weeks, the American people will be reaping the rewards of the massive tax cuts that were signed into law by the president.
Damn, that was a quick one.
I was getting faster and faster, man. It's like I'm watching a YouTube short.
I feel like I read the lead in and then she just said it, that it was over. Well, anyway, not much has changed here right now. House account's flat. Braden is short, I believe, in the MNQ.
Yeah, shorts look interesting in the RTY, like 26.93 could be an interesting level. Kind of a little bit of a bounce within this 3-minute range that we had. So maybe we can get a range under range formation starting to happen. But I don't really know. Don't know if it's worth it.
How many trades have you taken today, Dolby?
A lot. More than about 3 hours worth of entertainment, Jack. About that much. About 3 hours worth, which is a long trading session. I mean, honestly, a good trading session to me should be about like 2 hours long. And then I think
Yeah, I
after
agree.
about 2 hours, the mental capital just starts getting kind of squirrely. And we were up $100.
Depends on
We're up 20.
how locked in you are on it.
Yeah. I like the short that Braden has. I mean, shorts look pretty good. You know, Braden, does this ever happen to you where, like, you know, like a losing trade is kind of not equal to another losing trade after a certain point in time? Like, I feel like if I put on another losing trade right now, it's way worse than what it actually represents. Does that make sense?
Like after you've taken a high volume amount of trades?
Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like subconsciously, you know, you should be wrapping it up for the day.
You know,
But then you take
yeah,
another
for
one,
sure.
and that one's a loser. Then it's like, dude, this
Yeah.
maybe you only lose like
Oh, man,
50 or $100, but it feels like you lost 500.
Oh, for sure. Especially when you're green and you keep trading and you trade into the red. Oh my goodness, that's the worst. That is the absolute worst.
That's terrible. It's all right. We're living vicariously through you. Let's see if this NASDAQ can just complete its sell-off here. Get underneath the 700s.
I'm kind of interested if we can pick up some volume going into the close here with how weak this is off of 700s. I mean, we're just kind of holding under 50% of that overnight rally here. Got a low to be tested at 673.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some targets down there. I got the daily range low at 25,600. You know, we're kind of stuck in the halfway point. That'd be a nice target. But we have to get some volume. Something has to happen here. It's really slowed down.
Yeah, I like the way you putting a label on it like that, because I was in a trade this morning and I was like, okay, I'm looking for NQ to show strength and, you know, kind of hold structure above 25,800. We got a VWAP test. I got long on it. I held it for an hour and a half. You know, was up a couple $100 unrealized, and just it came back and took me out. And I was like, okay, this something has to happen, or there's nothing to be done. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to try to force something. So I didn't even realize I was on the TV later. So I just locked out because emotionally that was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Especially after, I don't know if if you guys have been in a trade a long time, and it's hard to be patient as a trader. So when you exercise patience and you're proud of yourself for it, just for it to not reward you after waiting 2 hours and being up, 50, 60 points on a trade, for it to come back down and take you out, that can be like a minor, like a soft tilt trigger for me. So I just cut it out before anything, crazy happens.
Nice. Yeah. Well, oof, RTY found some buyers. That is for damn sure.
A nice little rebound here.
Look at that. We got 26, about 5-point bounce in the RTY. That's worth about $250 on a 1E mini. So that's a pretty solid move right there. And NASDAQ didn't really follow.
More short. Add some more short off of that pivot off 727 and tighten my risk up and see if we can start to get a sell back down. Look at that.
There we go.
Hey.
727 to 700 in a minute, less than a minute.
Yeah, I like that. Let's go. Yeah, RTY kind of tested the low of its 15-minute range and sold off just a little bit. So, I don't have silver up. Oh, silver bounced too. Got down to 91. It sold off almost $2 since 1:45 p.m. So in about 45 minutes, it had a $2 sell-off in silver. Now it's back up to 91.60, let's say. Wow. Crazy market.
Well, really,
Chat, hope you got some of that.
The big stocks are pretty sluggish today.
Yeah.
Broadcom's only up 1% now. It was down close to 5% yesterday.
Yeah, man. Let's look at the the juice. Tomorrow we got industrial production. We got Fed Collins, Bowman, and Jefferson speaking. And that's about it. This week is pretty much done as far as major news goes, unless Commander in Tweet starts tweeting again.
Which that has been a constant this week. There's been news being made, and I expect on a Friday, before the weekend, that we will have some moves tomorrow. Today's getting interesting towards the end. Was really tight, especially in the ES I'm looking at during fast markets today.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect, megaphones and Doritos for tomorrow for sure, unless we get, a tweet or Truth Social, some post from the president. But with nothing major happening, it's probably just going to be range extensions and then settle down in the middle somewhere. Today is Thursday, Cedar Hill. How exciting is that? Football weekend is coming up on us. Cannot wait.
Saturday and Sunday, and then we got the college championship Monday.
That Miami and Indiana?
Our favorite ragtag group of grown-ass men will play Miami.
Yeah, what's the deal with that? Is it just like a bunch of adults on the Indiana team?
Well, there's a lot, but Miami can't complain. I saw someone post the other day that CJ Stroud's played 48 games in the NFL, and he was in the same high school recruiting class as Carson Beck.
Wow, that's a stat for you. Holy crap!
Yeah.
Get that NIL money.
Oh yeah, you get $4 to $6 million as a top quarterback. It makes it easier, like with Dante Mora going back to Oregon. It makes it that really cushions the pain if you know you're going to get drafted by the Jets if you go for the NFL.
Yeah, I think the Jets are probably the getting punished the most by the NIL. You just have quarterbacks paid a couple $1 million and just
every time you get a one pick, everyone goes back to school. Some people start caring about their education.
Yeah, right. I could either tear my ACL at MetLife, or I could go get a degree in accounting. What do I do? While I'm also making a couple million in NIL money. Figure it out, Jets. Oh, a little bit of bid here in the RTY. Silver's bidding back up too.
NVIDIA round turning back to its price right off the open, or getting close.
NASDAQ is not doing a damn thing.
You added a little bit. Where's your average price in this trade?
713. I'm 7 micros at 713. My stop is 726 at this point. I want to accept that I was looking for continuation. If we just in a range, we'll just cut it out. That's what I would practice in my live account. So.
Got ourselves about 8 minutes until MOC. Quite the midday turnaround here.
Yeah, we got some action. It's great. It is great. Hopefully some people in chat got to take advantage. I know most people kind of just trade the open and probably just dip after like 11 o'clock. So for those who got to stick around, they finally got a nice trend in one of their markets. Primal Rage. I used to have bad days like this. Thanks, Topstep. What do you mean? Let us know.
Oh, there's plenty of bad days and good days, hopefully.
Yeah, there's plenty of them. I mean, like going from green to red? Like those are always a bummer.
Okay, we're losing some of the resistance below here. Let me switch over.
RTY is trying to get back to within its 15-minute range. NASDAQ's bouncing 700s.
If you gotta buy, which you don't.
You don't. It's interesting, though.
Below the lows here. There's some resistance down 69.70 or some support 69.73 in the ES.
Yeah, I mean, man, NASDAQ has really gotten locked up. We're at like a 20, 30 point range right now. I mean, almost 100-point sell off just to settle down around 700s. Hopefully, we get a little bit of a push. What's your target, Braden, for your trade here?
I would like. You know what? I don't know. Like, I don't really have hard targets, to be honest. I get asked that one a lot. I'm always usually like a price action. Like, I always know where I want my risk, where I want my target. And I'm not really sure. I mean, generally, I would like to see a break of whatever low whatever low we're contesting.
Mhm.
But as far as after we break that, if we do break that, I'm gonna be exiting on the break of that first move. I'd like to be exiting partials of some, but then I'm gonna let it tell me when I want to exit.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll see if we even break that low. The idea is that it can get some volume on the 50% retracement. So if we can't hold here, I mean, sellers can, especially coming into the close, could get really interesting. So I would probably trim some if we get nice volume under 680s, and then leave it until the bounce gets aggressive, and then I'll get out of it.
You heard it here. No hard targets. Like Van Damme. You seen that movie, Dolby?
No hard. Well, which one?
Hard Target.
Hard Target is the
Jean-Claude
movie?
Van Damme movie. Yeah.
No, I've never seen it. Never seen it. I've
Like
seen what is it? Bloodsport?
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Actually, I was a huge fan of his Volkswagen commercial where he did the splits. Do you remember that? He was like doing the splits on like the two rear view mirrors of those two trucks, and they slowly start like moving apart. And then he just does like the perfect split. So cool. Such a good ad.
I recall. It was back before we had
cool.
AI
Oh,
swap
Volvo.
into it.
Sorry, not Volkswagen. It's one of those V brands.
Interesting. Look at the ES. We've had this, pretty consistent sell-off, and then just found a range here with about exactly 4 minutes until we get the numbers at 250.
Yeah. Kind of intrigued by longs and RTY. Kind of shouldn't take a trade.
I mean, the fact
doing
that Dolby, you
we're in a
had
good spot.
how many losing trades today? I mean, minus 141 is not bad.
No, I think we all kind of have like personal tolerance for like our relative house account. Anything under $250 is totally fine. That's kind of like my mental daily loss limit is about negative 250. So 141 is nothing. For this year, I think our high watermark for a trade is around like 200 or 250. So we're still at like 1 to 1, 1.5 to 1 as far as like risk reward goes. So, we're in good shape. You still want to have those situations, Jack, like we had where we're like, losing $10,000 and then trying to make $3,000 with a negative risk reward ratio, because that is not a winning recipe for success. I think those are in the checkmark days.
Not great. Oh, God.
Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, losing $140, you can get off the charts and not even think about it, right? That's about where you want to be.
That's a good point. That was kind of when I was doing trading combines. It's like, how long do you think about your losing trade after your day is done, or your losing day, right? And if it's like dinner time and you're still pissed off, well, it's like you might need to lower your daily loss limit. Everyone has a number.
That's exactly right. I've never requested to have mine changed. I kind of like where it is. My DLL, my live account's 3,000. That's emotionally about right. Any more than that, it's probably not good.
Yeah, everyone has a number where they start like it lingers. The feeling lingers. And you want that daily loss limit to be 5 minutes after you're done trading, you already don't care. That's the sweet spot. So then you can come back tomorrow and you're fresh and you can have a winning day and it can feel normal. But if you're losing like $5,000 in a day and you can only make, 3,000 or 4,000, well, then you can't even enjoy a $3,000 winning day because you lost $5,000 the day before. Ooh.
Right.
Inching closer to the lows of the New York session. Especially since we're not in the market right now. I would love. Like normally I think I'm driving, so I'm not going to trade. I would probably take a shot at buying this down here, but since I'm not, I just want to see some action. I want to see this dump for Braden.
Just get crushed for Braden. Yeah. Have it sell off just 40 points real fast.
Man, something's changed in me as a trader because I remember I used to really, really be interested in trying to kind of catch these lows like at their absolute bottom. But I lose like whenever this market shows us that it's truly not like it's just not as strong as I wanted to see it be. I don't have any appetite to buy a dip down here. Not until we see some strength, and this thing is structurally not as strong as it needed to be for me to want to take it long here. We couldn't hold VWAP. We just can't hold these levels. Every time we get up above 25,800, it's
really quick. MOC incoming. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's go break
there
even.
It is.
There's a little something.
Hoop will probably be the first one you see in the chat there with the numbers. I'll let you know as soon as we get them.
Yeah, I don't really know what our stats are. I do find these days kind of tricky though. Like, say the RTY is up almost 1%, and you kind of get tempted to just keep on trying to buy dips. But what if it just doesn't bid and just keeps on selling off, and it goes from plus 1% to plus 0.9 to plus 0.8? That's still starting to go down. But if you still have that long bias, you're just going to get chewed up, even if the market's still up.
Yeah, well, there's Hoop has it in the chat. S&P 500 minus 1.5 bill, NASDAQ minus 847 million, Dow minus 745 million, Mag 7 minus 592 million. We're popping a little bit right now in equities, small. We'll see. Before we get that second injection of liquidity at 55 minutes after the hour, we're going to throw it over to James, who has our Power Hour hashtag Power Hour.
Hashtag Power Hour. It's time. Hello, everybody. That's right. Earlier in the show, we commanded you to go to X and tag us with @Topstep or @TopstepTV and share your trader wins, setups, and anything else you want to show us. And some of you did just that. And here's the sampling we collected today. First up from Antonio Hunt Jr., up 2,500 on the morning in the XFA, thanks to silver longs, and the green days continue. This trade alone ran to $2,018. Let's go, silver! Who said you can't win with micros? That's right, you can always win with micros. Anything is possible with good trade management and discipline. And Antonio, you're showing us how it's done. Congrats to you. Up next, from Trade Like Matt. Topstep, good, safe, and fast day. Tomorrow's payout time. You go, Matt. Keep putting up the work. Pay yourself. Put in those jabs. Take the payout and do it all again. That's what we're all here for. So, guys, be like Matt. Trade like Matt. Pay yourself. Put in the work. And put up the numbers. Coming up next from David Mills. I made some mistakes early on today. However, the reset on the 1 hour lockout did me well. I'm locking out for the day. Shout out to Topstep. You have no idea how much the pre-market analysis and squawk has helped over the 7 months. David, we're happy to help, but truly, as I always say, you are the one putting in the screen time. You're the one putting in the work. You're the one seeing the success. We're just here to talk, keep you company, and if it's helping, well, we like that. Moving on from Trend Baba. Second green day in a row. God is great. I was down 1,000 during the opening market session due to the volatility, but heavy MNQ scalping brought me back green by 11 a.m. Locked in $700 worth of profit. Congrats, $729 on a Thursday is not bad. Keep going. 2 down. A couple more to a payout. And finally, last but most certainly not least, from Flow Trades, activated my new XFA last night and shorted silver micros. Went long the NQ micros, but locked out because the price action was pretty choppy. We're taking the max payout after the market close, as you should. Again, you put in the work, you put in the screen time, you're getting the results, and you're getting paid. That's what this is all about. So congrats to you, Flo, and thank you to everybody for submitting your hashtag Fast Markets and Power Hour content. Let's get back to Jack, Dolby, and Braden to help close us out. See you guys at the end.
Hell yeah. All right. 1 minute till we get a little more volume here. Braden is still, I presume, short a couple of, or like 7 micros or something.
Yeah, right here at 713. I have the stop at break even. I'd like to move the stop if we're already green on a trade. I don't know. I'm sure Dolby y'all like to do this. Like if you get some random volatility, or even if it's MOC, and you're already green on it, and things start getting a little volatile, you like to protect the risk and just go break even sometimes. So I know maybe Dolby you don't, because you don't like going break even, right?
I mean, I don't, but I think you're right. With like 6 minutes left, and considering how whippy it can get in the last, 5-6 minutes, like this move right here, it's like you don't want to walk away with nothing.
Yeah.
Right. Like there it is. So you do want to start protecting your trade a little bit into the close, just because it can get kind of squirrely. Now, if it's just like
you do want to
trade,
walk away with nothing.
Yeah.
You don't want to, lose money. But yeah, no, I think it's totally acceptable. And I'm like, end of the day, 900 lot jumped in on the ES right at 69.80. Somebody is flexing goose there. We'll see.
RTY selling off.
Yep, it did.
Is silver selling off too, or is it just RTY? No, silver's fine. Oh.
Yeah, silver's only up triple. Okay. Let me see if there's any last minute 0-date stragglers here.
Yeah, any last minute heroics from this market?
Yeah, that green line, I mean, it's not saying much. We only have a few minutes left, but runway's cleared for a rally here, I think. If it wants to do it, I think that right below the low here I'd be very shocked if we got a dump at this point below that.
Kind of intrigued by RTY right now for potential long into close, but that would just, like I said, a losing trade right now would just it'd be worth more than the $50 mentally and emotionally. Sometimes it'd be like that. Yeah. It's mental capital. That's like the definition of mental capital right there. Do a paper. Let's pretend we're long 88.1. See how it plays out. I mean, Braden, what's a typical trading session for you, like length of time wise, before you start feeling it?
Well, I whenever I look back at how long my streams last, they're usually about what you said, like 2 hours. 2 hours. Especially hosting and commentating and doing all that other stuff on top of it. I'm about clocked out after that. I'll still look at the markets, but I really want to, this year I really want to try not to take any trades off stream. I want to take most of my trades on stream.
Ooh.
It's not always easy to do that, but I want to do that because I feel held most accountable when I'm on stream.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do some stupid stuff, just like we all do. But yeah, I want to be taking more trades on stream. But about 2 hours is a good spot. I'm pretty exhausted after that.
Yeah. Chat, what's your time limit? When do you start feeling the fatigue of looking at the screen for too long? Let us know. I'm with you. I think 2 hours is kind of the sweet spot, because after that, the trade degradation starts coming in. And it's like, like if you're already not trading good the first 2 hours, you think it's like magically going to get better. Like the third hour, it's like it's not going to happen.
Just
I mean,
couple minutes here.
Like the majority of a lot of traders, I feel like some pointers like I only trade the first 10 minutes of the open, like the most volatile.
I mean,
that was a big thing there for a while as far as like it's like getting beginners into trading. Like, I only trade the first 10 minutes and then I have the rest of my day. I don't really care about that, man. When it comes to time, like I'm passionate about trading. I like trading. I don't care if I sit here for a couple hours looking at the chart. I like doing it.
Yeah.
I never really cared about 10 minutes, and then you have freedom. You have time freedom. A lot of trading is studying a lot and testing things that work and technical analysis on a lot of stuff. The actual trading part is a quicker process, but it's for me definitely not the first 5 minutes, and then I'm done for the day. All right, let's see the close.
Nice. You have the freedom to get your other streams of passive income in real estate or whatever else. Also,
right.
I'm living 3 days a day. You can't catch me. Getting up 6980s where we had that 900 lot get filled in the ES. We got 30 seconds left here.
Great.
Okay.
Love that we didn't take an RTY trade. Right decision.
Got some volume of pumping.
Yeah. Volume's coming into RTY big time. This is the highest volume we've seen since 8:30 this morning in the RTY.
Well, usually the case in the last 5 minutes. We'll see if
cooking.
we actually... There's the bell. We did do that. Wow. Look at this dome. Getting those orders in, a little pop on the end. Dolby, thanks for joining. And Braden, always great to see you, man. Glad to hear everything's going well. Welcome back anytime as usual.
Oh, yeah. Don't be a stranger.
Y'all invite me as much as you can. I'll be here.
Sweet.
Okay. That's a promise. Okay. That's the end of the day. We got one more day this week, but first we're going to close things up and send it to James, the Hitman Harden. Let us go home.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bow. That's it. That's our show. Thanks for coming, everybody. Go ahead and collect your belongings. Make sure you didn't leave anything behind. We are going to be leaving. We're going to be making sure that everyone comes with us. You got your buddy? You got your buddy? Where's your buddy? Anyway, I know who your buddies are. Your buddies are Coach Jay and Coach Paul because they're coming on right after this. That's right. Of course, I'm talking about At the Buzzer. It's the show where Coach Jay and Coach Paul break down the market action and recap everything you may have missed in today's market, just in case you haven't been here bell to bell. But that's not you. You've been here bell to bell. I know it. But just in case, stick around At the Buzzer. It's a great time. And then later tonight at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Coach Dakota is back with Slow Markets. Tonight, Baron is joining Coach Dakota on Slow Markets. So if you want to see how Baron has been trading, catch up with him, there's only one place to do that live, and it is Slow Markets right here on our YouTube channel, 7:30 p.m. Central Time tonight. Then tomorrow morning, Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open. That happens at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. It's Friday, so that means no Deanna and no Eurotrade. Sorry, Eurotrade fans, but she'll be back Monday morning at 3:30 a.m. I guess you'll have to sit and wait until we're back live tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. We're doing this whole thing all over again to end the week strong. So stick with the one place that brings you tradertainment, breaking news as it happens, and live market updates. Of course, I'm talking about TopstepTV, and we'll see you tomorrow. Until then, I'm James Harden. You're the chat, and this has been TopstepTV. Let's go.